Podcasters. Insert 2023. Podcasters. Insert 2023. Interior Blue Wire Headquarter, The Devil's Advocate Day. A podcast, The Devil's Advocate, is in progress. Megan and Chris are the hosts of the show. Megan, USWNT lost to Germany. They are out of the World Cup. It's the first time in the history of America sports Americans rooted against their own country. A lot of people are happy that the US lost to Germany. Chris, it's because of Megan Rapinoe. The Federation said that representing one's country is a privilege and honor for any player. Thus, the national anthem has great importance for U.S. soccer. And when the players stand in front of national and global audiences, they must know that the playing of the national anthem is an opportunity for national team to reflect upon the liberties and freedom they all appreciate in this country. And as part of the privilege to represent their country, the Federation has an expectation that the players will honor American flag while the national anthem is played. Megan Rapinoe thought that they were clowns. There is no freedom or justice in America. In addition, she wants equal pay and equal play. Megan, we will talk about politics later, but equal pay and equal play is a joke. USWNT sued the Federation for $66 million. Even though the court dismissed the case, the Federation paid them $24 million. In fact, the U.S. Soccer Federation is paying both men and women equally. They put their money in one pot and share it 50-50. The men want to help the women regardless of the revenue. Yet, people are saying that USWNT players are thieves disguised as soccer players. They might as well grab guns, put on ski masks, rob banks, and say equal pay for equal play. Others are saying that they are suing women's soccer for time that they stole from them and boredom that they have brought into their living rooms. Equal pay for equal boredom. What's your take? Chris, I don't believe in equal pay for equal play, but I will defend them. We are not living in a perfect world. The real enemy is not men or women. The enemies are the big businesses. They are making a lot of money. Some have more money than God. Others print money in their backyard, so to speak. But they are filthy rich. If the women take money from those hotshots posing as equal pay for equal play, so be it. Why do you think the U.S. Federation settled with the women national team for $24 million? They know they are going to make billions for the game of soccer, both men and women. The Federation don't care about women's soccer. Both men and women are products to them. They know that women brings less money, and the men bring more money. That is not a secret. But if the U.S. Soccer Federation wants to continue to make money, they must keep it quiet. Otherwise, things could get out of control, especially with the 2026 World Cup being around the corner, in which they are planning to make over $10 billion. They don't want a lot of noises. In fact, the USWNT should have asked more. The Federation would have doubled the money. It has nothing to do with moral victory. It's business. You have to forgive them for their French equal pay for equal play. But they did the right thing. The money goes either to the Federation or women who don't have pots to piss. It might as well go to women who are fighting to keep their head above the water. Maybe in the near future, they will call it fair pay for fair game. In addition, the USMNT don't really care. They are paid handsomely by their clubs. They would even be happy if the Federation paid the USWNT more than what they are paying them now. At the end of the year, men still make more money than women. Megan, I kind of disagree with you. USWNT players are setting a bad example to a lot of young girls. Little girls chanting equal pay for equal play. What's the world coming to? Those words should never be in their vocabulary. It is a reward itself to wear USWNT's jersey and play a game that you love. It's not going to help us women in fighting for equal rights. It is only going to turn our water to wine and our bread to cake. But it's not going to feed our soul. We are taking a step back. The USWNT players have agreed to take money that they didn't earn, sitting at the living room, watching Lucifer on Netflix, and eating popcorns. Money is not everything. There are a lot of things more valuable than money. There is integrity. There is courage. There is dream. They sold their pride, passion, courage, dream, and integrity for a couple of changes. But the fight for equal rights must go on at all costs. Women need men in their side, but they don't need their pity. Chris, so what's the solution? Megan, they should keep USMNT and USWNT separately. It doesn't matter how much the men make. It's not how this country is built. In America, there is a value. You get paid for what you are worth. It is a privilege to represent your country without ego and self-interest, but pure passion for the game of the sport and the love that you have for your country. I did research. In Brazil, football is religion. Brazilians would even pay to wear yellow jersey and play for their country. In America, football is business. They all wanted to get paid. Chris, you can't blame them. It's how the system is set up. Imagine you play for your country for free, and at the same time, you have to pay $25,000 per month for rent, a one-bedroom apartment in New York City with a tiny kitchen. Things don't work like that. If this country wants women to represent their country, they must pay them fair and square. The Federation make a lot of money. Megan, that's not my argument. My argument is don't take money from other people's sweat, men or women. It's like a pimp taking money from a prostitute. You know, the reason the Federation makes money is because the men generate the revenue. What the U.S. Federation is doing is they put money generated by both men and women in one pot and pay them equally, even though the USMNT team put 95% of the revenue. We women are fighting for equal rights. The minutes we lower ourselves, the fight for equal rights take a big hit. Not only that, it would take longer. Those women lower themselves by taking money that men make in the name of equal pay for equal play, which they didn't back up with numbers. And ESPY gave them a Courage Award for that. They turned women's fight for equal rights into a joke. Megan Rippon became one of the most hated women in America, who is the highest paid actress. Chris, I don't know, it's probably Margot Robbie. Megan, suppose Margot asks for $20 million per film. Some unknown actress or Amanda Stenberg says that she wants to get paid $20 million too, for equal pay for equal work. They're going to replace her with Shia LaBeouf. They're going to tell him, we know that people hate you. You are a misogynist. But we are not planning to pay Amanda Stenberg $20 million, no matter what people say. Just get a tan, shave your legs, put on wigs, and play her part. Soon, they are going to ask people to divide money that they make and split it equally. It's fucking socialism. They once asked Ronda Rousey about equal pay and how she is the highest paid UFC fighter. She said that her bosses pay her because she brings in the highest numbers. They do it because she makes them the most money. And she thinks that the money that they make should be proportionate to the money that they bring in. Chris, I know what you mean. It's like Cate Blanchett saying I won 3 Oscars, or rather Frances McDormand saying I have won 4 Oscars. I want to get paid $20 million per picture. The producers tell her, we can't pay you $20 million, Mrs. McDormand. The budget of the film is $2 million. That's a joke. Movies and wrestling are different. They are scripted. But sports are not scripted. It's real. You don't know who is going to win the match. The USWNT won 4 World Cups. Megan, that has nothing to do with equal pay. They sold themselves short. The love the game should always be a priority. Dream comes before money. It doesn't matter if the men are being paid 100 times more than women. You know, I don't care if I made $5 and you made $100 running around the block. I wouldn't live with myself if I accept $45 from you and say equal pay and for equal play, because I didn't earn it. You are the one who earned it. For whatever reason, people want to watch you running around the block. Maybe you are faster and more entertaining than me. The Federation pay you what you are worth, simple as that. You brought in revenue. On the other hand, only few people are interested in watching me running around the block, so the Federation only pay me $5. As a brave woman, I will ask myself why only few people are interested in me. Is it because I am a woman? Or is it because I am slow? Or is it both? I am a woman. I will always be a woman. I can't change that. I don't want to change that. I want to be a woman. I am not going to touch anything. That is integrity. Integrity comes with courage. I tell myself maybe, if I train harder, work harder, I can run faster. If I run faster, maybe I will receive $10, so I run faster and receive $10. Next, I even work harder than last time and double the money. I receive $20 instead of collecting money that I didn't make. You know, if I took $45 that you offered me, I wouldn't bother practicing. I won't push myself to the limit. Chris, men and women are built differently. You can't expect women to run faster than men. Mother Nature won't allow it. Megan, that's not the point. Mother Nature wants us to be fit morally and physically. I just want women to be independent, even if it means it's less. A girl can marry a fat rich man and ask her husband to buy her a yacht. She sails around the world. Another girl works hard, buys a car, and drives around Los Angeles. She might not see the world, but she gets a great sense of satisfaction from her accomplishment, better than the girl who sailed around the world. It's because she is independent. Passion will always triumph over money. But that's another story. The point that I am trying to make is if you are going to sell something, at least, make sure it's worth people's while. Otherwise, don't say equal pay for equal play just because it rhymes. I know money runs the world, but we don't need to get paid equally. We just need to get paid fairly. In fact, if you think you are worth more, ask for more. It has nothing to do with men versus women. Anyhow, that's all the time we have. We will see you tomorrow. If you haven't subscribed, click subscribe and like. Take care. David is the director, producer. He gives his crew a sign with his hand to cut. David, that's amazing. You killed it. Megan, I have to go to the bathroom. I need to take a leak. She gets up, grabs her purse from table nearby, and walks toward the direction of the camera. Interior, blue wire. Bathroom, day. Megan takes a leak. She puts on her underwear back, flashes the toilet, and exits the box. Megan washes her hands, shuts the faucet, and looks at her image in the mirror for a long second. Interior, Megan's house, bedroom, night. Megan and George, her boyfriend, have a passionate sex. Megan gets on top and rides him seductively. Suddenly, George turns into Chris. Megan speeds it up, riding him frantically, as if her life depended on it. She kisses him passionately as she reaches orgasm. She rolls over, lies on her back, and takes a deep breath. Chris turns back to George. He looks at her in wonder. Interior Chris's house, bedroom, night. Chris and Jessica make love surrounded by candle. It's sweet, romantic, and tender. We stay with them for a bit. Interior Chris's house, bathtub, night. Chris and Jennifer sit in the tub. He is behind. She is resting on his chest. Jessica, are you attracted to her? Chris, no, I am not. Jessica, she is petty. Chris, you could say that. But I am not interested in her. Jessica, why is that? Chris, it's because I got you. He kisses her on the shoulder. Jessica, are you having an affair with her? Chris, no, I am not. Jessica, tell me the truth. Chris, it's the truth. I am not having an affair with her. Jessica, that's not what I heard. Chris, what did you hear? Jessica, I heard that she had a crush on you. Chris, that's beyond my control. Jessica, what's beyond your control? Chris, I can only keep my end of the bargain. I can't speak for others. She turns around and looks at him in the eyes. Jessica, do you love me? Chris, yes, I do. Jessica, do you have feelings for her? Chris, no. I have no feelings for her. I am in love with you. You are the only girl for me. They kiss French. Interior blue wire, cafeteria day. Megan and Chris sit at a table with coffee and tea. In the background, we see a couple of customers enjoying their snacks and drinks. Chris, I don't know if I can continue to do this. You need to be born without a fitter in your system to do podcast. You guys say whatever come to your head. Megan, that's why people like podcasts. They want to hear the truth. Podcasters don't hold back their feelings. They tell it like it's. Chris, you have no filter. Megan, we don't need filters. People are interested in truth. This is not the Oprah Winfrey Show where the host tells you that it's okay to be fat. People should stop body shaming, blab, blab. But the truth is, you should tell an obese person to eat less and exercise more. Chris, do we really have to? I think that it should be okay to be anything in this country. A person can be fat, but it doesn't mean that they are stupid. In fact, some of them are software engineers. They write codes. They are the key driver of economic growth. They shape our world. Without them, most of us wouldn't have jobs. I don't think that body shaming them is right. Let's just accept them who they are and thank them what they have done for us and this world. Megan, no doubt that they are larger than life. But I just don't like body positivity. If I see someone is overweight, I am not going to tell her that she is sexy. Keep on eating. In fact, it doesn't bother me. They can do whatever they want to do with their body. But I don't want them to preach that it's okay to be fat to little kids. Being overweight is unacceptable. It leads to heart disease, high blood pressure, and diabetes. Imagine the same software writer that you just talked about wants to lose weight and live a healthy lifestyle. But he hears about body positivity, opens the refrigerator, and eats the entire ice cream from the container. The next thing you know, his heart stops beating. There is ambulance outside his house. The paramedics carry his dead body out of the house, put it in the car, and drive away. The world loses one of the greatest software writers. If he has gone to a gym and exercised instead of embracing body positivity, he would have been still alive and written an advanced program and make the world much better place. We all are fighting the same cause, a new brave world. At least, just say it whether they care about them or not. It's your show. The audiences want you to be honest with them. Not only that, they also want you to call out those who don't respect themselves for their poor choices in life and expose those cross the line. If it is wrong, you tell them it's wrong, as if you were inside their head, reading their thoughts. Some agree with you. Others disagree with you. That's why people love us. We don't give a fuck about anything but the truth. Chris, I just can't talk about abortion and trans women competing in sport and all woke movement and Disney race swapping and so on and so forth. It's killing me. I am not a podcaster. I am a documentary filmmaker. I respect everybody's choice. Megan, what can't you talk about? Abortion. Chris, I am not a woman. As much as I want to see babies making it to this world, I cannot tell a woman what to do with her body. There are conflicting thoughts. It's not red and white. Megan, what about trans women? Do you think they should allow to compete with girls? Chris, I don't mind if they compete with women. If that makes them happy, let it be. I don't want to take away their joy. Life is short. Everybody deserves to be happy. Megan, okay, I am going to play the devil's advocate. Suppose a biological man compete in a women's tennis and wins Wimbledon. Do you think it's fair? Chris, that's why I am not going to say anything. I don't want to offend anyone whether it's fair or not. But something tells me who cares? It's only a game. But they are human beings. God forbid suppose asteroids hit Earth and ruin the world. Who is going to give you hand? The sport or trans people? Sport is nothing but entertainment. Winning or losing is illusion. A lot of people don't know who won 2014 French Open or 2019 Wimbledon, men's or women's. But they say that trans women should be banned from women's sport. It doesn't matter who win or lose. As long as everybody is happy, the world will be a better place. What if a girl loses to a trans woman? It's not the end of the world. She might not receive the top price, but at least she'll be proud of herself for giving her all. You have a half-happy person. But if you ban a trans woman from competing in women's tennis, you have one unhappy person. Unhappy versus half-happy. You would say let her be half-happy. You don't want anybody to be full unhappy. But at same times, it's business. Some people are not ready to accept trans women competing in women's sports. They might not watch it, or they will say it is not fair. They believe that winning matters more than anything else. Whether it's illusion or not, they want Iga Swiatek, #1 player in the world, to win in a straight set. When she loses to a trans woman, they turn the world upside down. The tennis federations want to keep it quiet and make money, so they have no choice but to ban them. However, if they help them sell tickets, they will not ban them. Megan, suppose you let trans women compete, but what if the top 10 women tennis players become trans women? Are you okay with it? Chris, like I said, it has nothing to do with me. I am a podcaster, and they are tennis players. It's entertainment. If you don't like it, you can always tell yourself that Iga Swiatek, #11 ranked player, is the best women tennis player in the world without banning trans women from playing the game. Megan, it's easier said than done. People are not going to watch two biological men playing in the women Wimbledon final. Chris, like I said, if they don't bring in revenue or the stadium is empty or nobody tunes in, they will ban them. But if people tune in, the stadium is packed, they will find a way to quiet the noise. It's business. It's not personal. Megan. But still, it feels a little bit weird. I support trans women, but when it comes to sport, I want to watch fair competition. No biological advantage. In tennis, who is the #1 player that you just mentioned? Chris. Iga Swiatek. Chris. I will just call her IGA. She is probably the #1,000 players in the world. both men and women. 1,000 guys are ahead of her. I heard a few years ago John McEachran, tennis legend, saying that Serena Williams might be one female players in the world, but she would be ranked 700 if she played with men. If men have that kind of advantage against women. Imagine probably the top 100 tennis player would be trans women in 50 years. The sport will not be the same. Chris. That's why I don't want to go too deep. It's because I want all people to be happy, even if it means bending the rules for them. Megan. There are rules that can't be bent. I mean, I am not saying if you are born male, you are male forever. If you are born female, you are female forever. You can be whatever you want to be in America, but the minute you use your biological blueprint to your advantage, you are no longer the person that you claim to be. Elliot Page might say that he is a boy, but if he has sex with a man, gets pregnant, and gives birth, he can't say that he is a man. She is a woman. It's the same thing. If a trans woman uses his biological makeup to develop muscle, serves 130 miles per hour, and beats girls, she is not a woman. He is a man. Chris, you can't compare giving birth with developing muscle. Have you seen women bodybuilders? They make Dwayne Johnson look like a high school dropout. They are as big as men. Megan. Okay, do trans women keep their penises? Chris, I don't know anything about that. Megan, let's Google it. Megan types, do trans women have penis on her cell phone? Megan. It says that the vast majority of male-born trans women still have a penis. Chris, I think that can be fixed. They might tell them that they have to lose their penis to participate in women's sport. They might accept the deal. Megan, penis is not the only thing that make a person male. In fact, there are men who don't have penis as a result of castration. Egyptians used to castrate slaves. That doesn't mean those men are women. Chris, okay. What do you want them to do? Megan, monitor their hormones. Chris, that means if a man can monitor his hormone, he can play in a women's sport even though he doesn't consider himself to be a woman. He just does it to make money? Megan, they could both cut their penis and monitor their hormones. Everybody wins. Chris, I think that we are far from that. There could be division between trans women. There are trans women who might want to keep their private parts as a sign of body positivity. What if they say it's not an organ that make you a man or woman? It's the feeling. Others don't want to risk it by going through sex reassignment surgery. They could die. And there are those who couldn't offer to get the surgery and might feel left out even though they see themselves as trans women. And some want to keep their private part for the sake of pleasure. Megan, don't forget, some might want to keep their penises for the sake of pleasure. Sex is a big part of life. Chris, maybe we will talk about it in the show. But I don't want to offend anybody. Everybody has the right to be what they want to be and do what makes them happy. I don't want to be responsible for their being sad. Megan, let me worry about that. It's only in sport. I am just playing the devil's advocate. I support them with all my heart. But at the same time, you have to protect the integrity of the game. You don't want to see top 200 biological men dominating women tennis. Today, it might be one, but tomorrow, they will be 1,000. Chris, that is my fear. I don't want to upset 1,000 people and those who support them. We all are fighting for equality. Megan, I know that we all are fighting for equality, but it doesn't mean it's okay to cheat. In 1988, Ben Johnson broke the world record in 100 meters in Seoul Olympic. He then tested positive for performance-enhancing substances. They stripped his gold medal and banned him for life. Flo Jo smashed the world record in 100 meters in the same year, 1988. The record still stands to these days. But the stars of the sporting world believe that she was in something. I know that in America, you are innocent until proven guilty, but they think that she might have taken performance-enhancing drugs. In fact, it's not a secret among them. They know that she took steroid. She left all of them in the dust like a roadrunner. Mario Jones did the same thing. She won a record 5 medals in track and field in 2000 Sydney Olympics, 3 gold and 2 bronze. But she got caught. They took everything from her, all her medals and prize money. In addition, she was sentenced to 6 months in jail. The point that I'm trying to make is sport is biology. If you change the homeostasis of your hormones, you have a biomedical advantage over your competitors. In the case of trans women, they have markedly higher average testosterone than women. Testosterone helps you build muscle and maintain muscle strength and mass. And the stronger you are, the better your performance gets. Trans women have an edge in strength. It's same as taking performance enhancement drugs. The difference is, it's not illegal. They are born with it. Chris. I heard that steroids don't improve your agility or skill. They only help you build muscle. Megan, we will talk about it. Let's save it for the show. I want to ask you about your girlfriend. Is she okay? She left me a message to stay away from you. She sent me a music homewrecker by Ariel Winter. Chris. She's just going through a phase. Megan. What phase? Chris. She thinks that you have a crush on me. Megan. So, what? That is none of her business. Chris. How is that? Megan. Why should my having a crush on you be her business? Chris. She thinks that you are trying to steal me from her. Megan. I won't lie to you. I thought about it, but I am not a homewrecker. Chris. Does your boyfriend think that I am a homewrecker too? Megan. No, he does not. He either trusts me or he doesn't care. Chris. I think that he trusts you. Men are trusting by nature. I don't question what my girlfriend is up to, but she wants to know everything. Megan. It's not her fault. Men historically had been unfaithful to their wives, since their wives were home raising babies. Men went out and slept with various women. Eventually, the wives found out about it because they all improved their appearance and faded away emotionally. That's the sign of cheating. And the wives held them in contempt. The information has passed through genes. Therefore, women are suspicious of their boyfriend's activities. They want to know their whereabouts. How much they love them, they think that they will go out and have sex with another woman. Chris, do you suspect your boyfriend might be cheating on you? Megan, the thought has crossed my mind. He is cute. I caught a couple of girls checking him out right in front of me. But I don't care. I am not in love with him. Chris, why are you going out with a man whom you don't love? Megan, I didn't say I don't love him. I said I am not in love with him. Chris, what is the difference? Megan, the difference is I love my dog, but I am not in love with my dog. The same thing, I love him, but I am not in love with him. The sex is good. I care about him like I care about my dog, but that's about it. I am not going to spy on him or leave music on his collage's voice message telling her to stay away from my man like your girlfriend. Chris, if you had been in love with him, would you have done it? Megan, no, I would not. It is not my style. I am a trusting person. She is a jealous type. I don't know what you are seeing in her. Chris, she is pretty. Megan, are you in love with her? You just love her. Chris, I think that I am in love with her. I am happy when she is happy. Megan, that's not love. That's pity. Chris, she is sweet. She just started acting up after we did Love Affair and Sexual Liaison and podcast. And she doesn't like how you defended Ariana Grande. You said that she is only guilty of trusting her instinct. Megan, I didn't say she is only guilty of trusting her heart. I said Ariana Grande followed her heart. And the heart wants what it wants. Her only sin is listening to her heart. But I was playing the devil's advocate. I didn't approve of her sleeping with married men. Chris, she said that it was directed to me. In addition, she didn't like how you looked at me. Megan, how did I look at you? Chris, sexually or seductively? I thought that you looked at me with seduction, but she said it was sexually. Megan, how long have you guys been together? Chris, 2 years. But she wants to get married and start a family, but I am not ready for that. Megan, why is that? Chris, I don't know. Maybe if I get married and start a family, I might as well kiss freedom goodbye. I want to accomplish a lot of things before I start a family. I don't want kids to get in my way. Megan, you know what they say. Men tend to marry the next girl. It seems like you are waiting for the next girl. Chris, who is that next girl? Megan, it could be anybody. I am just stating the fact. Men always marry the next girl for some reason. Chris, what reason? Megan, maybe the next girl got what they need. Chris, what do men need? Megan, I don't know what men need. I am not a man. What do you guys need? Chris, I can't speak for all men, but I need a girl who is beautiful, intelligent, thoughtful, and kind. Megan, I am beautiful and intelligent, but I doubt that I am thoughtful and kind. I tell it how it is. Our job doesn't allow us to be kind and sympathetic. Feeling pity for those who don't know what they have and fuck it up doesn't help them become a better person. You have to point out their flaws and force them to change. You don't tell a drug addict that opioids are good, but you tell him or her that opioids are bad. And if they don't quit, they will die. You don't have to sugarcoat it to make them feel good about themselves, figuratively speaking. But that's our job. We tell it how it's. Chris, you got a point. I believe that you are thoughtful and kind deep down inside. You just like the attention that you are getting from people. Megan, what attention? Chris, like TikTok. Girls think that you hate women. You are a badass. Megan, I don't hate women. I support women. In fact, I usually defend them. It's just that I don't like women who whine, like Me Too bitches and Time Up and all those woke movement. It feels like the end of the world. Women losing their mind for fat shaming, suing men for asking them out or flirting with them, and canceling people right and left for telling the truth. If it weren't for podcasters, it would have easily gone out of control and people would have started a riot. Enough is enough. Let us breath. We are like psychiatrists helping their clients. Except we don't listen to what our clients have to say. We already know what they are going through. We address the problem clear and loud and talk about the solution and what must be done. That's not a crime or seeking attention or rating. It's just the truth. Chris. But the truth hurts. Megan, I know it hurts like a bitch. That's why I said that I am not kind. For example, when you play soccer, the goal is to put the ball into the net. In doing so, you might kick someone in the leg and injure him or her. You then score a goal and win the match. Your fans are happy, but the opponent and their fans are mad. They lost the game. It's same thing. When you host a podcast, you talk about various subjects. Most of them are controversial. You weigh the pros and cons and address the issue accordingly. Some get offended, others can't thank you enough. Chris, the world has a lot of issues. We are not experts. We can't talk like we have it figured out or know what is going on around the world. People are in pain. We don't know what they are going through. We should leave them alone. Megan, we will leave them alone. Anyhow, what does your girlfriend do? Chris, she is a makeup artist. Megan, my boyfriend is a creative director for an advertising agency. He is responsible for some of the commercials that you see on the television. Chris, I didn't know that. Megan, why not go a double date? You, me, your girlfriend, and my boyfriend. Chris, that sounds good. Int restaurant night. Chris, Jessica, Megan, and George sit at the table, conversing and sipping their drinks. They are done eating. In the background, we see a couple of customers enjoying their outings. Jessica, I don't know how you guys think. I don't get it. I mean, I respect your opinions and all. But sometimes you guys take it too far. Like that black girl, Candace Owen, talking about Confederate flag waving high and all. She defended them that their ancestors were fighting for the South and they have the right to wave the flag. Doesn't she know if the South has won the war, she would be picking cotton in Alabama and doing housework for free? It's crazy. Megan know what you're talking about. I didn't agree with her either. In fact, I was infuriated. She forgot why they were fighting for the South in the first place. It is because they didn't want to free slaves. They wanted free labor. I was thinking the same. If the South has won the war, she would be picking potatoes in Idaho, cleaning their toilets, and kissing her master's ass for free. Why do people have short memories? 50 years ago, there was segregation. Black people were treated like animals. They were relegated to the status of second-class citizens. Black Americans were not allowed to use restaurants, bathrooms, water fountains, public parks, beaches, or swimming pools used by whites. In the South, Jim Crow laws were in effect till 1964. And interracial marriage was against the law before 1967. A flag is not a Christmas decoration. It is a symbol of freedom. And flying a flag in the front yard of your house is not an act of stupidity and ignorance, but it's pride, prestige, respect, and a belief in the system how the country should be run. In fact, they should burn all Confederate flags and show America that the nation is united under one flag, one belief, and one system. Everything the Confederate flag stood for was wrong and evil. America is not two countries. America is one nation. They should ban the Confederate flag outright before it divides this strong nation. Anybody who waves the flag should be fined heavily and even serve time in jail. You know, it is okay to have different views, like Republicans and Democrats, conservative and liberal, righties and lefties, and social order versus individualism, as long as it's under one flag. American flag. You can't have different views with multiple flags. That is against the Constitution of America. Whatever amendment is, it's illegal. If it's not illegal, they had better make it illegal. It's because it will lead to the downfall of this great nation. To be honest, I don't understand how they are still allowed them to wave that flag in America. It's disturbing. George, you don't want another civil war. People are looking for an excuse to start some shit. What's going to stop Southerners from saying that we don't like how this country has been run with all those liberals talking about Black Lives Matter movement, feminism, lesbian, gay, and trans, woke movement, and telling us not to wave our flags and honor our ancestors who fought for their beliefs? The country is losing its identity. There is not a moral order. We already got guns. Let's go to war. There is tension, and it is superheating. Lawmakers will pour gasoline into the fire if they tell them not to wave the Confederate flag. Megan, that's what I am talking about. Now, they are thinking like this. Pure nonsense. We are tired of liberals telling us this and that. We have guns and can turn this country upside down. Blab, blab. That's when you hit them hard. It's like a puppy. That's a bad example. I love dog. I don't want anybody to hurt a puppy. Instead, you have virus. It has affected a group of people. You put those people in quarantine. That is another bad example. I don't want them to drop bomb on them like the movie The Outbreak starring Dustin Hoffman, Rene Russo, and Morgan Freeman. Rather, the idea itself. You have to eradicate it before it spreads like cancer. It could infect a lot of people, get big, and bite you. Now it's time to act. The numbers are small. Most of them are white supremacists and far-right groups. If you tell them that waving Confederate flag is against the Constitution of America and it's illegal, no doubt they are going to start shit. Shooting black people and blowing buildings and killing innocent people and all. But the government will handle them. They are not a lot. The police will take a swift action and stop them from causing trouble. But if they ignore them, the numbers will grow and it will be difficult to deal with them. Hit them while they are small and defenseless rather than big, strong, and well-armed. You are not taking away their freedom of expression. You are eradicating an idea that could divide the nation and be the death of America. It is a threat to national security. George, I didn't know that freedom has limitations. Megan, freedom has no limitation. Only false and unfair beliefs have limitation. If you are just and truthful, the sky is the limit. Jessica, I think Confederate flag is banned being sold and displayed on state property. Megan, that's not enough. They have to ban it from being displayed in America altogether. They should treat it like Nazi flag. Candida Owen is saying that people in the South died fighting for the Confederate flag and their great-great-great-grandchildren should wave it high. It represents element of history. So does the Nazis' flag. The flag represents element of history. People in Germany fought for the flag and died to no avail. But you don't see their great-great-grandchildren waving the Nazi flag high because they know that their great-grandfathers died for wrong belief. Not only that, they also stood for evil. They don't want to follow their ancestors' footstep by waving that devil flag and burn in hell for eternity like their ancestors. As much as they love them, they are not going to stand for evil and worship the devil. They know better than that. They have character. But in America, people are ignorant. Their heart is filled with hate. It doesn't mean anything if your ancestors died in a war fighting for a flag. First and foremost, you have to ask yourself, what does the flag stand for? The Confederate flag represents the South, and the South didn't want to abolish slavery, one of the greatest crimes against human being. Candace Owen said that most of the Confederate soldiers didn't own slaves. It doesn't matter if they own slaves or not. They are fighting for an idea. The idea allows people to own slaves. They might not have slaves when they fought the North at time. Suppose the South won the fight. What is going to stop them from owning slaves and telling black people that they are second-class citizen? Where is the common sense? They stood for evil and they died in vain. When someone stood for evil and died fruitlessly, you don't have to wave a flag high to remember that person, but to distance yourself from that idea as far as possible if it means burning the flag and denying that your ancestors were from South, metaphorically speaking. But you have cut tie from evil, past or present, and fight for good and make America a better place. Jessica, Candace Owen is an intelligent person, but sometimes she can be ignorant. She doesn't know what she is talking about. Megan, if they gave her a glimpse of what her ancestors went through, she would change her mind about the Confederate flag. You know, not long ago, in 60s, black people had to sit in the back of a bus and use back doors to enter restaurants. Imagine, the Confederate flag is still waving high. What kind of jobs would black people be doing at this very moment? They will use them for free internet and phone service, metaphorically speaking, but you will not see a black doctor, a black scientist, a black astronaut, a black engineer, a black athlete. They don't want them to compete with white athletes, a black basketball player, etc. The North stood for good, fought evil, won the fight, and make this country a great nation. In fact, when someone waves the Confederate flag, he or she is spitting in their faces. They are spitting in the faces of our heroes. They are spitting in America. They are spitting in the real history. They are spitting in freedom. George, they're spitting in everybody's face. But I think LeBron will still be a professional basketball player. Yet he will have to give his earning to his master. They will be doctors and scientists, but they will have to work for their owners. Jessica. I can't imagine Shaq calling a white trash master. He will pick him up and dunk him and break the glass in the head of Ku Klux Klan members. George. What about Mick Tyson, the baddest man on the planet? He will eat their children. They have no choice but to free him. They all laugh. Jessica. What's your take? Chris. I agree with her. America should have only one flag, whether we love it or hate it, but it's going to upset a lot of people. They will start a riot. Congress and politicians are going to debate about freedom of expression. Where are they going to draw a line? Today they might say that they can't display Confederate flag at their house. Tomorrow they will say that nobody can't run under a socialist party. George, I didn't know there is a socialist party in America. I thought that it's against the law to be a socialist. You could go to prison. Chris. To be honest, I don't know if there is a socialist party in America or not. I just assumed that there is one. That's a bad example. Rather, they will say that you can't fly a foreign flag. America is melting pot. There are Jews who display the Israel flag on their house, and the U.S. has a strong political bond with Israel. If you tell Jewish people that they can't fly the Israel flag, you are severing ties with Israel. Jessica. What about there are a lot of Chinese in America? America might be friend with Israel, but they are not friend with communist China. You don't want Chinese people to display a red flag every corner of the town. This is America. It's not China. Megan, I think that it's illegal to fly a Chinese flag in the U.S. Let me check it online. She types it. Can I put a foreign flag on my house? Megan. It says no person shall display the flag of the United Nations or any other national or international flag equal, above, or in a position of superior prominence or honor to, or in place of, the flag of the United States at any place within the United States. Chris, I think you can put a foreign flag on your house, but you also must have the U.S. flag as well. You just can't put a foreign flag by itself. It is against the law. Jessica. What are they going to do if I put a Chinese flag on my house without a U.S. flag? Arrest me? Chris. I think that they are just going to give you a ticket. You have to go to court and face the judge. The judge will tell you that you can't fly a foreign flag at your house and fine you $1,000. If you do it again, they will fine you $2,000. If you do it for the third time, they will lock you in jail. You get the point. Megan, does it matter? Richard Nixon once said, "We must always remember that America is a great nation today, not because of what government did for people, but because of what people did for themselves and for one another." You know, instead of standing together under one nation, one flag, and one God, we get caught up with our flaws and cancel culture, hate each other, and turn to evil when we don't get what we want and pray to Satan to bring us salvation in the name of freedom of expression. George, I hear you. I think people will stand together under one nation and one flag, but I doubt they will stand under one God. Like Chris said, American is a melting pot. There are a lot of gods. It will take a while to convert them to Christianity. Megan, okay, just one nation and one flag. The Confederation flag has to go. It is the symbol of white supremacy, KK, and hate. Congress and Senate have to take action. You might say it is freedom of expression, but it's a threat to democracy. One day, it will divide this nation, pit us against each other, and destroy one of the greatest civilizations in the solar system. Not only that, but we also have to honor those who fought in the Civil War for freedom, the good of humanity, abolition of slavery, the Star-Spangled Banner, and the Great America. Chris, you should have saved it for the show. Megan, we might talk about it. I will pitch it to David. George, I don't think that it's a good idea. You don't want to get yourself in trouble. There are a lot of Southern patriots. If you say what you just said in your show, they will kidnap you, tie you in chains like how Samuel L. Jackson tied Christina Ricci, and force you to do things for free. It's not worth it. Megan, fuck them. Maybe you can forgive people, but you can't forgive an idea. Beside free labor and injustice, they flogged them, fed them to dogs, hanged them on trees, and burnt them alive. When you wave a Confederate flag, you are honoring one of the greatest crimes in the history of humanity. You are giving a new life to that idea, like rebirth. Some people are proud of the Confederate flag, but if they took their time and put themselves in those slaves' shoes, they wouldn't even have looked at the flag again, let alone honor their ancestors. George, they are saying that not all of them supported slavery. The flag was stood for South, not for slave owners. Megan, that's a joke. I am not going to even talk about things that happened in the state of Mississippi, racial injustice and oppression. I have already said it earlier, they might not own slaves, but they fought side by side with those who owned slaves. In fact, who gave them the guns? They didn't just find them lying on the ground and pick them up like sticks. Those slave owners purchased them and armed the South so they could protect their interests. The role of slavery within American society, free slave and all, they lost the war. The North abolished slavery, but there was segregation. The South treated black people as second-class citizens. They marginalized them. There are a lot of Southerners and white supremacist groups who still embrace segregation. Why are you giving them a reason to spread hate by letting them wave the flag high? They believe blacks are inferior to whites. Thus, they should be looked down upon, held in disdain, and put at a disadvantage. If you ask a white supremacist what he thinks of blacks, he will tell you that black people have no right to vote or live in America. As long as the Confederate flag is waving high, the idea lives, an idea that is extremely dangerous and hurtful, an idea that should have no place in the hearts of Americans or human being. Don't let hate and ignorance be the backbone of America, but love and freedom. You can honor your ancestors with love and forgiveness, and their soul will rest in peace, whatever they are. But if you honor them with hate and evil, their soul will be consumed with eternal fire. The smoke of their torment goes up forever and ever, and they have no rest, day or night. George, it's only a flag. Maybe they just want to connect with their ancestors. Megan, it doesn't matter. Suppose your father was a serial killer. It's an example. He took 50 innocent lives. The judge sentenced him to death or life in prison. He died in prison. But you loved him because he brought you to this world or bought you a toy when you were a baby. He was good to you. But you are not going to wear his clothes and tell people that your father was a saint. It doesn't work like that. Your father was evil. He got what he deserved, whatever it was. In fact, we should keep an eye on you in case you turn out to be like your father and stop you before you take someone's life. George, that's why I don't want you to talk about it in your show. Those people are serial killers. If you give a serial killer a reason to kill you, he will kill you. It is hard to pass on that. Like a fat kid, you can't ask him if he wants another piece of cake. He will bite your fingers. Megan. Anyway, it's late. We should go home. I'm tired, taking about Confederate flag. I just want to go home and take a bath before I hit the hay. Jessica, are you crazy? It's Saturday. I want to dance. Let's go to a club. Megan. Sure. I will never say no to dance how much I am tired. I live for dance. Interior club. Night. The place is alive. Partygoers dance like there is no tomorrow. We see Chris and Jessica dancing in the middle of sensual extravaganza. Megan and George are nearby. They are dancing too. Megan can't take her eyes off Chris. It seems that she is attracted to him. She is a little bit jealous. Jessica catches Megan's eyes. She kisses Chris French in order to make Megan more jealous. Megan ignores her and continues to dance with George, who seems to be a little bit drunk. We stay with them for a bit. Int, Blue Wire, the Devil's Advocate podcast, day. Megan. This is Megan Jordan, the host of the Devil's Advocate. Chris. I'm Chris Jones, her sidekick. Megan, you are not my sidekick. You are a co host. Chris, you are the star of the show. I am a supporting actor. If this were a movie, they will nominate you for Best Actress in a Leading Role and they put me in the Best Supporting Actor category. Megan, no, you will be nominated for the Best Actor in a Leading Role. I can't do this show without you. Chris, that's the thought of you. Megan. Anyway, we are going to talk about sexual harassment and false accusations and cancel culture. Are women going overboard with sexual harassment, false accusations, Me Too, and Time Up? It's like men are afraid to talk to women nowadays. They avoid being alone with women at work because of Me Too. In fact, you can't tell your friend that you had a one-night stand in the presence of a woman. That's considered as sexual harassment. In 2011, a school suspended 9-year-old boy for calling a teacher cute. They said that he was suggestive in the way he said it, but he didn't say it to the teacher, he only told his friend about it. That's before Me Too. Imagine what are the accusations going to be like today. We all know what Harvey Weinstein did. He is disgusting. There are men who take advantage of vulnerable women. They get a charge out of it. But do all men have to pay for their sins? Chris, I almost got arrested myself for sexual harassment when I was in college. I kissed a girl on cheek without her permission. The girl didn't say anything. In fact, she was happy. I walked away. However, some random girl called campus securities. The campus securities called police. Before I knew it, they cuffed me behind. I told them I didn't kiss her. I only whispered on her ear that she was beautiful. Crime 101, rule number 1. Always deny. Even if you get caught with your hand in a cookie jar, just deny it. Say that the cookie jar is trying to steal your fingers. I am the victim and all, so to speak. But in America, never admit. The law is by your side. As long as they cannot prove it, you are innocent. Luckily, the girl said that she didn't want to file charge. She knew me. We met at a party. I was a friend. She was not offended by it. They said, just don't touch a girl with her permission again and let me go. Megan, why did you kiss her? Chris, it was a bet. You wouldn't understand it. Megan, what bet? Megan, I made a bet with myself, or rather the little voice in my head. He said that I can't do it. I am a pussy. I said I can do it. I am not a pussy. I was trying to prove my manhood. The girl was pretty. We were at the library. She was sitting in front of me, 2 tables. She leaned back, closed her eyes, and got lost in her thoughts, daydreaming. I wasn't really interested in pursuing a romantic relationship with her or anything. I just wanted to show the demons in my head what I was made of and quit them for the time being. So I got up, came behind her, and kissed her on the cheek, and returned to my seat without saying a word. The girl was happy. She glowed with a beautiful smile. She thought that I was cute or something. She was blushing like a little girl. But I didn't know what the other girl's problem was. She decided to call Compass Police. Megan, maybe she was jealous. Chris, it's possible. Some women like to cause trouble. They are feminine not by choice, but by nature. As ironic as it sounds, few years later, I saw Charlize Theron telling a French TV host who kissed a female interpreter on the cheek next time he should ask her permission before he kisses her. She reminded me of the girl who called the police. Megan, I remember that. I watched it in E.T. The host was rude to the interpreter. Charlize Theron told him that he was bossy. He kissed the girl to apologize. Charlize Theron didn't like it either. She told him to ask her permission in the future. I thought she was being a bully herself. In love, there is always one who kisses and one who offers the cheek. It's French proverb. I know that the interpreter did not give the host the cheek to kiss, but the cheek has already offered itself to a kiss the minute it senses there are lips nearby. There is so much violence in the world. You don't need permission to love in any way, shape, or form. Kiss on the cheek is a simple gesture of love. I am surprised by Charlize Theron making a big deal about it. She was a guest. It is good that she defended her. But the host didn't mean no harm. He knew that he was wrong and kissed the interpreter to make amends. The interpreter was happy. It's not sexual. He doesn't need permission. He did it out of the goodness of his heart. Those kinds of women give feminism a bad name. Why so serious? We can talk about women empowerment all day, but there is nothing like a kiss on the cheek. I wish people went out and gave someone whom they love or hurt or deeply disappointed a kiss on the cheeks without their permission. The world would have been a romantic place. Chris, it's true. Imagine if Adrian Brody asked Halle Berry at the Oscar for permission before he swept her off her feet with that kiss. She would have said no. If we ask for permission for every little thing that we want to do, we would have deprived life of a lot of surprises. Megan, I couldn't agree more. But do you know that kiss considered as sexual harassment today? Halle Berry could sue him for sexual assault. Adrian Brody would be canceled. It's the same thing. Luis Rubiales, president of the Royal Spanish Football Federation, kissed one of the players, Jenny Hermoso, on the lips. First, she said that it was not a big deal. She might not like it, but it was a natural gesture of affection. She laughed about it. However, people continued to criticize him. He crossed the line. He should be punished, and Western media called him out. It was unacceptable. He must resign and all. Eventually, Jenny Hermoso changed her story and said that she is the victim of sexual assault. Luis Rubiales kissed her on the mouth without her consent. In addition, the players said that they would not play again if Luis Rubiales continues to be in charge. Seriously, it's just a peck that lasted a fraction of a second. This guy has a family. He has 3 daughters. His mother locked herself in a church in southern Spain and declared a hunger strike. She said that she wouldn't stop till God intervenes in this inhuman and bloody hunt they are conducting against her son, which he doesn't deserve. In Spain, people survived Franco dictatorship for 36 years from 1939 to 1975. Women were tortured and raped on a daily basis for standing up to tyranny, passing information, hiding freedom fighters, and fighting side by side with their brothers and sisters in order to bring democracy and freedom to Spain. Those are real victims. Not a girl who received a sweet kiss on the lips from the president of the Royal Spanish Football Federation in the moment of jubilation and World Cup victory. It's an act of joy, whether it is consensual or not. They are spiting in the face of millions of Spanish women who went through a lot. Some of them wished that a stranger kissed them on the lips when the Franco regime ended in 1975. They said that the kiss started female Me Too movement in Spain. A country known for its passion has suddenly become the center stage of woke movement. Chris, I watched the game. Jenny Hermoso needed that kiss. She missed a penalty. She was feeling a little bit down. She thought that she let down her teammate and her country. They would have criticized her if England won the match. I thought the kiss was a gift from heaven. It lifted her spirit up. I guess I was wrong. They accused him of sexual assault. Megan, first, it is not sexual assault in any way, shape, or form. His intention is neither sexual nor violent. He did not even invade her personal space. 2 people standing in approximate distance, and it was the greatest moment in Spain women's sports ever. They won the World Cup. And Luis Rubiales was responsible for putting the team together. It was one of his biggest accomplishments in his life. In addition, both of her arms were around him. He kissed her instinctively. If there were no camera, it wouldn't have been a big deal. Jenny Hermoso is gay. She would have never said that she was the victim of sexual assault. She was seen laughing inside the bus and showing the photo to her teammates. She didn't suffer trauma. In fact, her teammates were taped chanting, "Kiss! Kiss!" They wanted him to kiss her again. They are a bunch of toxic, phony, and hypocrite individuals who have no regard for a man's reputation and career. They wanted him to be fired despite the fact laughing and enjoying the moment. Jenny Hermoso might lie and say that she was distraught and all. But that is her problem. She has no case. Luis Rubiales has already apologized a million times, so to speak. But he said that he was sorry repeatedly. The crime doesn't fit the punishment. It's unfair to fire or suspend a man who played a big role in winning the first Women World Cup for Spain and the growth of women football in the Iberian Peninsula over a kiss that happened in a blink of an eye. Chris. They said he grabbed his crotch in front of the Queen. Megan. First, Luis Rubiales is not accused of grabbing his crotch. Second, it's not a crime to grab your crotch. There is no law that says that a man can't grab his crotch. He is a man. He wants to show his manhood. We might not like it, but it is what it is. There is bad blood between England and Spain. England took Gibraltar from Spain in 1704 and refused to return it because of some bogus treaty that they signed. There are a lot of emotions running high. They want him out because he kissed Jenny Hermoso on the lips in the euphoria of winning the Women World Cup, not for grabbing his crotch. On the other hand, if women are so fragile and weak, and a peck on the lips that lasted a friction of a second traumatized them, or cause them to experience emotional pain, sexual violence, and trauma, they might as well forget about their being treated equal as men and bow out the fight for women, equality, and empowerment and just focus on women's protection from little things, like a man from paying a woman compliments at a workplace, which is considered as sexual harassment. I doubt they can serve in the military. They are going to accuse their superiors of screaming at their face and insulting them. I have seen Army officials at USC screaming at trainees with their mouths in the trainee's face. Not just one training officer, they were like 10 or 15 of them. They all were cursing them while spittle flying out of their mouth to see who was going to break, cry, or quit. The trainees said nothing. This happened in the morning. I just went for light jogging and saw them. I told myself I would have pushed them, said something like, "Fuck you, leave me alone," and probably quit on the spot. But they all just stood and took it like real soldiers. To be fair, there were a lot of female trainees on the field, but I doubt they believe a kiss that lasted less than a second in the moment of joy is sexual assault. Those feminists are a joke. They are giving a bad name to women. Now, men think that we all are weak and fake. They will not trust us to do anything but suck their dicks from 500 feet, like a restraining order and indecent proposal. Men can't live without sex, so do we. They are going to make a deal with us. They will just buy dildos that look like their penises on Amazon or maybe bigger. Some of them are sick in the head. Send them to us, have a video chat, and watch us playing with the dildos. They think that we will bite their penises if they let us get too close. We women will never be equal to men unless we stop playing the victim. We can't let a peck in the spur of the moment and victory to disturb us and make us lose our heads like that. We are better than that. Chris, I am with you on this one. In my eyes, Luis Rubiales, president of the Royal Spanish Football Federation, is a hero. When 15 Spanish players complained about the coach treating them like children and wanting the federation to fire him, Luis Rubiales stood by the coach and got rid of all of them. They are known as Las 15. They thought that they were bigger than the sport and tried to pull a stunt similar to equal pay for equal play, except they want equal treatment for equal play. 3 of them apologized and got called back. They kicked the rest of them out. Imagine if the president yielded to their demands and fired the coach. Spain would have never won the World Cup. Megan, I just don't understand. When did an act of love, affection, euphoria, and elation become a crime? If feminists want to stand up for justice, there are real victims of sexual assault and rape. Help those women who go through hell each and every day, not fake victims like Jenny Hermoso. Otherwise, it will become men versus women. It's going to be ugly. It is witch hunt. What's disappointing is a peck on the lips that lasted a fraction of a second has become the voice of sexual violence, and it is more significant than a World Cup victory, and deserves the total destruction of a man's career and reputation, despite the fact the man acted on pure joy and good faith, and he is responsible for one of the greatest successes in the Spanish football history. There is no malicious intent. What's weird is football players around the world, male and female, holding banners and wearing wristbands that say, "Contigo Jennifer Hermoso." Contigo means with you. Why didn't they do that when women in the Middle East get beaten by tyrannical governments for attending a football match, or militants regularly threaten to kill each and every woman who does not wear hijab or kick a ball? Where were the players, or FIFA as a matter of fact, when police stopped Iranian women from entering stadiums, beat them with sticks, and blasted them with pepper sprays? In Qatar, thousands died building stadiums for 2025 World Cup. There were a lot of human rights violations. Nobody really said anything. Is it because supporting a girl who received an innocent kiss on the lips in the moment of jubilation and success makes you look cooler than standing up for human rights and supporting women who are fighting for freedom and justice in every aspect of their lives? If the players care about justice, they should ask the president of FIFA to resign too. Chris, to be honest, I don't understand how women think. One minute, they write love letters to serial killers who raped and killed women, cut their bodies to pieces, and threw them in the lakes. They marry them while they are serving life behind bars. The next minute, they say that an impulsive kiss that happened in a blink of an eye and celebration is sexual assault. It's hard to figure them out. Megan, nobody is going to figure us out. I am just mad because men are going to see us phony, frail, and sick. Some of the women who say that it's sexual assault are scholars. They don't have an ounce of common sense. Chris, it is going to diminish the real meaning of sexual assault. A girl might say that she was raped. but nobody is going to believe her. They all will assume that she is exaggerating it. She just wants to be famous like Jenny Hermoso. On the other hand, it's New Year. People exchange kisses. A guy gives a girl a peck on the lips. The next day, she sues him for sexual assault. Or a girl might dance with a boy in a club. If she doesn't like him or he chooses her friend over her and she can't wait to get even with him, all she has to do is invade his personal space and stand near his lips, begging him to kiss her. He will eventually kiss her. She will accuse him of sexual assault. Megan, you sound like you are talking from experience. Chris, it's sort of based on a true story. I was attracted to this girl. Her friend was attracted to me. Let's call her Blue to avoid confusion. The one I was attracted to is Red. In fact, both were attracted to me. But Red, the one that I was attracted to, wanted to play hard to get. I started dancing with Blue, her friend, in order to toy with her emotions. But Blue knew that I wasn't really interested in her, and if she couldn't have me, Red was not going to have me either. That's one thing that I notice about women is they will say that they are best friends and they will die for each other. However, if they see a man whom they both find attractive, their friendship ends right there. They stab each other in the back like scorpions. Both feel like they can't live without him. They must have him. Blue knew that Red, her friend, was attracted to me, and I was interested in Red too. I was dancing with her to make Red jealous. That was another big mistake. It always backfires. Girls are good at it. It's in their nature. They flirt with boys who like them in front of men whom they like. It's a game that they play to make themselves feel desired. But guys are terrible at it. It's not in our nature. We make it too obvious. Red was watching us. Blue looked at me with seduction and got closer to my lips. I planted a soft kiss on the lips in order to make Red jealous. However, Blue pushed me away, left the club, and began to cry like a little girl. What's funny is Red was madder at me than Blue. She didn't know I was trying to make her jealous. I meant she knew that I was attracted to her, but she didn't think that I was going to take it too far. Her smile disappeared from her face. She looked like a ghost. How could he do this to me? Red went after her friend to comfort her seemingly, but she hated her. Blue was a witch. Red thought that Blue was flirting with me on purpose. She would stop being friend with her, but Red wanted me to pay first. She would deal with her friend later. Meanwhile, Blue accuses me of kissing her and touching her inappropriately. She threatened to call her brother and his friends to come and kick my ass if I didn't apologize. They didn't even give me time to apologize. Blue just called her brother and told him that I was harassing her, grabbing her butt and titties and all. I told myself I was not scared of anybody. I would face them. I didn't do anything wrong. Before I knew it, 5 big men showed up with guns and a baseball bat. I couldn't run or call 911. They would shoot me. They were gangsters. I told them that it was a mistake. I didn't mean to touch her. We were just dancing. I was sorry. Her brother pointed his gun at my head and said to stand still. I stood still. Blue, his sister, walked up to me, spit on my face, and slapped me across my face as hard as she could. I deserved it. I used her. I told myself I would never do it again. Her brother and his gangster friends could have easily been the law. Instead of reporting me to her brother, what if she called police and said that she was the victim of sexual assault? Megan, girls are vindictive. Don't make us jealous. Especially, you might want to think twice before you use our best friend as a bait or pit us against each other. You will pay the price. The slap on the face that she gave you is nothing but mercy. Consider it as a slap on the wrist. You got away with it. Blue could have taken the gun from her brother and shot you in the balls. Chris, it's crazy. I was trying to take a shortcut. But there are no shortcuts in life that don't have quicksand in the middle of the road. And if you don't know how to free your legs and get out of the quicksand, you will get stuck for a while. Luckily, I freed my legs slowly but surely and got out of the quicksand. I learned from my mistakes. I shouldn't have played with their emotions. I was wrong. Even when I kissed that girl on the cheek, I didn't know what I was thinking. Things could have gone out of control easily. I could have gone to jail if she said that she didn't know me. Sometime it's not the person who presses the charge. It's the state. They don't care if the person is offended or not. They don't care if the person forgives you or doesn't mind at all. Someone has seen you and made a report. You break the law. The person who saw you will testify. The judge gives you 5 years for a kiss that lasted for a nanosecond. Megan, we are becoming too sensitive. Nowadays, everything is a crime. You can't even tap someone on the back without their permission. Soon they will say that we need a permit to look at people. If you pay a girl a compliment without her approval, you will go to prison. Chris, I know what you mean. It's sad. In Africa, thousands of girls get raped whenever there is a war. Nobody comes to their aid. In Ukraine, there is a naked girl being tortured as we speak, the Russians wanting her to talk and give them the positions of her fellow countrymen and countrywomen and secrets that she might be harboring. But in the Western culture, like you said, a peck on the lips that lasted less than a second in the moment of euphoria and triumph has become the symbol of sexual violence. Thousands of feminists protesting in the street, as if the devil glued his penis with broken glasses, rape Jenny Hermoso in bright daylight, and bite her tongue off. It makes you wonder what kind of world we are living in. We are taking the freedom that we have now for granted and make a mountain out of a molehill. Russia is looking for an excuse to press the nuclear button and end the world. And people are accusing a man of sexual assault for a kiss that lasted for a fraction of a second. Let's hope this doesn't start Third World War. It is how First World War started. People accusing each other over little things. Before they knew it, millions of people died for no reason. They did not even know what they were arguing about. Megan, I hear you. If we act miserable when there is a peace, how are we going to act when there is a war? Let us pray there is no nuclear holocaust and we are not going to find ourselves fighting to keep our body and soul together. We must learn to love and forgive. We might not need each other now, but there will come a time when all our yesterdays will be vital in the face of our despair and misery, and we will have no choice but to count on each other. However, the devil gluing his penis with a broken glass and having sex with Jenny Hermoso in bright daylight seems a little bit extreme. You are not talking about a punishment of unholy soul in hell after the judgment day, are you? You are going to get in a lot of trouble for that. Chris, it's based on this movie that I watched long time ago, Kickboxer, starring Jean-Claude Van Damme. In the final fight, they dip their hands in resin and broken glasses and fight to death. I was kind of paying homage to that movie. The bad guy raped the girl that Van Damme liked. Van Damme kicked his ass. Megan, it doesn't matter. You have already put the picture in their head. They are not going to forgive you. Chris, I didn't say that he raped her. I said as if like clueless. You know, it feels like that. They make a big deal out of nothing. It's blown out of proportion. They are not going to find another president who is warm, kind, and affectionate like Luis Rubiales. Where do you see players and the president having that kind of fervent, cordial, and good-natured relationship? I saw a couple of clips. He was interacting with them, as if they were his daughters. They called him by his nickname, El Ruby. In most countries, presidents of the football federations don't even talk to female players. They look down on them. But in Spain, it's different. I saw it with my own two eyes. The Spanish female national team players joking with him, hanging him and kissing him on the cheek, as if he were their lover. But for some reason, they all decided to turn their back on him when he needed them the most and prosecute him for the love and support that he gave them. They refuse to play till he is sacked. Megan, you know what pisses me off is media keeps saying that he kissed her without her consent. When was the last time anybody asked someone for a kiss in the moment of extraordinary joy? Can I kiss you? Sure you can. Are you sure about that? You have to sign a consent form. Make sure you read everything, write your full name, sign, and date it. You are not supposed to ask for consent. You just go for it. The victory presents the moment and the consent. What is the point of asking? It's like pouring water into the bonfire in the middle of a celebration. You then make a phone call. Ask an environmentalist if carbon dioxide causes global warming and reignite it back to no avail. It would take away the magic from a perfect happiness and deprive Cloud 9 of stars. If feminists think that it is a sexual assault, they might as well say that they hate men. If you want to rule the world, you'll need to grow a thicker skin than that. Or men will look at women strangely and say that they are a bunch of pussies, like I mentioned a few minutes ago. They cry like babies. We can't trust them to do anything. Feminists have gone too far. They have made it difficult for men to breathe. Don't forget that they are our brothers, fathers, sons, and dear friends. We care about them more than we care about your stupid fake cause. Like I said earlier, Luis Rubiales has 3 daughters. They just can't judge his character by a peck that lasted less 1 second. They should ask simple questions. Was Jenny Hermoso hurt? Did she suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder? No, she was not hurt. She didn't suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder. In fact, she was happy. She was seen giggling and laughing with her teammates, who are as two-faced, deceitful, and corrupted as her. Was his intention or the kiss ever sexual? Neither his intention nor the kiss was sexual. He kissed her in the moment of euphoria and victory. It happens to the best of us. Was the kiss qualified as sexual assault? There is no law in Spain that say a peck is a crime of sexual violence, whether it's consensual or not. Unless they pass a new law that prevents anyone from kissing, he has done nothing wrong. His only crime is being a man in a society that gave fake power to fake feminists. Today, it is a father and a man from Passionate Nation who planted a fervent kiss on a girl in the moment of elation to say, "You made us proud in good faith, sincerely and honestly." Tomorrow, it could be our brothers or sons who want to express joy genuinely and earnestly. His mother has suffered more than Jenny Hermoso and her teammates tearing their anterior cruciate ligaments. She is a woman, too. Where is the support? They don't care because she is old. She is going to die anyway. Some of us do still love men, our fathers, our friends, our brothers, and our sons. We don't want them to be accused falsely by vindictive feminists who hate men and can't tell violence from joy. Chris, you are defending him with your life. He should hire you as his lawyer. Megan, he should. He sort of reminds me of my stepfather. He was super kind to me and my mother. I love him more than life itself. He treated us with love and respect. He and my mother have never fought in their life. They are match made in heaven. If a woman kisses a man the same way Luis Rubiales kissed Jenny Hermoso, it would not be a big deal. It doesn't even matter if it's indecent or sexual. Nobody would talk about it. It wouldn't be in the headline. Men are not going to complain even if the girl inserts her tongue in their mouth and kiss them French. In fact, they would say that she is brave. However, as always, women continue to see themselves as fragile, weak, and vulnerable, even though they are saying that they are powerful and mentally strong as men. They continue to play victims when it soothes them. It is more important to be a victim of a man in the faintest error and get justice at all costs than win the biggest prize in sport and get recognition for their achievement. Somehow, it works like charm. All the feminists who are protesting in the street and giving their professional opinions on the TV can't name one Spanish player, except Jenny Hermoso. So do the general public. They can't name one player. Jenny Hermoso is more famous than Megan Rapinoe because of a kiss that lasted less than a second. She should be thankful for Luis Rubiales. She got what she wanted, fame and fortune. Money is going to rain from the sky. It's a matter of time. I am not going to even talk about paid partnership with Nike and Gatorade. She is going to be a spokeswoman for Dior, Chanel, Prada, Yves Saint Laurent, and L'Oreal, because you're not worth it. Maybe it is a smart move in her part. She knew that she was not a victim by any stretch of the imagination, but she saw an opportunity and she took it. Now, she doesn't have to shout equal pay for equal play anymore or work a day in her life. They are going to turn the story into a movie. It means more money. She's going to move Ibiza and live a comfortable life with her girlfriend. On the other hand, feminists got it wrong. To them, everything is a power struggle between men and women. They just want victory over men, whatever it's. They think that it's the answer to gender equality, but they are wrong. They shouldn't abuse their power, make a big deal out of nothing, and ruin men's lives over little things, as if they suffered from intermittent explosive disorder. Chris, it's funny that you brought what if scenario earlier. How the world is going to react if a woman kisses a man. Men are not going to say anything regardless of the circumstances. It's not because of we are not offended or we enjoy it. It's because we don't want society to question our manhood. There is sense of masculine pride. You are not supposed to bitch about it when a woman throws herself at you. As a matter of fact, it is a turn on. On the other hand, feminists are saying, don't touch us, just leave us alone. But the study shows women tend to kiss men without their consent, such as during concerts. Girls are the ones who jump on stages and kiss male singers without their consent in the moment of excitement. But you can't say that it is a crime, can you? Megan, no, you can't. Those girls are doing Luis Rubiales dirty. 1 minute they were laughing, joking, and chanting, kiss, kiss, kiss. The next minute they said that their friend is a victim of sexual assault and they are not going to play till he's removed. And the world jumps on their bandwagon, accuses him of sexual violence for a kiss that lasted a fraction of a second, and denounced him as a male chauvinist pig. What's more irritating is every reporter says it is a shame that they should be talking about Spanish women team winning the World Cup instead of Kissgate. But they all know that nobody really cares about women's soccer. People are more interested in the scandal than Women World Cup. Most of them don't know that there was a Women World Cup going on. The kiss introduces them to the game. Once again, they can't name one female football player. Women's soccer should be thankful for that kiss. It puts the game on the map. 4 years ago, nobody knew that there was a Women World Cup in France, despite the fact the USA winning it all. What were the reporters doing? Why didn't they talk about it? It was because nobody was interested in women's soccer. It's the same thing. Spain women won the World Cup. Reporters or media would have never mentioned them again after day 2. But because of the scandal, they talk about it every day. At the same time, they try to tell us to no avail that the kiss takes away from the victory. It's BS. If a kiss that lasted less than 1 second takes away from the biggest women's sporting event, victory, and accomplishment, it would tell you a lot about the game. Either women's soccer is boring as hell or the kiss carries new COVID-23 viruses. I doubt it's the latter, but it seems like it. Imagine this happened in Men's World Cup. In fact, it had happened thousands times worse than that. I have mentioned it earlier. Thousands of people died in Qatar. The power and the popularity of men's football outweighed the incident. FIFA officials didn't even have to apologize for human rights violations. They all moved on, as if nothing happened. On the other hand, a kiss that lasted less a second in victory and good faith outweighed the Women's World Cup. Because of women's soccer is tedious and unwatchable, they created drama and accused Luis Rubiales of sexual assault unfairly, as if he were responsible of spreading of COVID-19 virus. Chris, don't worry, the truth will set him free. Nobody is bigger than the truth. Megan. I doubt that. People are being falsely accused of crime that they didn't commit every day. The truth is not what happened, but what judges make of it. The judges are human beings. Human beings make errors in judgments. Chris, do you believe that Time Up, Me Too, and woke movements are rubbing salt into the wound? Megan. I think there are girls who are taking advantage of the system. A couple years ago, Justin Bieber was accused of sexual assault by 2 girls. One of them said that Justin invited her to his hotel in Austin, Texas, on March 9th, 2014, and assaulted her. But Justin said that he was with Selena Gomez, his then-girlfriend, in Austin. The other said that he invited her to his New York City hotel room around 2:30 a.m., May 5th, 2015, and assaulted her as well. Justin Bieber said that he attended the Met Gala and a celebrity after-party that night, and he was partying until 4 a.m. and produced a photograph at a hot dog stand taken after he left the party to prove his innocence. He sued them for $20 million for defamation and later asked the judge to dismiss the lawsuit. Imagine if you have no proof. You are fucked. You get canceled. You can kiss your career goodbye. I'm not saying that Justin is a role model or anything. He probably had sex with them. In fact, he had sex with over 500 girls. Girls were throwing themselves at him since he was 15. But it was consensual, Chris. I think some are just seeking fame and others are victims. Men don't want to hurt women. Usually it's not their intention to invade women's personal space. But when the sperms in their testicles cook, they get the urge to ejaculate. When they get that feeling, they want sexual healing. Basically, they couldn't help but act silly. I am not talking about Luis Rubiales. That's not sexual assault. That is a propaganda. I am talking about all those men who are accused of real sexual assault and rape. All they have to do is go to the bathroom and choke the chicken. You will find 2 different persons. There is number 1. There is number 2. Number 1 says do the right thing. Number 2 says don't settle for less. When we are about to jerk off, number 2 tells us what's the fun in that. It's like the song Bump and Grind by R. Kelly. My mind is telling me no, but my body is telling me yes. You see, when it comes to sex, all men want to be creative. That's when a lot of them get in trouble. They think that sex is art. They just don't want to make the bald man cry without drama or poach the egg without action. Some have game, others don't. Those who have game get away with a lot of things. And those who don't have game get caught. Women accuse them of sexual assaults. They pay the price whether they are innocent or guilty. Megan, that means you got game. You got away with it a couple of times. You even dodged a bullet. But Army Hammer wasn't as lucky as you. He was accused of violent sexual assault and cannibalism. One girl accused him of rape, which is a little bit suspicious. Army Hammer was married, and the girl was having an affair with a married man for 4 years. I am not saying that a homewrecker should be raped, even though that a lot of girls see that as justice. But her story didn't add up. She was obsessed with him. He ended the relationship. She decided to accuse him of rape. Of course, they have some kicky, rough sex. He did some weird things to her, but he didn't rape her. It was consensual. She said that he is into cannibalism, rape fantasies, and BDSM. Another girl said that he wanted to cut her and lick her blood and barbecue her, and talked about his desire to see and eat human organs. I am not trying to sound cute or anything, but he might have said it to impress them. He is a handsome man. Since they can have him, they accused him of cannibalism. Even if what they say is true, his being a cannibal, he would have eventually found out that human flesh tastes like pork. He would eventually get tired of it and become a vegan. It is not a big deal. Chris, how do you know that? Have you ever had human flesh? Megan, no. I just assumed it tastes like pork or beef. Besides, curiosity is not a crime. It is a driving force of life. I mean, curiosity might have killed the cat, but you have the right to try anything as long as it is consensual. If my boyfriend removes his spleen, cooks it, and asks me to eat it as the token of his love, I would eat it. Human beings can live without spleen. Chris, indeed, they can live without spleen. But not for long. Spleen help us fight bacteria and virus in our blood. Without spleen, we are at high risk of infection. It is a vital part of our immune system. Megan. Still, if they remove your spleen, it is not the end of the world. Your liver takes over many of the spleen's functions. You will live a long life. Chris. What about if your boyfriend removes one of his kidneys? Cook it and put it in front of you to eat as his token of love. Would you eat it? Megan. Kidney is different. There are a lot of people who need kidney transplants. I wouldn't touch it knowing that it could save a life. Chris. I have another question. Are you a cannibal? Megan, I let your imagination run wild, but I will defend Army Hammer. His cancellation is unfair. He didn't commit crime. All his sexual relationships were consensual. Girls might not like his taste and say that his behavior is weird. It is not their cup of tea and all. They have the right to be angry, but he didn't break the law. The police have never brought any sexual assault charge against him. He is an artist. He might be lost in a method acting that he created in his own head. He wanted to gild the lily, push the boundaries, and find meaning in life. We may hate him or judge him, but if we cancel people for things that we find to be extreme and weird, there will be no artists left to create magic. Art will become dull like the cornfields in Nebraska and eventually die before our eyes. In fact, some people think that art is buried 10 feet under the ground. It has died long time ago. Chris, I don't know whether to agree or disagree with you. I saw this girl on the TV talking about how he craved his initials on her body with a knife. I didn't want to judge him or anything, but I wonder what he was thinking. Megan, he didn't force her. She agreed to that. They all want their 15 minutes fame. If I were her, I would have screamed top of my lungs as soon as I saw the knife. Get that shit out of my face. I will call 911. It is a joke, but I'm not going to lie to you. It is a turn on. Lovers around the world do it. They crave each other's names on their skins. That is not a crime. Don't expect me to feel sorry for her. She just wanted to be on TV, that's all. Chris, I am playing the devil's advocate. What if he cuts a girl to pieces and eats her? Don't you think that they should put him in timeout and have him see a therapist before things get out of control? Megan, he is an actor. You have to give him the benefit of the doubt. It comes with the territory. Of course, you have no choice but to condemn his actions. At the same time, you let it slide. We must accept artists to get away with unexpected behaviors. Friedrich Nietzsche once said, one must still have chaos in oneself to be able to give birth to a dancing star. Artists face a lot of challenges in life, but continue to thrive despite everything they have gone through, such as James Franco. He used to make 5 movies a year while teaching acting at an acting school that he owns and screenwriting courses at UCLA. 4 girls accused him of sexual exploitation. They said that he charged them an extra $750 for a class called Sex Scenes. It was a master class. There was an orgy scene. One of them said that she saw James Franco removing the plastic guard that covered their vaginas and performing oral sex on each participant. It is Hollywood. You have to push the envelope. If they want to play it safe, they should move to Chicago and become stage actors. You can't wind someone like James Franco performing oral sex on you. Chris. James Franco admitted that he had sex with his students. People were talking about power dynamics, a teacher sleeping with his students, and how he took advantage of his position to bed his students, who didn't know any better. Megan. So what? It is not a big deal. He opened a film school and decided to teach. But it doesn't change the fact that he is still a movie star. Besides, none of them accused him of sexual assault. It is not because it was consensual, but they actually paid money to have sexual intercourse with him. They enrolled in his class so they could hook up with him and fool around. Those girls are not stupid. They knew what they were doing. They were trying to take a shortcut. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Nobody wants to read a script, memorize it, audition in front of an ice-cold casting directors, and get rejected. They thought that if they slept with James Franco, he might give them a part in movies that he was working on. It is their ticket to fame and fortune. However, they found out that James Franco didn't have power. He was not the one who was calling the shots. It's the big studios who are pulling the strings. He was just having fun. Me Too was making a fuzz about everything. The girls decided to sue him despite the fact they knew that they were using him. Their mamas told them dreams don't come easy. It's a game of hard work and wait. Don't cut in line. But they didn't listen. They unfairly went in front of other aspiring actresses who had been waiting in line to audition and make it honestly and rightfully, and made a fool out of themselves. They are not victims. They are opportunists. They gambled and they lost. If an actress sleeps with a famous director who's about to direct a big budget movie and gets a role, they call her a slut. But if an actress sleeps with an indie director and loses a part, they call her a victim. It is because she didn't get anything out of it. Chris, I don't know how to play the devil's advocate on this one. Who pays $750 for sex class and expects no sex? Megan. The class called Pushing Boundaries. It's not like, oops, I didn't know we are going to be naked. I thought that we are going to talk about syphilis and gonorrhea disease. You've got to be kidding me. They signed a form. They knew what they were getting into. They probably had more fun in that class than in all of their relationships. I am not against those who take shortcut in life. You do what you have to do. But if you accuse someone of wrongdoing for your shortcoming, I will defend the accused. And I am not saying what James Franco did was right or wrong, but I don't believe that he did it for his sexual deviation. He did it for artistic reason. He wanted to take sex scenes to the next level. Chris, what is the next level? Is it hardcore porn? Megan, no, it is soft porn. Intimacy coaches would not allow you to do hardcore porn. Maybe we will see hardcore porn in next lifetime. They are saving it for future generation. Chris, they might as well do it for real. Nobody is really interested in love scene anymore. People would rather watch porn in the internet than sex scenes in a movie. They are playing it too safe. Megan, they don't want to be accused of sexual exploitation. Imagine they even accused Aziz Ansari of sexual assault. He is innocent, but the semen in his balls must be boiling 500 degrees. He followed the accuser around the house like a rat and stuck his fingers in her mouth. Who told him that we like fingers in our mouth? There were a lot of germs on his hand. It was first date, too. He thought that she liked it. He wasn't thinking. Number 2 had already taken over. He was going for home run. Aziz Ansari is a comedian. He is funny. She liked him. That's why she came to his apartment in the first place. Maybe it was 60-40, but something must have changed her mind. Maybe his apartment was not as big as she thought. Women pay attention to details. If you don't meet our expectations, you are a goner. It is because of women having one egg and men having millions of sperms. It's played out in the subconscious mind. I am going to give that one egg to the fittest them of all. It went from 60% to 0. Just like that, she didn't want to have sex with him. Fortunately, Aziz Ansari came to his sense on time. He called her a car and sent her home. However, in the morning, she texted him that she had the worst time of her life. He was shocked and told her that he misinterpreted feelings that she might have for him in the heat of the moment, and he was sorry from the bottom of his heart. Something like that. Chris, She was lucky. Number two must be looking for baby oil to spice up things or something. He blinked his eyes. Aziz Ansari regains control of his mind. Day late and $1 short. If number two was in charge, things could have turned ugly. He told him, "You have her in your apartment. That's the most difficult part. So far, you have handled the situation like a pro. Now stick your fingers in her mouth and play with uvula. It looks like clitoris anyway. Trust me, she would love it." Aziz asked him, "What if she throw up?" "I am not going to clean that shit. If she throws up, you will choke her like a porn star. In fact, just play porn. Show her a girl pissing during sexual intercourse. You are going to make her come like a water fountain. Or gangbang black guys and one white girl, and explain to her how in quantum physics you could be 5 places at the same time and make love to her like Dr. Manhattan in The Watchmen." That's how number two thinks. He is creative but freak and sadistic. All he cares about is sex. And every man has no two. And no woman is safe around number two. It's like the movie There Is Something About Mary. Ted is about to go to a date with Mary. Woogie told Ted that he is going out with a loaded gun. He needs to spank the monkey before a big date. You know, the only way to get rid of number two is to bite a bullet and beat the bishop. After that, men usually say, "Let's watch The Notebook." If you don't like The Notebook, we can watch Love Actually again. Megan, I love Love Actually. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. In fact, I want to have sex right after I watch Love Actually. It's a romantic comedy. Two things that we girls love more than life itself are romance and comedy. We love to laugh. If a man can make us laugh, we fall in love with him in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail, metaphorically speaking. But we will fall for him right way. On the other hand, don't get me started with romance. Romance is the only reason that we are not afraid of the dark or to follow our heart, dare to dream, spread our wings, rise high above the gravity, and fly away. Chris, that's something. Megan, I know it's something. But I didn't know that you watch pornography. I mean, I understand a girl pissing during sexual intercourse. That turns a lot of guys on. They wish they could make a girl come like streams. That's ambitious. But 4 black guys and 1 white girl, that is another level of voyeurism. Chris, to be honest, I don't watch porn. It's just that one of my roommates used to sell porn on DVD. I don't know who bought them. I thought that they were free online. I had 2 roommates. Sometimes people came to our apartment and watched porn like movies. I was in the kitchen cooking dinner and all. I couldn't help but look at the TV. For some reason, they all fast forwarded regular porn and played the gangbang in normal speed. Usually, the girls are white, the guys are black. Their private parts are bigger than Donkey's private parts. You know how we were just talking about how Luis Rubiales kissed Jenny Hermoso on the lips in the moment of euphoria, and how some people are saying that he should pay the price and all. I have seen a girl trying to suck this black guy's penis. It is bigger than her arm, so to speak, but it's huge. She took it all the way till she choked. She couldn't even breathe. I thought she was going to throw up. To add insult to the injury, the guy grabbed her head and pushed her against his groin further. She stopped breathing for a couple of seconds. Her eyes were rolling like a dead cat. I don't care if that was consensual or not. He should go to prison for 10 years. You know, sometimes girls go to great extents to please men. They get pleasure from pleasing others. When I watched the gangbang, I wasn't really turned on. I just thought that she was enjoying it. I am a man of action. That's why I wished I could be 4 persons simultaneously, like a particle in quantum physics, and fulfill a girl's deepest sexual fantasy. To my utter surprise, girls take pride on pleasing men, too. I don't think that some of them believe in Me Too movement. You could choke them, slap them, whip them with a cat o' nine tails, torture them, and hang them to a roof with a rope. All that S&M, bondage, BDSM, and foreplay they play along. Some do enjoy it. Others just want you to be happy. I guess as long as it's consensual, it's okay to cross the line. There are 2 worlds. People who play it safe, and those who live on the edge. It's internet versus dark web. Megan, have you visited dark web? Chris, no, I haven't. But I heard you could buy missiles and chemical weapons in dark web. You have to use special software to access it. You find a lot of weird things in dark web. There are tons of illegal activities. Stories and news that you see and hear on the television are rated PG compared to what is going on in the dark web. Megan, I see. Chris, I have a question. For example, I used to fantasize about sleeping with 4 or 5 beautiful girls when I was in college, just to brag about it. There were a lot of peer pressure. Your manhood was measured by how many women that you slept with. Do girls fantasize about having sex with 4 guys? Gang bang? Megan. Depend on who you ask. Some girls enjoy it, others don't. Me, I had fantasized about it in my sophomore year in college. It was just in the back of my mind. But I had never considered acting up on it. I am romantic. I am interested in a single person who makes me laugh. Chris. Most girls marry guys who make them laugh. Why is that? Megan. We love to laugh more than life itself, but that is nothing. We don't know what to do when we see a poet. We tear each other apart to pieces to get his attention. I am not talking about poets who do poetry slam or spoken word poetry. They complain too much. They have more issues than the length of their poems. In fact, it's therapy to them. I like real poets like John Keats, Lord Byron, who wrote She Walks in Beauty, Percy Bysshe Shelley, and William Shakespeare, to name a few. Even though some say that William Shakespeare might be gay, I still adore his sonnets more than anything else. Chris. I don't know how actors memorize plays by William Shakespeare. I get headache after I read one page. Sometime, I doubt if it is English or Germany. Imagine if people do speak like Romeo and Juliet, or Hamlet, or Othello, Desdemona and Iago, or Beatrice and Benedick, in Much Ado About Nothing, or Macbeth and Lady Macbeth, or Puck in Midsummer Night's Dream. They will stone them to death. Megan. I knew that you were smart, but I didn't know that you were into Shakespeare. Chris. To be honest, I didn't know anything about Shakespeare, thanks to Hollywood. I watched them on TV. Megan. Anyhow, let's go back to sexual misconduct. Cancel culture is ruining America. Sometimes you don't know whom to believe. Like Ansel Elgort, he was 20. He was romantically involved with a 17-year-old girl. At least I know how girls think. Ansel Elgort was at the height of his fame. In 2014, he starred in The Fault in Our Stars and Divergent. Every girl wants to sleep with him, so did she. He took her virginity and eventually dumped her. What did she expect from a movie star? To marry her and start a family? She was hurt and wanted him to pay. 6 years later, Me Too was going on a rampage, destroying everybody's reputation and canceling those who rubbed them the wrong way, as I mentioned it earlier. She was not planning to pass on the opportunity either. She couldn't wait to expose him. She said that she was just a kid. She was sobbing in pain. She didn't want to have sex. Give me a break. First, 17 is not a kid. 3 years different. Ansel Elgort was 20. He looks like 14 in The Fault in Our Stars. The sobbing that she was talking about is ghosting. He ghosted her. He didn't want to talk to her anymore. She cried like all girls who thought love is the answer to their prayers, but found out the hard way that love is pain, and it hurts more than a girl giving birth naturally. I am not defending him or anything. He could be a predator for all I know, teenagers saying that he wanted to hook up with them and all. It's suspicious. But in her case, he is innocent. He didn't break any law. It was consensual. He might have tricked her. He is an asshole. But tricking a girl is not against the law. Let his conscience judge him. She just wanted to get even with him, and she did. Now, he couldn't even look at himself in the mirror. It's not because of his fault. It's John's fault. It's number 2. Ironically, he started a movie titled Jonathan as Jonathan and John. 2 persons inhabiting the same body. They have to share it. One is good, the other is bad. John is bad. In the end, John takes over. It's a good movie. You should check it out. Chris, what's the title again? Megan, Jonathan. It's not hard to remember, is it? Chris, no, it is not. I have already memorized it. But I have a question. Do women have number 2? Megan, I think that every human being has number 2, the devil and the angel on our shoulders. One tells us to do good, the other tells us to be bad. It's good to do good, but it's not good to be bad. Nonetheless, we listen to both and do good and be bad. We are rewarded for good behavior, but we pay for our sins. Moreover, there are those who have number 3, number 4, and number 5. They refer themselves as them, like Demi Lovato and Ezra Miller, who starred in Flash. He was accused of grooming a minor. I don't think that it's sexual. It's not what people make it appear to be. He is just lost. He might have suffered from split personality. If someone say that he or she wants to be called they or she or he in a workplace, you must respect their wish. Otherwise, it's harassment. He or she can sue you if you call them by wrong name. Chris. I didn't know that. I used to work at a bookstore when I was in college. My boss always called me by my last name, Mr. Jones. One day, I told her, please don't call me by last name. Just call me Chris. She said no. Fuck you. I call you whatever I want to call you. I am your boss. What the fuck are going to do about it, Mr. Jones? It's joke. No, she didn't say that. She said that she is taught to be respectful. Her parents have instilled moral value in her. She is not comfortable calling people by their first name. It's not her style. She keeps on calling me by my last name. Sometimes I didn't even respond to mess around with her. If her parents taught her to respect others, she should have respected my wish too. We didn't really get along. Eventually, I quit. Megan. Why didn't you want her to call you by last name? Chris. I have always hated the idea of being called by last name. I even laid to her. I told her that everybody that I knew called my father Mr. Jones. My father used to beat my mother. It is not true. He had never laid his hand on her. But I wanted her to think that my father was a monster, so she would stop calling me by last name. I told her that I didn't get along with my father. That name caused me trauma. But she had already taken it personal. She was not going to budge. It's men versus women. I don't know what would happen if women were in power. They would turn the world upside down. They don't want to lose. She said the name on my file said Chris Jones. I could go to court and legally change my name. Till then, she would continue to call me Mr. Jones. Megan, you didn't answer me. Why you didn't want her to call you by last name? Chris. It sounds cool like Madonna, Prince, Usher, Rihanna, Eminem, and Pink. That's all. Megan. Pink is a nickname, so does Eminem. Pink's real name is Alicia Moore. Eminem's real name is Marshall Mathers III. But I know what you're getting at. Chris. It's just that I have always had this sense of self-awareness. I belong to myself. I don't belong to others. I didn't want to drag my ancestors into this journey called life, good or bad. I am not going to pay a genealogist to research my family tree or tell me who my ancestries are. I don't care. I don't believe that biology has anything to do with who I am. There is a soul or consciousness that inserted in my body. I am just borrowing this blood and flesh for the time being. It's only good for this lifetime. I am the sum of what I have thought, done, and experienced. I can only see life through my eyes. For example, if I pinch myself, nobody will feel my pain but me. Not my ancestors, not my father, or my mother, or relatives. I know my father and my mother brought me to this world. I thank them for that. But sometimes, I question if my parents are responsible for my being here in this world. What if they are only accountable for the sacred vessel, the body? But the soul must have been around since the dawn of time. The stars had aligned for me to finally introduce myself to this world. It was time to be a human being. Luck had nothing to do with my coming into being. God or a divine plan or the universe had decided to put me in this body for some reason. Any action that I carry out is the reflection of my choice. My choices are influenced by nurture. I see, hear, smell, touch, and taste. How I interact with my surroundings shape my behavior. I know there is debate between nature and nurture, but there is a thing called the nervous system. It's a game-changing. Descartes said, I think, therefore I am. Consciousness is taking over. Nature is dying out. Meanwhile, Bob Marley said there's a natural mystic blowing through the air. Even though spirituality plays an important role in the formation of life, the brain is one of the most powerful entities on the planet. It is getting smarter each day. In the future, we might not need body. We will turn into pure electricity, infused with spiritual entities, vibrating with authority, and be multiple places at the same time throughout the universe like particles in quantum physics. Megan. That's deep. You should be a philosopher. It's like Buddhism. Buddha taught us non-attachment. We must let go of our attachment to material possessions, relationships, body, soul, and even our own thoughts and emotions. Just be nothing and achieve enlightenment. Chris, to be honest, I don't know anything about Buddhism or philosophy or quantum physics. I just thought it sounded cool to be called by one name. It was to boost up my confidence. Nonetheless, the angel on my right shoulder told me, as long as they are paying you, let them call you Mr. Tramp. Who cares? Life is not a movie. You are working in a fucking bookstore. You need money to pay rent. I just let her call me Mr. Jones. Megan, nowadays, you can sue her. You had already told her that the name causes you trauma. It doesn't matter whether it's in your file or not. You want to be called by your first name. End of the story. It's not her value that matter, but your choice. It's the same thing. If a man wants to be called, she and her, your boss is not going to tell him to show her his pussy. Even if it says on his file that his name is Joe Smith in male, she can't address him as he, him, or Mr. Smith. She must use she, her, and Miss Smith if he is not married. Your boss might say that addressing a person how they were born is her value, but she is wrong. She will be sued for millions of dollars. Her value means shit. She is not allowed to hurt her employees' feelings, plain and simple. Chris, she might call me Ms. Jones, or she and her if I said I were a woman, but I doubt that she would have ever called me they or them. She would have fired me on the spot. Megan, I think they or them is too much. I understand she and her or he, his and him. Trans women and trans men might get offended if you call them by the wrong name, but they, their, and them has to go. It's too confusing. Ezra Miller might say I didn't do it. They did it. I might say, I saw you stealing $100 from my purse. I didn't see anybody but you. If you want to blame them in your fucking head. Whatever demons that you have in your brain, go to Vatican City and ask the Pope to perform exorcist and cleanse your soul. What I am not going to do is call a person they or them. I read his bio on Wikipedia preparing for the show. They address him as they and them. First I was saying, what the fuck is going on? Who are they? Who are they talking about? Is it his family or a cult? It's a joke. I know they call him as they and them, but it reminded me of Travis Bickle in Taxi Driver and Alvin and the Chipmunks. You talking to them? You talking to them? Who the fuck do you think talking to? Well, we are the ones here, so you must be talking to us. It sounds weird. I am not going to call anybody they or them. Jay-Z said, I got 99 problems, but you are not one. I got 99 problems too, but Ezra Miller is not one of them. But if he continues to refer himself as they and them, there would be a lot of problems. I know that he's struggling with mental illness. People unfairly targeted him. They blamed him for everything. Some of them are silly. They said that he choked a girl in Iceland. I watched the video on YouTube. It's not a big deal. I have seen a stunt woman getting bitten, kicked, chalked, and thrown out of the window. For cry out loud, Lily Rose Depp was chalking herself while masturbating in the Idol. They were just fooling around. In other incident, in Hawaii, people saw him filming and called police on him. Later, he was at a club, a fight broke, he threw a chair, hit a young woman by accident, and got arrested for second-degree assault. Then, there was a grooming minor incident. They accused him of grooming a Native American girl. It's blown out of proportion. I don't mean to disrespect Native American women or anything. In fact, there are a lot of beautiful Native American actresses. One of Megan Fox's ancestors was Native American. However, there is nothing sexual about the girl, whom Ezra Miller was accused of grooming. I know a lot of people are going to hate me for this. I mean, I don't know what pedophilia is like or dislike, but I doubt they are going to be turned on by her. She looked like a potato. Chris, that's extreme. I hope that she is not watching this show. You should have known better than that. Girls are conscious about their looks. It could damage her confidence. Megan, I didn't mean to hurt her feelings. I am talking about when she was a kid. She looks like a sweet potato. Do you feel better? Chris, I am just saying that Native Americans have suffered enough. We almost wiped them out and took their land. The least we could do is show them some love regardless of the circumstances. You know, it reminds me of this joke that Chris Rock once told, how they were replaced by Puerto Ricans in movies and parades. I heard it long time ago. It has stuck in my mind. They have got it bad. Megan, I didn't say that all of them are ugly. In fact, I said that they had a lot of beautiful actresses. Everywhere you go, you find individuals who have homely appearances and individuals who are pleasant to look at. Some are plain and others are sexually attractive. It doesn't mean they all are ugly or sexy. In life, there is ordinary and there is extraordinary. The girl that Ezra Miller was accused of grooming might be pretty today, but she was a little bit chubby when she was a little girl. He was not interested in her sexually. He was looking for meaning in life. Nonetheless, I defended him when they said that he was getting special treatment from the industry and when they asked Hollywood to cancel him. Issa Rae saying that Ezra Miller is a repeated offender, behaving atrociously and all. She demanded Hollywood to shut him down and shut the production down instead of protecting him. It was in Good Morning America. I wrote in the comment section, Ezra Miller is struggling with mental illness. I don't know how you can live with yourself, Issa Rae. Instead of giving him a helping hand, you kick him while he is down. It's just a stupid movie. Today, it is a big deal, but tomorrow, nobody is going to look at it. Hollywood will continue to make millions of movies. Most of them will be ridiculously violent, and you are going to be part of it. But if you want to be moral police, you are in the wrong business. You are not in the position to tell anybody that they crossed the line, maybe. You are a good person deep down in your heart. You care about the well-being, society. It's good that you stand up for those who can't fight for themselves. But Ezra Miller is in pain. He is crying for help. It's not going to hurt you to take your time, find out what he's really going through, and help him whatever way you can before you cast the first stone. It's not cool. Don't judge. You will be judged. God forbid. What if he kills himself? I know they all are going to say we should have been there for him. He was a kind soul. We ignored the signs. That's how Hollywood is. They are a bunch of hypocrites. They spit on your face when you need them the most. But when you die, they all pretend that they care about you. When a person refers himself as they and them and claim to be Jesus, the devil, and the next Messiah, that's a sign. It means they need help. Let's do something about it. I know that they all have their own problems. They don't have time to heal the world. But at least stick for each other. Stand by your fellow actors. You know what they are going through. Franz Kafka once said, "Art is for the artist is only suffering through which he releases himself for further suffering. You should know better." I mean, there are some people whom you want to distance yourself as far as possible, but Ezra Miller is not one of them. He is a talented actor. We don't want to lose him like how we lost Heath Ledger. We know that he made a couple of mistakes, but it's nothing compared to crimes that people commit around the world each day, or violence that we see in movies if you want to talk about moral correctness or say that you are the messenger of good. He doesn't deserve to be canceled or shut down. Hollywood must forgive him, find a way to help him, and redeem themselves for a lot of mistakes that they made in the past, including ignoring actors who were struggling with mental illness and addiction, and watching them die in young age or get lost in the dark like Amanda Bynes and Lindsay Lohan. Everybody deserves second chance. Int Bar and Restaurant Night. Chris, Megan, David, Jennifer, and Chad sit at a table, discussing about the show while drinking alcoholic beverages. Megan, I got death threat for protecting dangerous men like James Franco, Armie Hammer, the president of Spanish football, Ezra Miller, and Ansel Elgort. David, it's empty threat. They all talk gibberish to mess with your head, but they are not going to touch you. Megan, I'm just saying, I might have to hire a bodyguard. I can't walk in the street without wearing sunglasses and a hat like a movie star who is accused of having an affair with her co-star on the set. One time, this girl pushed me on purpose and told me to watch where I was going. David, it's part of the job. It comes with the territory. When you agreed to do the podcast, you knew that you were going to face backlash from the public. I had already warned you. Megan, if I knew I was going to get a death threat on a daily basis, I would have asked you to triple my salary. David, I would have already told you that we will increase your salary starting next month. The rating is good, but it is not excellent. We are not making a lot of money yet. You guys have to be a little bit aggressive. Talk about subjects that are controversial and reach a large audience. Topics about celebrities, scandals, sex, and rumors. Nobody gives shit about the president of Spanish Soccer Federation, Chad. Actually, we did good on that. It's one of the top ratings. There were a lot of foreigners in the comments section defending the dude and criticizing him. Most of them admired her for her knowledge on Spanish history. Jennifer, don't forget they were a lot of believers too. They all defended him. David, if you want to get paid, all you have to do is bring more audiences. It's like equal pay for equal play. The more you bring in, the more you get paid. Simple as that. Int, Blue Wire, The Devil's Advocate Show, Day. Megan and Chris. Megan, I am Megan Jordan. Chris, I am Chris Jones. Megan, welcome back to The Devil's Advocate. Today we are going to talk about Russell Brand. Chris, do you think that he is being unfairly tried by media and found guilty without? Megan, absolutely. That's me too. The media is the judge, the jury, and the executioner. They are not even interested in what the defender has to say. Russell Brand had sex with 2,000 women. 4 years of investigation, they only came up with 4 women out of 2,200 women and accused him of grooming, sexual assault, emotional abuse, and rape. They all were going out with him. You can see how bad the investigation is from the get go. They accused him of sleeping with a minor. He was involved in a romantic relationship with a 16-year-old girl for 3 months. They said that took her virginity, groomed her, and all. But the fact is, in UK, the age of consent is 16. He didn't break the law. Chris, I heard that her mother used to drop her at Russell Brand's house. The media accused her mother of pimping her. Megan, the media is losing it. Who doesn't want her daughter to date a famous man? He was rich. If you read all UK novels, all girls would end up marrying rich older men. It was common practice in England for women to marry or date wealthy older men and free themselves from financial misery. That's why the legal age in UK is 16. Marry a tycoon and leave a comfortable life. Chris, what about one of the girls who said that he raped her? Megan, that's why a lot of men don't trust American women. We always have a hidden agenda and love to take a shortcut. It is weird. None of the UK girls accused him of rape. She is an actress. Hollywood is a tough and competitive business. People are willing to do anything for a shot of fame, money, and stardom. She said that he called her late at night. She went to his house to have sex and found him with another girl. He asked her to join them in threesome. He then raped her against the wall. The same day, she went to a rape crisis center and gets treatment. Something fishy is going on. First, over 98% of rape is the girls are either lying on their back or facing down, lying on their chest. The other 2% is against a table. You rarely hear rape in a standing position. Usually, it happens when both men and women have alcohol in their system. Even the 16-year-old girl said that she punched him on the stomach when he tried to shove his dick on her throat and he stopped. But this girl, in her 30 seconds, instead of screaming or telling him to stop it with a loud and clear voice and threatened to call police on him or hitting him with her elbow, I am assuming he was entering her behind. Chris. Actually, he was entering her in the front while she was facing him. Megan, that's even less believable. I thought that it was behind. In that case, just push me. He didn't have leverage. Or knee him in the balls. I have seen this girl weighed about 110 pounds hitting a guy twice her size at a stadium after a fight broke up in a football match. He backed off. Women are not weak as media make them seem to be. Instead of pushing him or fighting him off to prevent the incident, she went with the flow, waited him to finish, went to Rape Crisis Center, and made a report. Chris. She said something about his eyes stopped her from fighting or moving. Megan. Whatever. She is lying. Chris. What about the girl who said that he flashes his private part at her at work? Is that sexual assault? Megan. I doubt it. Maybe sexual harassment. But it worked like charm. She went out with him. They were involved in a sexual relationship. What's the point of bringing it up? She had the time of her life. They fucked like animals. Eventually, he ended it. She was bitter about it. She decided to expose him unsuccessfully. If he was a disgusting person, why did she go out with him in the first place? She is a hypocrite. He didn't put a gun on her head, did he? When you break it down, none of the allegations could stand a trial at the courtroom. Except the rape charge. The rest is BS. He showed me his penis. I liked it and went out with him. We had sex. He then dumped me and broke my heart. Now, I want justice. Give me a break. That's 4 years of investigation journalism. Shame on them. Chris. What about the woman who said that she met Russell Brand at AA meeting and he attacked her? Megan. She is the least credible of them all. She said that she came to his house, he attacked her, she screamed, ran away, and left the house. She did not say anything about why he attacked her. Chris. She said that he was trying to fuck her. Megan. She was an alcoholic. What kind of story do you expect from an alcoholic? Probably she tried to steal money or something from his house to feed her addiction. He caught her and told her to get the fuck out of his house. She made a scene. That's a joke, but it doesn't add up. They can do better than that. He slept with 2,000 women, and they accused him of throwing a woman out of his house. He didn't even have sex with her. My instinct tells me he asked her to leave politely. She said no. He said, I am serious. I want you to leave now, or I will call the police. She said, Go ahead and call the police, cunt. He lost it, became aggressive, and forced her to leave the house. She ran around the house, but she couldn't escape. He is a big guy. He managed to get her out of his house while she was screaming. She made a big scene. The neighbors heard the noise and asked him what was going on. He told them the truth. I asked her to leave, but she refused, so I threw her out of the house. Chris, I think that she was involved in a romantic relationship with him. Megan, maybe or maybe not. But why didn't she call the police? The reason that she didn't call the police is because she was the one who broke the law. Trespassing. What kind of investigation journalism is this? They didn't question the neighbors or ask her what the fight was about. People hear her testimony and assume the worst if they don't know who Russell Brand is. They all think that he was chasing her around the house to rape her. That's false accusation. He should sue them for defamation. They showed it right after the rape accusation in order to make him look like a serial rapist. Chris, to be honest, that's what I thought too. When I watched the documentary on YouTube, I was a little bit taken, especially that part. He looks like a serial rapist who chases women around the house and rapes them against their will. They did him wrong. Megan, the woman thought that Russell Brand would save her from the demons in her head and financial problems that she was facing and wanted to move into his house till she got her life together. Just because that he was a womanizer and talked funny at that time, it didn't mean that he was a fool. He wanted women to respect his privacy. I am just assuming. I don't know what happened that day, but it's unusual of Russell Brand to get in a physical fight with a woman. She must have tried to pull that shit on him. Moving in. Guys hate that. I remember I used to live in an apartment building in downtown. This guy has a fight with his girlfriend. He threw her out of his apartment. The girl screamed like hell and began to bang the door till the building shake. Nobody had the heart to call police, or rather they all assumed that one of us would call 911 and make a report. They don't want to deal with cops. Yet the building continued to shake. Open the fucking door! She banged the door with all her might. He finally opened the door. I don't know what she did, but she apologized to him sincerely. But he didn't accept her apology. He told her to grab her stuff and leave, but she continues to beg him. She must have nowhere to go. She told him that she is truly sorry. He just grabbed her stuff and threw it out of his house. He carried her up and threw her out of the house while she was screaming like hell. You could hear her screaming for miles. He then slammed the door on her face. She banged the door as hard as she could. It was pure chaos. Finally, someone decided to call the police. The police quieted them down. Chris, usually the cops arrest the man whenever there is a domestic violence. They will cuff him and put him in the back of a police car even if the girl wins the fight. Megan, maybe, but I don't know how she generated that kind of power. Every time she knocked the door, my apartment shook like earthquake. They were one floor below me. The bathroom windows were open. I could hear them arguing. She was crying and asking him to forgive her. I still don't know what she did to him. He was pissed off and wanted her out of his apartment. It's the same thing. I don't know what that AA woman did to Russell Brand, but he just wanted her out of his house. She said that the neighbors were afraid of him. Please don't break my heart. How hard is to call 911? In Beverly Hills or Santa Monica, it is different. If you play loud music, 2 police officers would show up at your doorstep and tell you to turn the music down, let alone a girl screaming in the middle of the day. That's why sometimes I hate investigation journalism. They are extremely baseless. They leave out crucial details to make their point and destroy people's reputation. The only thing that Russell Brand should worry about is the rape charge against him. It is he said, she said. It is up to the jury to decide. Who are they going to believe? I have a feeling that woman had done this before. They will find a dirt on her and take away her credibility. Why would a man rape a girl who isn't all that, when thousands of beautiful girls threw themselves at him like blouses? Chris, I am playing the devil's advocate. I believe that Russell Brand is innocent. But how do you know that the girl is not all that? Megan, they showed her on the TV. Chris, those are actors, Megan. I know that. When they hire actors, they make sure they find actors who look like the victims. For example, the actor who played the alcoholic looks old and beaten by whiskey and booze. She must be in her mid. She is not Russell Brand's type. He wouldn't touch her with a 10-foot pole. And the one who accused him of rape wasn't that attractive either. I am just saying, if she did not want to have sex with him, why didn't she scream at the top of her lungs? Stop it with a loud voice. That is all it takes. He would have stood back. It is not like she was drunk or anything. Imagine Russell Brand was a bear. She does not give a fuck how tall or big the bear is. She would have screamed top of her lungs, pushed him out of her way, or fought him, and escaped with her life. However, she had a hidden agenda. She did not put a single fight. She let him finish, went to Rape Crisis Center, and reported it. Who knows? She might be after his money. Nothing is new. Like I said earlier, Hollywood is a tough and competitive business. People are willing to do anything for a shot of fame, money, and stardom. She knew that the relationship was going nowhere. It was a matter of time before he dumped her. She might as well get paid. He dated famous models, actresses, and musicians. We girls do our homework. We do not just have sex with anybody. Russell Brand had dated Kate Moss, Jerry Halliwell, Ginger Spice, Teresa Palmer, Georgina Bailey, Courtney Love, and Imogen Thomas, to name a few. He just broke up with Katy Perry. She knew that she had big shoes to fill, but she was not up to the task. She sensed it. He only called her when he needed sex. Opportunity comes once in a lifetime, and she had to make it count. She might have said no, but she said it playfully. It was part of the plan. But it did not pay off at that time. She rushed it. Chris. What do you mean by she rushed it? Megan. She didn't go to according the plan. She was supposed to wait, pick the right time, get him a little bit drunk, and have sex with him. However, Russell Brand is unpredictable. He might never call her again. It was a gamble. You do it now, or you do it later. If you do it now while he was sober, people will get suspicious. They might accuse you of false allegation. You might go to jail. Just don't do it. Be patient. There is voice number 2. She told her that Russell Brand might never call her again. Why would he want to be seen with you when hundreds of beautiful young supermodels and movie stars want to party with him? It's a matter of time before he dumps you. If you are going to do it now. She did it. But there was no Me Too back then. You just could not accuse anybody out of the blue and expect to get paid. You needed evidence. Why did she go to a rape center right away? Most rape victims usually tell their friends 4 days later. Their friends then suggest that they should go to the police and report it. Unless they have hidden agenda, they do not immediately go to Rape Crisis Center. They are in a state of shock. Chris, they said that he texted her saying, "I am sorry." That was crazy and selfish. Megan, it is oldest trick in the book. Every girl receives a text message for little things, like boys apologizing for not showing up to a date or saying something that they shouldn't have and hurting their feelings or acting like an asshole. That doesn't prove anything. That's why he called her in the first place. To have sex with her with no string attached. She was his girlfriend or a fuckmate, or they were friends with benefits. If it was rape, he would have texted her a better message than that: "I am sorry." That was crazy and selfish. That's not an apology. It was more like, whatever it was, don't be mad at me. I enjoyed the sex, but I got bad vibes from you at the end. She could be up to something. Chris, there is more to the text. We only watched 10 minutes documentary that they posted on YouTube. It's too early to assume anything. Megan, it doesn't matter. It's trial by media. If they have the right to accuse him of sexual assault, emotional abuse, and rape without a charge, we have the right to defend him too. Maybe he was sorry for not considering her feelings before he had sex with her. He should have a chat with her, made her feel comfortable with sweet nothings, honeyed words, kisses, and caress, and then made love to her. But he escaped that part and had a rough sex with her. Or perhaps he was sorry for wanting to have threesome with her and the girl in the bedroom. As a matter of fact, now I get it. I was going the wrong direction with my conspiracy theory. But it's obvious. I just put the pieces together in my head. She came to his house in the middle of the night to have sex with him, but found him with another girl. Nothing is more heartbreaking for a woman than her seeing the man that she loves with another girl in the bed. She knew that it was over. What do women usually do when men break their heart? Chris, I don't know. Megan, revenge. It doesn't matter if it's cold or hot. It must be served at all costs. Think about it. Why would Russell Brand rape a 32-year-old woman while there is a 24-year girl sleeping in his bedroom? Chris, how do you know that the girl is 24? Megan, Most girls who are involved in or agree to threesome are under 25. Girls usually get married after age 25. Chris, I see. Megan. Anyhow, it was payback time. Russell Brand must pay for his sins. He broke her heart. That was not a typical situation. He is dealing with a grown woman. She is not a little girl. She knew exactly what she was doing. Rather than making a scene or leaving quietly, she seduced him, pretending to be unhappy about it. Instead of threesome, he made love to her separately to make it up to her for his infidelity. That's why he said sorry. Not for the sex, but having another woman in his bedroom and hurting her feelings. That was crazy and selfish. Nonetheless, she let him have his own way. She didn't put a fight or push him away. She played along. She didn't even say anything when he lifted her leg. Chris, how do you know that he lifted her leg? Megan, it's Kama Sutra. Use your imagination. We are talking about sex in a standing position. You lift one of her legs to get a deeper penetration, stimulate G-spot, and give her sweet orgasms. Chris, point taken. Megan. Anyhow, he come inside her. That's the only evidence that she needed. She went to a rape crisis center and reported it. Chris, maybe she knows something we don't know. They said that most rapes are committed by partners. Megan, how many rape victims do you know that went straight to a rape crisis center and made a report the same day after their boyfriends raped them? For Christ's sake, she was his girlfriend. First, you tell your friends about it. Your friends then advise you to take legal action. You just don't go to a rape crisis center right away, especially if he is your boyfriend, unless you have a hidden agenda, or if he cheats on you, breaks your heart, and wants to seek revenge. She had sex with him 1,000 times. I watched the documentary. She contradicted herself. She said that she didn't know that she was raped at that time. Later, she talked to a therapist and found out that she was raped, even though she had already gone to rape crisis center the same day. She just wanted to get even with him. It's revenge, plain and simple. Chris, why didn't she go to the police to compete her revenge? Megan, I don't know. Maybe she had a change of heart. She must have feelings for him. She was hurt by his betrayal, but didn't want to be a sore loser. Women don't think like girls. They are more sophisticated than us. Girls want revenge to be served spicy while it is hot with smoke and steams. They don't know any better. On the other hand, women know that revenge is a dish best served cold. That's why she didn't report it to the police. She wanted to wait. There was an eyewitness, the girl in the bedroom. She saw everything. The woman had sex with Russell Brand to make her jealous, even though she was heartbroken and upset by him. Chris, the media said that only 1% of rape get conviction. Megan, that's what I hate about the media. They give you a bogus status that has nothing to do with the case and hide critical fact that helps the case. 8 of 10 false allegations are filled against celebrities and athletes. The media don't tell you that. It's because they want to drag the story and get viewership. They care about neither the victims nor the accused. In Russell Brand's case, he's not even accused of anything yet, but he is already found guilty by media. Besides, that's one of the biggest mistakes the media make. They always bring status. But in court of law, everyone is unique. He or she has his or her own voice. And it's better to let 10 guilty people go free than to convict one innocent person. You can't assume that someone is guilty just because 10 people in the past got a free pass. The accused has a right to due process, and the case must be carefully investigated by the police, not by journalists. Chris, do you think Russell Brand is the victim of a smear campaign because he is speaking against big media outlets? Megan, without a doubt. He is lucky that he is still alive. He is dealing with extremely powerful people who secretly control the world. Some of the things that he says in his show are very scary. It was a matter of time before they silenced him. In fact, this is a blessing in disguise. God wants him to live. Chris, the journalists are saying that they started their investigation 4 years ago. He wasn't that famous back then. Megan, it doesn't matter. It was premeditated all the way. The media outlets might say that accusations are serious and all, but if you break them down and examine them closely, they are ridiculous. It's a smear campaign all in all. Or maybe they started doing the investigation on him due to his loose lifestyle and promiscuity in the past. But that is a bad investigative journalism, if you ask me. It was a hit job. He had already talked about it openly. He was promiscuous. He slept with thousands of girls. It is not a secret. They knew that they were going to find something, but they didn't know that Russell was going to be so famous. Suddenly, he started revolution and becomes a cult figure, talking about politics, exposing big media outlets, U.S. military industrial complex corporates, and Western world, and tackling heavy subjects like the West battling economic warfare against Russia and other big and small nations, and their desire to control the economy of the globe, and plots to monopolize natural resources throughout the world, and financial gains at the cost of millions of lives. War and chaos, and warning us about nuclear holocaust. They knew that he must be silent sooner or later, and eventually found out that they were looking dirt on him and paid a lot of money to undermine his reputation, credibility, and character. Originally, the journalists were after a small fish. They wanted to catch him and fry him like Armie Harmon and James Franco and get him canceled with bogus accusations. But they caught a whale that has a big heart and rebel soul, and people are not too happy about it. They know that whale used to be a shark. He ate a lot of fish, but that happened in the past. He is a change man. He is doing more good than harm. It is like St. Paul. You know the story? Chris. I think so. Megan. He used to prosecute Christians. One day, a light from heaven appeared around him. It was Jesus. Jesus said to him, "Why do you persecute me?" His life changed forever. He had one of the biggest roles in spreading Christianity around the world. It's the same thing. Russell Brand was reaching out, helping the working class and women, uncovering the truth, informing people what actually going on around the world, and challenging the status quo. In addition, even though he used to be a shark in the past, everything that he did was consensual. Girls knew that he was a womanizer and a bad boy, but chose to enter in a romantic relationship with him. He ended up breaking their heart. When all is said and done, they accused him of rape, sexual assault, and emotional abuse. Is it fair? In the sense, it is part of an elaborate smear campaign designed to silence him. If he assaulted them or raped them, they would have gone to the police immediately instead of waiting 10 and 15 years and talking to the media. It's witch hunt gone smear campaign. Chris, do you think that if Russell Brand wasn't outspoken, they would have gotten him canceled quietly instead of printing the story in the front pages of every news outlet and talking about it in major media services? Megan. Of course, if he was nobody, they would have never hire actors, sensationalize the story, make a documentary, and put the allegations in every media outlet. They know that he is a powerful man, talking about the war in Ukraine, the West, corruption, and all. They want to silence him right away. That's not a secret. If I were Russell Brand, I wouldn't be worried about the allegations at this point. I would be worried about my life. He is going against extremely dangerous people. He knows it too. He said that there are two realities: fake reality that they create with lies and cover ups and deception, which they want us to believe in without asking a lot of questions, and true reality that is actual happening, which they don't want us to know about and which they control and take advantage of. If anyone tries to expose them, he or she will pay dearly. Chris, let's not poke the bear. You don't want them to come after you, do you? Megan, sometimes it doesn't hurt to talk about politics. We should do research like Russell Brand, unveil the truth, and inform our audiences what is going on around the world. Chris, that's not a bad idea. But I have a question. What happens if a boyfriend or a husband rapes his girlfriend or his wife? Would they go to prison? Megan, yes, both the boyfriend and the husband would go to prison. Forget the boyfriend. He is tossed. But in the case of the husband, it is a crime as well, in the same way that rape involving a non-spouse. But it depends on the state when it comes to punishment. They all have different law for rape between spouses. Chris, how can they prove it? I mean, if a wife wants to divorce her husband and keep a child custody, all she has to do is accuse her husband of rape. Megan, if she does that, who is going to pay for child support? It's her lose. Chris, what if she falls in love with a millionaire? Megan, does she really want to go down that path? Accuse the child of her father of something that he didn't do? What kind of example is she going to set to her child? She might as well poison and kill him and get rid of his body. It's a lot easier than accusing your husband of rape. Chris, it's a joke. Nevertheless, I notice the people who are defending Russell Brand in the media, most of them are women. Why is that? Usually, women defend women regardless of what happened. Megan, the reason we are defending Russell Brand is not because he is charming. We know that he was a womanizer. He slept with a lot of women. But that's not a crime. In addition, he didn't chase them. They were attracted to him. The reason we are defending him, or rather, I am defending him because I know sex is not a one-person show. It takes two to tango. It's like accusing Casanova of sleeping with 132 women. It makes no sense. He might have broken a lot of girls' hearts, but it was consensual. It's a matter of time. They will drop grooming BS. He didn't break any law. Chris, she is saying that he groomed her. He used to call her child. She didn't know any better. Megan, give me a break. At the age of 16, tennis legend, Martina Hingis won 5 Grand Slams. She was the #1 ranked player in the world. That girl was not that stupid. They teach girls pre-calculus in 11th grade. They might as well sue Guns N' Roses for singing Sweet a Child of Mine. Sooner or later, they would say the song is for pedophiles and ban it from playing on radio and TV. If they are going to destroy a man's reputation, they can do better than grooming. Chris, she said that he made her wait in the bathtub till it was cold. Megan, when someone tells you to wait him in the bathtub and he forgets about it and the water gets cold, all you have to do is turn on the hot water or get out of the water. She was the victim of her stupidity. He was famous. Thousands of girls threw themselves at him. He didn't need to groom anybody. She entered in the relationship in her free will. She caught him with another girl. They broke up. She is still mad about it. She wants to even the score. There is nothing to it. They are going to drop flashing, his penis accusation as well. She should have reported it right away, instead of involving in a sexual relationship with him. That's a joke. Chris, what about the emotional abuse? How do you prove that in court? Megan, I don't know who accused him of that. If he is found guilty of emotional abuse, whatever it is, millions of girls will come out of wedlock and accuse their exes of emotional abuse that happened 10 or 15 years ago. There should be statute of limitations for that. How do you prove or define emotional abuse in court of law? Where does it fall? Is it verbal assault? Chris, I think it is under domestic violence in California, but I don't know if they have emotional abuse charge in UK. They would say anything and call it freedom of speech. In California, you can't call your wife or your girlfriend a whore, even if you suspect that she is cheating on you. But Brits swear at each other far more than Americans. They are less restricted about domestic violence than the US, Megan. I am against domestic violence 100%, but I feel an ambivalence about emotional abuse being considered as domestic violence. People should allow to express their frustration through words rather than physical violence. You can't take both away from them. It would lead to a disaster, like murder. But at the same time, sometimes words hurt more than anything else. To be honest, I would rather a man slap me across my face than say something negative about my look. I remember a guy that I was going out with paid me a compliment. He said the left side of my face is extremely beautiful. I just assumed my right side wasn't as pretty as my left. A single comment like that changed my life completely for the worst. I became self-conscious. When I sat in the left side so people would see my pretty side. If a person sat in the right side of me by accident, I would get up and change a seat so they would look at my extremely beautiful side. When I took picture, I focused on the left side of my face like Ariana Grande. It was crippling. Chris, words are powerful. It changes your life forever. Megan, tell me about it. One day, I had a nerve to ask my boyfriend, not the one, who paid me the compliment. We broke up. It didn't work out between us. The relationship was never the same again after the compliment. I became passive. I yielded to his demands easily, as if he found out my secret and he was using it as a weapon or to blackmail me. He didn't put any pressure on me or anything, but suddenly I became shy when I was around him. It is one of the worst feelings. I couldn't even fake it. I couldn't show him my good side or hide my bad side. It felt obvious and awkward. He knew me. I wished he never paid me that compliment. I lost peace of mind. In fact, I didn't consider it as a compliment. I saw it an insult. Anyway, I asked my boyfriend, not to confuse him with the first one. I will call him Red like you. The one who paid me a compliment is Blue. I didn't like what I had become and asked Red if there was difference between my right and left sides of my face. He told me that they looked the same to him. They are both as beautiful as they get. I didn't care whether he was telling me the truth or not. I forced myself to accept both sides of my face and stopped the erratic behavior. Now, I don't care which sides of my face people see. I accept myself just the way I am. I used to go to coffee shop and sit with my right side facing to the wall just because of one stupid compliment. I would rather he just slapped me on the right side of my face as hard as he could than pay me a compliment that undermined the beauty of the right side of my face. Chris, I don't see any difference. They look the same to me, too. Megan, thanks. Usually I am half full person, but when it comes to look or beauty, I am half empty. All women are half empty. They focus on their flaws. It is like an actress. 9 critics praises her performance, but 1 critic gives her a negative review. She does not care about 9 positive reviews that she received. She dwells on the one who called her out and gave her a negative review. That is just tip of the iceberg. It is not even an insult. It is just a bad compliment. Imagine what a verbal abuse or an insult would do to a girl's confidence. Suppose a man tells his wife that he knew that she was ugly without a makeup. He should have never married her. He can't even look at her in the morning. It is the biggest mistake of his life, agreeing to be with a witch till death do them part. Even if she divorces him and marries another man, she would think about what her first husband said about her look. She can't help but become self-conscious. Not only that, but it would also ruin her life. She would get up in the middle of the night and apply makeups. It will affect her confidence for the rest of her life. Words are powerful. Sometimes they are more hurtful than domestic violence, physical confrontation, and battery, or even rape. If a man hits his wife or rapes her, at least, she can fight back or forgive him and forget about it 10 days later. She might even mistake it with love. She can leave with it. But if he calls her ugly, she would never forgive him as long as she is alive. It would crash her soul. How can a woman live with a man who thinks that she is unattractive? She just can't. Chris, let me ask you a question. One time, I had an argument with this girl when I was in college, a friend of mine. She said that rape is not sex, it's about control. But I told her it had nothing to do with control, but men looking for pleasure. What's your take? Megan, I think that it's both. I can't speak for men, but I know what she is trying to say. When a man rapes a woman, he is taking away her dignity. She becomes powerless. That's control. But at the same time, men get pleasure from ejaculation. Their brain discharges dopamine. There is pleasure. It means both control and pleasure. Chris, one of the things that we argued about is I said that rape is biological urge, the desire to pass your gene to the next generation in the subconscious mind, but she stood by her word. It's a psychological warfare. Men rape women to show dominance over them. It has nothing to do with sex or biology. But I disagreed with her and even took it further. I used the B word to get in her head. She was smart. I didn't want to lose the argument, so I told her girls bitch about rape, as if they got shot in the stomach. I don't want to offend you. Megan, just say it. I don't get easily offended. Plus, it will help the rating. You can blame it on that. Chris, okey doke. I told her they acted like someone put barbed wire around a baseball bat, inserted it in their vagina, and fuck them till their uterus bleed. Megan, that is graphic. Chris, I knew that it was super graphic. I wanted to throw her off balance. It's the oldest trick in a debate. Make your opponent become emotional and get them fired up. Reason prevails over passion. I was going to say just baseball, but I had seen girls do wired stuff. Like one time I saw this Asian girl putting the entire champagne bottle inside her vagina. I was blown away. Anyhow, I said, what's the big deal? A penis entering a vagina without a consent? How does that traumatize a woman? If a man has sex with a woman who is under the influence or had too much to drink, it is considered as rape. She is too drunk to consent. I told her what is the harm to have sex with a drunk girl. She wouldn't remember it. And if she doesn't remember it, she would not know anything about control or feeling powerless. I just wanted to win the argument at all costs. But at the same time, I reminded her that I was against those who put drugs in girls' drinks and rape them. That is cheating. If she did it to herself, it was not the man's fault. And at the end of the day, it's a piece of hard meat entering a pink hole. I didn't believe in none of the things that I was saying. I was sort of playing the devil's advocate. I told her that giving birth is more painful than rape. She said, what if they rape you in prison? Are you okay with it? I told her that is different. Megan, how is that different? Chris, they are criminals. That's why they are in prison. Not only that, the government have stripped their freedom. They can't speak for people who are outside. You can't compare their actions with someone who is free. If you keep two people in a cage without food but water and study their behavior, the strong will eventually kill the weak and eat him. But that doesn't mean we all are cannibals. We don't go out, kill people, and eat them. I was talking about in the real world and in the right environment. I told her the reason why women are sensitive about rape is because pure biology, natural selection, and survival of the fittest. You might have mentioned it before, a man having millions of sperms and a woman having one egg. She wants to mate with the fittest them of all. Her brain is protecting her best interest. That's the origin of the trauma, and that's why they are emotional about it. It has nothing to do with dignity or being powerless. In fact, the trauma itself is illusion. It's designed to warn them to be selective and mate with men who are most suitable and best qualified. But to my surprise, she brought gangbang. I didn't know what to say. She watches porn too. She said, if what I am saying is true, why is usually one girl having sex with five guys? You don't see five girls having sex with one man. She caught me off guard. But still, I didn't want to lose. I told her that porn stars are nymphomaniacs. They are addicted to sex. They are sick. They need help. They can't speak for regular women. Megan. I would say that she won the debate. It's not because she was right or wrong or you didn't have an answer to her question. She won because the status favors her statement. Like we talked about it, most rape victims know their assailants intimately. As a matter of fact, most rape occur in a relationship. Husbands doing it against their wives' wills and boyfriends forcing themselves on their girlfriends. The women have already selected them. There is no need for men to rape them to spread their genes. They just need to be patients. I know I sound a little bit hypocrite, but if she is not in the mood for sex, they should respect her choice. That's why your friend said that rape is about control. When they get rape, they become powerless. They lose their confidence. Nonetheless, in general, it is a combination of both biological and psychological factors, especially when it comes rape outside relationship. Don't forget there are sexual transmitted diseases either. They play an important role when it comes to trauma. Your mind and body always want to protect you at all costs. Chris, that is true. I know that I said trauma is illusion, but the truth is we men don't know anything about rape. We pretend that it's one of the worst crimes that is ever committed against women. However, we don't have the slightest idea what women are going through. For example, you just said that most rape are committed in relationship. When I hear a girl accusing her boyfriend raping her, I assume it is a joke. How many times did you have sex with him? She just wants to break up with him, or looking for an excuse to end the relationship. I don't really understand why rape traumatized a woman, especially when it comes to first-degree rape or second-degree rape, based on what you said a few days ago. Megan, the audience don't know what you are talking about. Chris, why don't you explain to them? Megan, we were talking about rape. I told them not all rapes are the same. There should be first-degree rape, second-degree rape, and third-degree rape like fire burn. There are men who put drugs in women's drinks and take advantage of them. They are serial rapists. That is third-degree rape. It is a serious crime. There are rapists who beat and rape women. That is third-degree rape as well. And there are those who can't control their sexual urge, rape women during a makeout session, and leave them with sexual trauma. Usually, it happens at a house party or a date. That's second-degree rape. Victims know their attackers intimately. Depend on the person and the nature of the rape. If it is a boyfriend or a husband, it should be first-degree rape, unless he uses excessive force and violence. It's because no girlfriend or wife wants her boyfriend or husband to go prison for 15 to 20 years. They are not going to report it. But if it is first-degree rape and less punishment, they might report it like how they report domestic violence. There will see a lot of change how husbands treat their wives. They said, most rape victims don't go to the police. Why should they go to the police and report it if the law treats their spouses like serial rapists and leave them with no support system? I don't like the idea of justice being blind. It is time for her to remove the scarf from her eyes and see who is who. Not all rapes are the same. Chris, if you got to Capitol Hill and addressed the issue, the Congress might consider your proposal. Megan, maybe. Nonetheless, there are girls who take advantage of famous athletes and celebrities. They go to their rooms or houses, engage in sexual activity, and accuse them of rape. Some of them just want to get paid, plain and simple. It's not personal, it's business as usual. They settle it off court. If a girl enters to a guy's bedroom, kisses him, has sex with him, and accuses him of rape, the charge should be first-degree rape, whether he is guilty or not. I don't believe in no means no. It's 21st century. We are fighting for equality. We are saying we are strong and powerful as men. We have to take responsibility for our action. We put ourselves in that position. There should be some sort of repercussion for our reckless behavior in terms of punishment. In addition, we can't offer to act offended just because of a guy flashed his penis or makes sexual comment, or even try to fuck us at workplace. Why can't we play their game? Is it because women are not supposed to behave like guys or have multiple lovers? If a girl flirts with her coworkers or have multiple lovers, they would label her as slut. But if guys sleep with multiple women, they will call them players. So women decide to hit them with sexual harassment and sexual assault charges. The problems are not men. The problems are women and how they see themselves as weak, fragile, and mediocre. They can't separate their past from the present. They are still wired with inferiority complex. They have to loosen up. If men flash their penises, why can't we show them our breasts? Chris, breasts are not sexual organs, are they? Megan, in that case, we can show them our virgins. Sometimes it has nothing to do with sexual assault or harassment. It comes down to our taste. No woman wants to see Harvey Winston jerking off in front of her. It's gross. But some women would pay Leonardo DiCaprio to assault them sexually, S&M, bondage, and BDSM and all. I know that they would say that they would give him a consent no matter what. But let's put a consent aside for a second. If Leonardo DiCaprio, in the height of his fame, flashes his penis at a workplace or masturbate, would a girl accuse him of sexual assault? She would probably give him a blowjob. At the end of the day, it comes down to taste and preference. Being sexually liberal is not a crime. We have to free ourselves from sexual mores, nerves, reservation, insecurity, fear, and inhibitions that are restrictive and believe in free love. In my opinion, women are not offended by men flirting with them at workplace. They are not just into some of them. They are being selective. I know you cannot hate them for that. Like you said, it could be biology, natural selection, or sexual selection. But at the same times, we can't have it both ways. We have to expect ugly men to hit on us and learn to brush it off instead of accusing them of sexual harassment. Sex is not one-way street. It takes two to make magic happen. Soon they are going to stop playing music that they deem to be derogatory toward women and strip people their First Amendment and freedom of speech and expression. That's all the time we have. Take care, Megan. Anyhow, let's talk about Johann Hill and his girlfriend. People kept asking me, how come you guys didn't cover Johann Hill's story? It was big. Everybody was talking about it. Chris, I like Johann Hill. He is one of the funniest men in the history of comedy. I didn't understand why everybody was in his case. I mean, he only sets boundaries. Don't hang out with the wrong crowd. Stay away from men and cover yourself up. He was eloquent and respectful. He didn't force her to do anything. Megan, let me read it out loud. The post-it on the screen. Megan reads it out, plain and simple. If you need, surfing with men, boundaryless inappropriate friendship with men. To model. Post picture of yourself in a bathing suit. Post sexual pictures. Friendship with women who are in unstable places and from your wild recent past beyond getting a lunch or coffee or something respectful. I am not the right partner for you. If those things bring you to a place of happiness, I support it, and there will be no hard feelings. These are my boundaries for a romantic partnership. My boundaries with you based on the ways those actions have hurt our trust. She takes a deep breath. Megan, boundary is another word for I am rich. I have a lot of money. Fuck your mental health. Fuck your feelings. I lay down the rules. The rules only benefit me. They don't care about your feelings or your emotional well-being. Not only that, they will also take away your freedom and leave you miserable. If you don't abide by the rules, hit the road, Jacqueline. Being eloquent and respectful don't make you right. You have to put in the effort to meet your partner's needs and change for better before you set any kind of boundaries. When you enter in a relationship, there is no me. There is us. You have no boundaries that don't include her and her feelings. You are sharing your hearts. She is part of your life. telling a girl that she can't do this and that, such as no modeling and don't post pictures of yourself in a bathing suit, because the little voice in your head whisper in your ear that she is trying to lure men into her web or planning to have an affair with another man is wrong. Even if you set boundaries, how can you set them without trust? Trust is the key to a healthy relationship. You have to trust your better half no matter what. Assume she has good intentions and listen to her side of the story. He is an asshole. If girls want to cheat on you, they will do it in a heartbeat. They don't need your permission, and you would not know about it. It's better to trust us than take away our freedom. Chris, I get your point, but she should have kept it to herself. Why share it with strangers? Megan, nobody is saying that she is a saint. In fact, she might have brought out this insecurity in him. You know, some girls bring the best out in you, others bring out the worst in you. Sometimes you don't even know those demons exist in your head. In my opinion, she might have opened the Pandora box in his brain. Those words just flew out his head like smoke in a donut factory. For example, a lot of people hate Chris Brown. They think that he is a monster. The truth is, he is not. Rihanna brought out the worst in him. She must have said that ticked him off, or got in his nerve or hit him. Women are good at that. But this is America. You are not supposed to touch a girl. However, no girl is pure. Rihanna knew what she did. That's why she went back to him. She was jealous, she lost him, and she wanted to win him back. It had nothing to do with a domestic violence victim returning to her abuser. We all are up to no good. I am not defending Chris Brown or saying that Rihanna is not a domestic violence victim. She looked like she went a couple of rounds against Floyd Mayweather Jr. However, I would rather a man hit me than tell me that I can't do this and that. Especially, I can't hang out with my friends and can't post pictures of myself in a bathing suit. In half of my Instagram pictures, I am wearing bikinis. I am not even a surfer. I barely go to the beach. It's how we women celebrate our body and boost up our confidence. We go to the gym and run for an hour. If we are not going to show it, what is the point? Confidence feeds on compliments. The more people glorify your body, the more you feel good about yourself. What is he afraid of? Every girl in America do it. It is the lifestyle. She just didn't want to be left out. Her friends do it, their mothers do it, her aunts do it, their aunts do it, her sisters do it, their sisters do it. Everybody does it. Why couldn't she do it? It is because she had a boyfriend who is insecure, doesn't want her to express herself, fearing she might cheat on him. He didn't trust her. Megan. How can you trust a girl who leaks a personal message that he sends her after 1 year? That's bridging trust. Chris, you cannot blame her for that. The thing about us women is if you break our heart, you will pay sooner or later. That's nothing new. She wants him to pay for his sins. He paid dearly. Now, everybody looks at him and says he is not in cruise control. He is in Johan control. Megan, deep down in my heart, I believe that he is innocent. He is not really that kind of person. You know, he had few words with his therapist. Therapist only cares about their clients. He asked him what he wanted. Johan told him that he was not too happy that his girlfriend was hanging out with other men. No man wants his girlfriend to hang out with other men. You don't know what is going to happen. That should have been the end of the story. But his therapist asked him, what else that you don't like about your girlfriend? He said, I don't like that she is hanging out with her female friends either. They are a bunch of losers. I think they have bad influence on her. The therapist said, okay. Is there more? Just tell me anything that comes to your mind. Spill your guts. I don't want you to hold back anything. Johan is not sure about this one, but say it anyway. He didn't want her to post pictures of herself in a bathing suit. That's when therapists should have asked him, why is that? What's wrong with her posting sexy pictures? There are only pictures. Do you trust her? Megan, other men get her photos. He gets the real thing. Chris, that's right. Let her do what makes her happy. If posting sexy picture makes her happy, let her do it. Like I said, therapists only care about their clients. He didn't even bother to question his motive. He just told him to write down the list of things that he didn't like about his girlfriend and tell her up front. Tell her that those are your boundaries. Megan, what the fuck is boundaries? You only set boundaries if she is trying to stick a toilet plunger in your ass. Chris, it's not really his fault. It's his therapist's fault. The therapist was supposed to put himself in her shoes. That's his job to think critically. Johan Hill was thinking about marring her and starting a family with her. He truly loved her. Megan, he might have loved her. But how are you going to set boundaries that prevent her from breathing? These people who support him are stupid. What if a man tells a girl, "Bitch, do not hang out with boys. I do not trust you around them because you are a slut. Do not post sexy pictures of yourself on Instagram." Some guy might pay you a compliment. You would end up falling in love with him, meet him in a bar, and have a steamy affair with him. I do not trust you. I don't trust your titties. I don't trust your butt. I don't trust your greedy vagina. I don't definitely trust your horny clitoris. I have a feeling you dream about penises night and day like Superbad. Just because he used psychological words does not make him right. He is basically telling her that she is a prostitute. Not only that, he is actually trying to control her. How are you going to tell a girl in these days and age that she cannot model or post sexy pictures? He is dead wrong. There are people who are trying to defend him like they know what's up. That is his boundaries. Blab, blab. What the fuck is boundaries? She is his girlfriend. They are together. There should be no boundaries between them but trust. Sadly, most of them who defend him are women. Put yourself in her shoes. What would you do if your boyfriend tells you to quit your job and be a housewife, figuratively speaking? But what is going to stop him to tell you that? Once a man starts telling a woman that she can't do this and that, nothing is going to stop him from killing her, so to speak. But he is going to suck the life out of her soul. He might have said those things respectfully and eloquently, but that doesn't make him right. That is just therapist talk. You can't tell a girl not to model or post pictures of herself in a bathing suit in these days and age. He is basically telling her that she is a whore. If you want a boyfriend who does not trust you and who wants to control you, there are millions of men like that. You can even find most of them in the comment section of every podcast defending Johann Hill with their life. But if you believe that you are worth it, don't let a man tell you anything or keep you in a cage. Find a man who help you spread your wings and watch you fly away. Chris. I thought that men were entitled to set boundaries. Megan. Setting boundaries and telling someone you can't do this and that are two different things. If the boundaries that you are setting are hurtful to women, then women have the right to expose those boundaries and warn others about you. I just can't pass what is the harm in a girl posting a picture of herself in a bathing suit or posting sexy pictures. It's not going to add an inch to his dick by not allowing her to express herself and celebrate her body. In fact, if that is going to increase her confidence, and let her post it. A happy girl makes a good girlfriend. A good girlfriend makes a good wife. And a good wife makes a happy family. A happy family brings a happy child. On the other hand, an unhappy girl makes a bad girlfriend. A bad girlfriend makes a psychopath wife. A psychopath wife would draw her children like Michelle Williams in Shooter Island. Just because he is rich, he can't treat a person like dirt. Chris, maybe what you are saying makes sense in the fantasy world, but this is the real world. It's true he has money, but he didn't steal it from bank. He worked hard for it. And he knows that he wasn't getting any younger. He couldn't go to clubs and pick up chicks or hang out with his friends at a bar. He was nearing 40. He wants to settle down and start a family, so he sets boundaries. I might not agree with him, but he did it. Now he is married. He and his wife have a daughter. At the end of the day, it worked like charm. You know, everything doesn't have to be a novel written by Nora Roberts or Nicholas Sparks. Sometimes you just have to go with the flow, whatever it works. Megan, that's one of the dumbest things I have ever heard. A fucking 15-year-old can impregnate a woman. It's not a big deal. The question is, how can you raise a daughter while telling women that they are not allowed to breathe? What if one day his daughter walks up to him and said, "Daddy, I love my boyfriend, but he wants me to quiet my job and be a housewife. He also wanted me to cover my face like the women in Saudi Arabia. What should I do? What is he going to tell her?" Chris. Frist, who is he? Is he a son of a king? Or he is some kind of oil tycoon? Megan, it makes no difference. I am interested in Johann Hill's respond. You said we are not living in the fantasy world. You wanted reality. I gave you reality. His daughter is stuck with this prick who wants her to buy groceries, prepare breakfast, lunch, and dinner, clean the house, and give babies like a rabbit. What should she do? She wanted to be a doctor. That's her dream. But her boyfriend wants her to drop out from a medical school and be a housewife. It's because those are his boundaries. Chris, I get your point. But that girl is not a doctor. She is a surfer. Maybe he was just trying to discourage her because there are a lot of sharks in the ocean, literally, and he didn't want her to be eaten by a hungry shark. Megan, whatever. He knew what he was exactly doing. His insecurity got the better of him. What I hated the most was people continue to defend him. I am not saying that he should be canceled or anything. I am against cancel culture. Nobody deserves to be canceled in Hollywood. It is not the Garden of Eden. There is blood, there is gore, there is violence. I might have mentioned it before. Hollywood is not run by God. It's run by the Prince of Darkness. You might tell the devil that this person is behaving badly. He must be canceled. The devil would say that I would cancel him. But you have to give him more violence like John Wick series. I don't know how many people got shot in the heads in those movies, but it seems a lot. Rotten Tomatoes have certified them fresh with the average of 90%. Chris. I like John Wick. I thought that it was one of the best action movies of all time. Megan, I am just saying that artists getting accused of wrongdoings for tweets that they wrote or comments that they made or things that they said 10, 15 years ago or sketches that they did in the past and people whining that they are offended and artists being canceled right and left such as Sarah Silverman for playing a blackface is nothing compared to the violence that we see in movies nowadays. I saw The Equalizer 3 the other day. My boyfriend wanted to watch it. It was extremely violent. I get it. It's revenge. It's justice. You have to give the audience what they want. It's not personal. It's business. And if you are the devil who are running Hollywood, you will continue to push the envelope. It's going to be more disgusting violence and gore. The sky is the limit. You are making a lot of money. Why stop there? You don't have to play it safe. You will bring hell down from on high and watch the world burning. However, you cannot tell an artist that his behavior is not up to your standard and cancel him or her. Chris, I doubt that the devil or studios are the ones who cancel artists. It's audience who cancel them. Like you said, it's not personal, it's business. They have to give the audience what they want. It makes no difference a man could be a saint. But if the audience don't want him, you have no choice but to fire him. The audience are the ones who are paying to watch the movie, not the artists. They are expendable. Megan. Anyhow, I don't want Johan Hill to be canceled, but at the same time, I disagree with people who say that he only told her not to act like a whore and get her act together. He was kind, well-spoken, and respectful. Most of them are women. They don't know anything about passive-aggressive behavior. That is one of the worst kinds of manipulation. I don't care what they say, but you just can't tell a girl not to post pictures of herself in a bathing suit in America. What's next? Quit your job and be a housewife and suck my little dick. It doesn't matter whether she is a surfer or a doctor. She is a human being. She is wired with emotional needs, and she needs a man who can satisfy those needs and treat her like human being, if not a princess. Chris, I couldn't agree more. Int coffee shop day. Chris and Megan sit at a table. He is drinking black coffee. She is having cappuccino as usual. In the background, we see a couple of customers enjoying their outings. Megan. What are up to? Chris. I have a date with my girlfriend. I'm taking her to dinner and movie. Megan. What movie are you guys going to watch? Chris. Me, I don't care. But she wants to watch Barbie. Megan. I can't stand that movie. Chris. How come? Megan. It's stupid. It's too much politics. They pit men against women. It's not a good date movie. Chris. I can't talk her out of it. Once she made up her mind, she is going to do it. Megan. Besides, couples don't go to movies or restaurants nowadays. It has gone out of style. You are supposed to cook at home and watch movie on Netflix. You then have sex. Chris. I didn't know that. Megan. If I were you guys, I would have cooked lasagna, rent my best friend wedding, and watched it on Amazon Prime. Chris. She is a vegetarian and has already watched my best friend wedding like 20 times. It's one of her favorite movies of all time. Megan. I would rather watch my best friend wedding 200 times than watch Barbie 2 times. It's a stupid movie. They even make Barbie land in the shape of heart. But the story is not about love, it's about power. Why does it have to be men versus women? We are supposed to work side by side instead of fighting over power. Chris, give him a break. It's not for the faint of heart, it's made for women who want to rule the world. On the other hand, in my best friend wedding, Julia Robert is trying to steal Mike from Cameron Diaz. Megan, I know that. That's why we all love it. It shows you a real instinct of a woman. When it comes to getting what we want or love, We women don't really believe in the word sisterhood or us, but me. I love you, not we love you. Unless they are Mormons, every girl is on her own. Chris. Do you know on the original script, Julia ends up marrying Mike? But they changed it. Megan, I heard about it. I like the ending. I know we can be selfish sometimes, but we are not that cold. Being a woman is full of irony. If I were Julia, I would have done the same. But after you got what you want, you feel sort of bad. I mean, I wanted Julia to win the whole time, but when she is about to win, I felt bad for Cameron Diaz. The whole time I thought that I was Julia. Suddenly, I found out that I was Cameron Diaz, the underdog. Women love to cheer for the underdog. It's a good ending. Chris, I agree with you. But I was cheering for Cameron Diaz from the beginning to the end. We men are sort of intimidated by strong women. I thought that Julia was a little bit aggressive, but I liked her too. She is breathtaking. She did what she had to do. It's classic. Megan, it's one of the best romantic comedies ever made. It's better than Casablanca. Chris, Casablanca is not a romantic comedy. It is romantic drama. Megan, I know that. But it's one of the most overrated films of all time. Chris, why did you say that? Megan, let's be honest. If media had said nothing about the movie, didn't hype it as the greatest romantic movie ever made, and you watched it with open mind, would you have enjoyed it? Chris, it's a perfect romantic movie. Megan, come on, Chris. I know you better than you think. Chris, I thought that it was a good movie. Megan, I can't say that it is the greatest romantic movie them of all. The movie follows a formula. When a film follows a formula, morality always wins. Ilsa can't stay with Rick. If she does, not only she would crash Victor Laszlo's dream, but it could also impact the outcome of the war. A lot of people like the idea of romance. But when you present them with real romance at the cost of death and suffering, they start thinking twice. When the audiences think twice, it means things are bad. Suppose Ilsa agrees to stay with Rick. Laszlo gets in the plan, takes out a gun and blows out his brain, or knock out the plot with something and gets in the cockpit and tries to crash the plane on Rick and Ilsa like Colin Firth in The English Patient. But they survive miraculously. Ilsa said that she loves him. Rick tells her that he loves her too. They kiss French. The end. That would have been a great ending for those who believe that love will conquer all. But like I said, most people are in love with the idea of romance, not the actual romance, which might not allow them to see the big picture. Victor Laszlo fighting Nazi and saving the world from evil. He needs Ilsa by his side. That is a formula. That's why critics says the greatest romantic movie all time, despite the fact it's pure propaganda. Chris, I didn't look at it like that. You make a lot of sense. I mean, it's a good movie. To be honest, I wouldn't change anything. My problem is I watched it after I was told it's the greatest romantic film of all time. My expectation was high. I was thinking like Romeo and Juliet type of love story. I am not going to let you out of my sight till death do us part. I will cherish you forever, something like that. But at the same time, I wasn't disappointed or anything. It is classic. But I didn't understand why everybody was saying that it was the greatest romantic movie of all time. Megan, I know what you mean. You were expecting big and you got okay. But a lot of people get tricked. If critics say that it's a great movie, they will watch it and say that it's a great movie even though they don't know what is going on in the movie. They think if they say it's bad, people would think there is something wrong with their taste. They are brainwashed. Sometimes there's nothing wrong with the movie. Like Casablanca, there is nothing wrong with movie. It's okay. But we all accepted it as the greatest romantic movie of all time just because the critics say so. Chris, you are right on the money. Megan, I will give you another example. The critics said In the Mood for Love is one of the best romantic movies ever made. I watched it. It is one of the most overrated movies of all time. It's boring. I don't know what happened to this day. However, I convinced myself indeed it was one of the greatest romantic movies ever made, just because I loved the title of the movie, In the Mood for Love. It's sexy. Then later, I said, wait a minute, it is a boring movie. I don't recall anything. I mean, I don't know who died and who lived. I don't know what the movie was about. The film lacks any truly memorable sequences. There are no standout moments. It fails to produce a single iconic scene. For me, the entire viewing experience is unremarkable and forgettable. No sex scene or no kissing or nothing. Chris, what's the greatest romantic movie of all time to you? Megan, The English Patient. Chris, that's a good movie. I will ask her if she is interested in watching that. But I doubt it if she wants to stay home on Friday night. She liked to go to a club after a movie. You know, she keeps saying that she was born to party. She will die of heartbreak if a doctor tells her that she can't dance for whatever reason. She loves dancing more than life itself. Megan, that's the only thing that I have in common with her. I love dancing more than life itself, too. But I can't go to club as much as I love to. I am always busy doing everything and nothing. Chris, how can you be busy doing nothing? Megan, like watching Netflix while taking bath. You know, I would rather go to club and dance till dawn than watch movies at home. But for some reason, I find myself inside a bathtub, watching whatever they are showing. You know, I become lazy. Or rather, I have no energy. I don't want to go out by myself. Most of my friends have stopped talking to me due to the podcast. They don't call me anymore. To add insult to the injury, my boyfriend doesn't like to go to club. He would rather throw a party and stay home, watching mixed martial art. I can't stand it. I don't understand how people call that sport. It's too violent. Chris, you want to join us? Megan, join what? Chris, dinner and movie and club. Megan, you can't be serious. Your girlfriend can't stand me. I have already told you that she thinks that I am after you. To be honest, I can't stand her either. I am not comfortable being around her. It's awkward. I would rather be home watching Black Mirror on Netflix than look at her. Chris, such yourself. I was just trying to help. If my help means nothing, then a lot of luck. Megan, thanks, Mr. Wolf, for your concern. Your help means everything. But I don't want you to change into a monster before full moon. You might scare the customers here. However, I don't mind if you eat me out. I have been a very bad girl. He couldn't help but smile. Chris, you got me. Anyway, I have to go. Gets up to leave. I will see you Monday. Megan, give me a call. Chris, sure I will. Bye. Megan, bye. Chris walks toward the direction of the camera. On the soundtrack, music plays melodiously. Interior restaurant, night. Chris and Jessica have dinner. They are conversing, but we don't hear what they are saying due to the music on the soundtrack. Interior, Megan's and George's house, party night. There is a small party in progress. Guests mingle while sipping champagne and enjoying refreshment. Megan is in the kitchen looking at Jessica's Instagram account while sipping wine. She scrolls down and finds the picture of Chris with Jessica. She looks at it for long seconds and takes a sip. It seems that she is in love with him. In the living room, people continue to mingle. We see George sitting at the coffee table with a bottle of beer and watching MMA. Interior club, night. Chris and Jessica dance in the middle of 100 partygoers. Interior, Megan's and George's house. Day. Megan dances in the living room alone. They all look at her a little bit weird. She is the only person who is dancing. One girl decides to dance as well. Her boyfriend joins her. Megan walks up to George, who continues to watch UFC fight, pull his hand, and brings him to the open floor. Megan and George dance. Interior, Chris's and Jessica's house, bedroom night. Chris and Jessica make love. Interior, Megan's and George's house, bedroom night. Megan and George make love. Interior, mall, boutique, day. Jessica is in the middle of shopping. Chris is with her. It's a fashion shop. Jessica sees a beautiful goldish see-through gown. She grabs it, puts it against her body, shows Chris the dress, and asks him what he thinks of it. Chris thinks that the dress is alluring. Megan looks at the price. It's $540. She thinks that it's expensive. Chris tells her that he will buy it for her. She smiles in beauty, gives him a kiss on the lips, and she walks to the dressing room to try, leaving Chris on top of the screen. Chris walks around the shop looking at nothing. His phone rings. He looks at it. It's Megan. He picks it up. Chris. Hi, Megan. What's up? Interior concert. Mall. Day. Megan is at Taylor Swift's concert, talking to Chris on the phone. Note, we see both sides of the conversation. Chris. Nothing much. Megan. How did the dinner go? Chris. It went fine. Megan. What you're up to? Chris. I'm with my girlfriend shopping. Megan. That's good. Chris. What about you? What are you doing? Megan. I'm at Taylor Swift's concert, hanging out with my friends. Chris. Are you having fun? Megan. I am having the time of my life. But I missed you. I wish you were here. Jessica gets out of the dressing room wearing the dress. Chris. I am sorry, Meg. I have to hang up the phone. It's emergency. I will call you. Bye. Chris hangs up the phone just as Jessica approaches him. We stay with Chris and Jessica. Jessica, what do you think? She shows him the dress. It shows her body, her breasts, and her private part. Chris, you look titillating, but the dress shows your boobs and private part. Jessica, do you have a problem with that? Chris, absolutely not. It's just that I don't want you to get in trouble with the law. They will arrest you for indecent exposure. Jessica, let me worry about that. I want you to make love to me in the dressing room. She puts her arms around him and kisses him French. Interior mall, dressing room, minutes later. Chris and Jessica make love in the dressing room. Exterior concert, day. Megan dances in the middle of the crowd. Int, Blue Wire, The Devil's Advocate Show, day. Megan. Should England abolish monarchy with all scandals going on? Imagine if Harry becomes a king by happenstance. Meghan will be a queen consort, and their children will be in line of succession to the British throne. In fact, they are in line to the throne, but I doubt that the people will bow down to a black queen or a black king. The English still think that blacks are inferior to whites regardless of their status. Chris, I think they should leave them alone. It has a cultural, historical significance. It's national identity and symbol of England and Great Britain. It has been around since the birth of Christ. They can't just abolish it without a tangible reason. Megan, it's 21st century. Who needs a king or a queen nowadays but democracy? People believe that all men are created equal, and everybody has to work hard and prove his and her worth if they want to receive any kind of special treatments from the public. Just because if someone has a royal blood, that doesn't mean that they are better than the rest of us. Chris, let them rule for a while. It's a fairy tale. I thought that you would understand the romantic aspect of royalty better. Girls dream to marry a prince and live happily ever after. It is romantic. Megan, I doubt that. Look at what happened to Princess Diana. She couldn't stand it. She thought that she married Prince Charming. He turned out to be a jerk. She divorced him. They killed her, figuratively speaking, but it brought unwanted attention to her life. Eventually, it cost her life. She died of a car accident after paparazzi followed their car. Besides, nobody is going to tell me what to do with my life. That's what happened when you appointed someone without election. They tell you what to do with your life. It's no difference from dictatorship, except it sounds cool and romantic. I am not going to bow to anyone just because he or she says that they are a king or a queen by right of birth. I would tell them I didn't vote for you. Chris, I don't think that monarchies have any power nowadays. They are there just for show. They don't tell people what to do. England has a parliament and prime minister. They are the one who are pulling the strings. The kings and queens are there to make sure that things are going smoothly. They don't interfere with the law. Megan, I have a feeling British monarchy is coming to an end. It's a matter of time. Prince Andrew, the king's brother, being involved with Jeffrey Epstein, who was convicted of sex trafficking, and how the prince participated in sexual activities with a minor. That doesn't look good for the royal family. In addition, Princess Diana and her relationship with Dodi Fayed, Egyptian film producer and the son of billionaire Mohammed Al Fayed, a Muslim, and their untimely and questionable death, history of violence and racism. Like I mentioned it earlier with Meghan's and Harry's drama and racial politics going on in the United Kingdom, it seems that Buckingham Palace is on fire and they continue to pour fuel on the fire, metaphorically speaking. But they are in big trouble. They are digging their own grave. Society has become increasingly aware of their surroundings. Some know their value and self-worth. Others have an unjustifiably high sense of their own importance. They are not going to accept Meghan or her two children as their rulers. She is mixed race. Even though they have no power, people look up to them like movie stars. In fact, there will be many more scandals to come. Who knows? One day, one of them might say that he or she is gay, queer, or trans. There is nothing wrong with being gay, queer, or trans. Everybody has the right to be what they want to be, do things that they enjoy, and live a life they want to live. However, they are not just public figures, but they are also princes, princesses, kings, and queens. People will judge them regardless of the circumstances. There are those who believe that their kings and queens must be straight, or they are breaking the law of God. Thus, they are not going to bow to them or acknowledge them as royalties, or sing God Save Our Gracious Queen, or say Long Live Our Noble King. Send him victorious, happy and glorious, long to reign over us. The end is imminent. Chris. The British monarchy has survived a lot of scandal, including murder, love affair, and illegitimate children. It comes with the territory. They are humans like us. They make mistakes. I think having royalties spice up our life. It's entertainment. As a matter of fact, people will accept a black king and a black queen. We are more open-minded than ever. We have become colorblind. Like Barack Obama, white people feel deep affection for him, and black people adored him. We all loved him. He is one of the most popular presidents in the history of America. Besides, it is not real. Like I mentioned it earlier, it is just for show. The law is the law. They have no say in the matter. It's not going to hurt to have a black queen or a black king for a change. As long as they are not telling them what to do, people will be happy to go along for the ride. If truth to be told, we all will have something to talk about it. We need a distraction in our life, Megan. In general, they have unfair advantage over the rest of us. They get a free ride. Nobody elected them. I mean, I know they are not in charge of making rules and regulations, but they receive millions of dollars from taxpayers without really doing anything. And in these days and age, nobody is entitled to put himself or herself in position of not having to work for a living. We all have to work hard in order to earn our places in this world. Nothing is free. They get benefit from fake monarchy. Chris, give them the benefit of the doubt. I can't imagine life without Kate Middleton and British monarchy. They are our only hope to save fairy tales. Almost all monarchies are abolished. You know, I love stories. I love the idea of a girl dreaming about a prince or waiting for a knight in shining armor. It helps young girls sleep at night and dream at day. They shouldn't abolish it for the sake of young women around the world. Megan, it makes no difference. One girl can party 7 days a week and she doesn't return home till 6 o'clock in the morning. Another girl studies till her eyes are red. She goes to a law school, becomes a lawyer, and represents a prince who thinks that he is above the law. On the other hand, the girl, who parties 7 days a week, meets the prince at a club. He falls in love with her and marries her even though she has no education. Suddenly, the girl, who went through hell to be where she is at, has to bow to that party animal. That doesn't sound fair. I like doing things the American way. You have to fight for your dreams. You just don't dream them in your head and pick them up in the club. Chris, I don't think that's going to change anything. Let others have an advantage over you. Use it as a motivation. Challenge yourself. They might be princes and princess, or queens and kings. But it doesn't mean that they have reached the pinnacle of success. Royalty is not a measurement of true character. I myself would rather be a doctor than a king. Like two girls that you talked about a couple days ago. One marries a fat billionaire and asks her husband to buy her a boat. He buys her a yacht. She sails around the world. The other works hard, buys a convertible, and drives around Los Angeles. She feels more sense of accomplishment than the girl who sailed around the world. Nonetheless, I still like the royal family. They help those who are in need. Like Princess Diana. I saw a documentary. She used to help a lot of people. Kate Middleton is a philanthropist as well. She goes around the world and helps children who are fighting poverty. Everything happens for a reason. Megan, I know everything happens for a reason. But not all things happen for good reasons. That feudalism mentality doesn't work in the 21st century. Maybe they will keep them around to prevent the country from descending into chaos. UK is in a state of political turmoil. Who knows? If they abolish the monarchy, it might cause great civil unrest and break up UK, with North Ireland, Scotland, and Wales declaring independence from Britain. Don't forget there are a lot of countries under Commonwealth. They want independence too. The monarchy is a puppet government. The sovereign doesn't have a political role. And I know that every girl wants to be a princess and live in a castle. But no girl wants to marry a puppet, whether it's a dream or a nightmare, unless she is desperate. Interior, coffee shop, day. Megan, Chris, Jennifer, and Chad sit at a table and converse while enjoying coffee. In the background, we see a couple of customers enjoying their outings. Megan, how is our rating? Chad, it is through the roof. It's only second to Betty Coop. Megan, I can't stand that conservative bitch. She talks like that she has it all figured out. She has never supported women's cause in her life. At least I am not conservative. I might not support woke movement, toxic feminism, and all, but I stand by women who express themselves artistically and sexually and believe in equality. I want the best for women. She thinks that it is okay for girls to marry men who have money, be housewives, and do housework while their husbands go out to work. That's their choice, blab, blab. I disagree with her. We must discourage that kind of mentality. It's our duty to get our priorities straight and strive for success. It's unacceptable. We love to cook, but we don't belong in the kitchen. We have to be more ambitious than that. Girls who have no ambitions are not only threat to women empowerment, but they are also threat to men. No father or mother or parents want their daughter to throw away her life, become a housewife, and be dependent on her husband's income. They didn't raise that kind of girl. They want her to get education, be independent, pave her own path, and live life to the fullest. Chad, give her a break. She is only 21-year-old. Usually, she is brave. She tells it how it's. But sometimes, she doesn't know what she is talking about. I agree with you. Sometimes they interview girls who have low self-esteem and happen to be in a bad mood and assume a lot of girls want to be housewives. That is a big mistake. Those women don't speak for educated women. However, she is usually right on the money. They have surrounded her with smart people. In addition, she hates modern feminism. She can't stand them. She calls them out every chance she gets. Megan, I can't stand modern feminists either, but you don't see me talking about women being always wrong and men being right. Jennifer, I reckon that most of her audiences are rednecks who drink beers, shoot heroin, and smoke cheap weed. Chad, to be honest, I like her show. A lot of women might disagree with her, but she is not afraid to tell the world that feminists are ruining everything for both men and women. They are taking the joy out of life. Men can't ask women out on a date. If they do, they will be accused of sexual harassment. Women can't ask men out either. If they do, they will look desperate. And they would rather play coy and go home with butterflies in their belly than look desperate. Jennifer, that is why people stop watching talk shows, major television media, and even news. They are shoving the woke agenda and feminism propaganda down our throat. People are turning into podcasts to hear the truth. Megan, they are not turning to podcasts to hear the truth. They know the truth. They just want to make sure that they are not crazy. It's because sometimes they think that what they are hearing is right or it's not a big deal. But the big media tell them it's wrong, such as the president of Spanish Football Federation who kissed the player. The media talks about it as if she were in a hospital getting lip surgery. They are upset that a peck is not a very serious crime. Nowadays, women don't want to be touched. It is not an eye for an eye anymore. If you touch them with your index finger, they want the law to cut your entire arm off. Welcome to the modern feminism. You are going to see a lot of men walking without an arm. Forget about asking us out. If you do, you will lose your penis. If a peck is very serious, crime, where is going to leave rape? Chad, rape is Armageddon. They want their souls to burn in hell for eternity. Megan, maybe the punishment fits the crime. If a man rapes a woman, his soul deserves to be burnt in hell for eternity. No means no. You see, a real victim might say that she was raped, but nobody is going to take her seriously because of women bitching about every little thing. They all will think that she is exaggerating the incident as usual. She was probably drinking, smiling, and laughing about it with her friends. The judge himself won't believe her. Chad, you have a point. But do men really deserve to be punished for eternity for rape? Eternity is a lot. Jennifer, don't do the crime if you can't do the time. Chad, I am just saying, usually most rape cases in America are lack of communication. Girls get horny, they have few drinks, make out with boys, change their mind at the last minute, and say no. Boys don't know if the girls are playing coy or not. They kiss them and take it further. The girls push them away and accuse them of sexual assault and rape even though they didn't do it. Other times, they want them to stop in the middle of sexual intercourse and boys can't do it. There is a strong urge bigger than themselves. Living things disguised in the form of millions of sperms. They all want to be part of this magic we call life, even though one or two are probably going to make it. They take over your conscience, morality, self-awareness, sense of right and wrong, and thinking mind. You are not you anymore. They are the ones who are running the show. You hold the girl tightly and come inside of her in the heat of the moment. You don't know what you just did. You spend 10 years behind bars. You are now a sex offender. Wherever you go, you have to register for the rest of your life. I am not talking about those serial rapists. I am talking about date rape and sexual assault. They should pay the price accordingly, but I don't believe that they should go to hell and burn for eternity. That seems extreme. Megan, depend on the case. There are men who put drugs in women's drinks and take advantage of them. They are cold-hearted rapists. You can't forgive those men. Their souls will burn in hell for eternity, whether they love it or hate it. And there are those who can't control their sexual urge and impulse, rape women during a makeout session, and leave them with sexual trauma. Usually, it happens at a house party or a date. Most victims know their attackers. The law should deal with them accordingly. On the other hand, there are girls who play games. Men are victims of the system. Girls go out and flirt with them. One thing leads to another. They have sex. It's rough. The next day, they are accused of sexual assault and rape. The girls say that they didn't consent to a rough sex, figuratively speaking, but the individuals that they have sex with are famous. They have a lot of money. Girls just want to get paid, plain and simple. They are not suffering from trauma. It's not personal. It's business. In that case, you can forgive men. It's not their fault. They are not going to burn in hell for eternity. That they should have first-degree rape, second-degree rape, and third-degree rape like fire burn. Chad, I heard this girl in Amsterdam. She is a nymphomaniac. She used to wear a mini skirt without underwear and a t-shirt that say "Rape Me," which she designed. A lot of guys had raped her. Sometimes they beat her mercilessly. One day, this guy recorded 3 guys raping her in the street. They raped her and beat the living daylights out of her. They are evil. They pissed on her face while she was lying unconscious and covered with blood. The guy called ambulance. They took her to hospitals. The rapists broke her nose. They fractured her ribs. She suffered head trauma. She also needed 47 stitches. One of them bite off the piece of her ass. She said that she did not want to file charge. However, the police filed charges against the perpetrators after they saw the video. It's not for rape, but for assault and battery. The prosecutors said that she consented to the rape by wearing a t-shirt that say "Rape Me," but she didn't agree for the beating. However, the defendants called her to testify for them. She told the judge that she enjoyed the beating. It comes with the territory. She is not mad at them. The judge has no choice but to set them free. However, the judge put her in a psychiatric ward to get help. Jennifer, that's one of the crazies. I have heard. Some girls are weird by nature, like Chris said in the show. I know a lot of girls like her. They are into kinky sex and S&M. They let strangers tie, beat, and rape them. Megan, how come nobody heard of the story? I have never heard of it. Chad, it happened 15, 20 years ago. They made a movie about it. Megan, what's the title? Chad. I don't know. It's a friend of mine who told me at one of our friends' weddings. He said the bride looked like the actress in the movie who played the girl. He added that you can't just rape her. She won't let you. You have to take it by force and use excessive violence. Otherwise, she would scratch your eyes out and hit you. Guys like Timothy Chalamet and Daniel Radcliffe can't rape her. They are too small. She would tear them apart. It's a game. She wants you to have sex with her. But at the same time, you have to fight for it literally, as if you were fighting for your life. She gets pleasure from men entering her by force and tyrannically. It's her thing. She gets mean orgasms from savage sexual intercourse and violence. Jennifer, I know what you mean. I don't have rape fantasy or anything. But sometimes I like it rough. I just want to get fucked hard. I wish my boyfriend choked me occasionally and take it by force. But it's part of foreplay. I enjoy regular sex and doggy style. Megan, we all love doggy style. Anyhow, let me go back to media. What was I saying, Chad? You were saying that big media outlets lying to the audience. Megan, that's right. Alexander Solzhenitsyn once said, "We know that they are lying. They know that they are lying. They know that we know they are lying. We know that they know that we know they are lying. And still, they continue to lie." He was talking about the government of Soviet Union. It's the same thing. The media keep lying to their faces, but the public want to hear the truth regardless what it's, such as what happened to Jeffrey Espin. The big media outlets tell the audience that he killed himself in his cell. But the fact is that he was murdered. They had a million reasons to kill him. He had videotapes of powerful people and billionaires having sex with minors. It was a matter of time before he exposed them. They thought that if he went down, he was going to take them down with him. At least he would have made a deal with the district attorney to show the videotapes for a lesser sentence. He was involved in blackmail. However, he crossed extremely powerful people. Some of them are government officials. They knew that he had to be eliminated right away. The big media outlets don't tell you how he actually died, let alone why he was killed. If you watch news about his death on ABC, NBC, CBS, and other major news posted on YouTube, they don't talk about the motive behind his murder or question why he was killed and who benefits from his death or cover it in depth. They all tell you he died of suicide. That's why people don't watch news anymore. It is a lie, Jennifer. Maybe they don't want to be sued for conspiracy theory. Megan. That has nothing to do with it. They only report what the government want them to report. Like the war in Ukraine. They tell the audience that Russia invaded Ukraine unprovokedly and unlawfully. People hear this and protest in the street. But the truth is, the US is behind the war. They planned it. They are the ones who are profiting. It has been cooking for a while. However, the big media outlets continue to advocate that nations should cut ties with Russia because of the invasion, and encourage the US and NATO to take actions against Russia instead of investigating what the actual cause of the war. They don't want to hold the US accountable, put them in the hot seat, and prevent the possibility of nuclear war. They work for the government. They don't work for the people. Interior, Blue Wire, The Devil's Advocate Show, Day. Megan and Chris filmed the show. Megan. My boyfriend asked me if girls wish they could be shirtless just like guys. I told him, yes, we do. It's okay for guys to have their shirts off in public, but we can't do it. It's sort of illegal and inappropriate. We will get arrested for indecent exposure. I myself want to do it at this moment. It's not because I wanted to cool myself down or anything, but it is because it's illegal. I want to walk around topless for the sake of sexual liberation. Chris. I don't know how to play the devil's advocate on this. The devil himself will not allow me to go against it. But I will think something. You see, you have to ask why guys get turned on when they see breasts. There were times girls used to walk around topless. Guys said nothing. They weren't turned on. It was because they were accustomed to it. In fact, in South Africa, Zulu girls walk around shirtless. People don't see them as sex kittens. When something is forbidden, it becomes valuable. It's like alcoholic beverages during probation. Imagine Congress passes a law that allows girls to be topless. It might turn on a couple of guys today, but we all will get used to it tomorrow, which means breasts could lose their value. When a guy makes love to a girl, the last thing that he wants to look at would be her breasts. He has already seen them while they are having lunch or working together or playing tennis. Even if he meets you for the first time, he would not be impressed because he has seen countless breasts, girls carrying their titties on their chests like jewelries that went out of style. For that reason, they shouldn't be allowed to walk around topless. I don't care if it causes distraction in workplace or not. It's for your own good. Make us suffer more. Megan. Why do you mean by make you suffer more? Chris. You guys have a lot of weapons. You have looks, alluring soft body, and coquettish attitudes. Women are sexual creature by nature. In addition, you guys do a lot of things to enhance your beauty, like applying lipstick to your lips, doing eyeshadows, and wearing all kinds of makeups, charged with sexual energy. That's just before you take your clothes off. When you take your clothes off, we lose our mind. That's what I mean by suffering. We can't resist you. However, if we see breasts every day, we are not going to respond when you take your clothes off. It becomes a norm. For example, if a girl sees a guy shirtless, she is not going to faint or jump for joy. It's not going to turn her on. Megan, how do you know that? I get turned on by shirtless guys. You sound like those guys who pick up girls with motorcycle outside the club. Chris, have you been to beaches? Megan, yes, I have. Chris, hundreds of guys walk around shirtless. How many times did you turn around and look at them? Megan, I get your point. You may proceed. Chris, if a girl walks in the beach shirtless, they all will look at her, as if she were the queen of Malone Republic. It is not because of her breasts are out of this world. It's because of rules and regulation. The rule says that girls can't walk around topless. Megan, you just brought an interesting point. Why did they say that girls are not allowed to be topless? Society is not that stupid. They don't ban something for no reason unless it's the Middle East. They have issues over there. They treat women like second-class citizen. Nonetheless, humans are one of the smartest species on the planet. They know that breasts are beautiful to look at. They have a direct effect on the nervous system. When they are exposed, men get sexually aroused, and girls receive unwanted sexual attention. Not only that, they invite sexual predators. Sex crime will go off the roof. Chris, you don't believe in that, do you? Girls receiving unwanted sexual attention because of their breasts? Are you really saying that there was a time that human beings, both men and women, used to roam around freely and shirtless? Suddenly, men couldn't take their eyes off women's breasts. They found them sexually and visually appealing, which caused a lot of problems like sexual temptation, high sex drive, and unwanted sexual attention, men getting horny and women being touched without their permission. Therefore, wise men and elders gathered like counselors in the Matrix Reload and told women to cover up. Am I correct? Megan, something like that. But counselors weren't the ones who told them to cover up. Women just did it themselves. They decided to put some clothes on to avoid unwanted sexual attention, and it became the law inadvertently. Despite all of that, I still want to be topless or wear clothes that shows my breasts instead of see-through. I am free-spirited. I believe in the art of seduction. When it comes to sex, I like to play coy. But I hate leaving things to chance. In fact, I will be the first person to go topless if Congress passes a law tomorrow that allows women to be topless like men. We don't have to hide our breasts anymore. Chris, I think in San Francisco that you can walk around topless. Nobody is going to say anything to you. If you do it in Los Angeles, of course, you will cause a couple of traffic accidents. But the law can't touch you either. They might put you in a mental institute, but they will not arrest you. The only reason that you don't see girls walking topless is because they don't have the heart to do it. They are too shy. Megan, you can't blame us for that. You watch a television. A girl shows a little bit skin or a nipple. They censor it with pixels. We automatically assume that it is a sin to expose ourselves, even though we just want to express ourselves positively. Chris, what about those feminists? If you look at a girl in a wrong way, they will say that is sexual harassment. Imagine a girl goes to work topless, or it's hot. She decides to take her shirt off and cool herself down, and a man pays her a compliment. He says that she has juicy bosoms. She sues him for sexual harassment. Do you think that it's a good idea to allow women to be topless? Megan, definitely. Women should be allowed to do anything that men can do. If men are allowed to walk around shirtless, women should be allowed to walk around topless as well. It should be up to us, not the law. I should be free to do whatever I want to do with my body. We can't even post topless pictures on Instagram. If we do, they will delete our accounts. But guys can post anything they want. There was Free the Nipple campaign a couple years ago. Protesters said that the law allowed men to appear topless in public. But when women do it, it is considered as sexual and indecent. It is gender discrimination. 2 activists in Los Angeles got arrested for indecent exposure. But the state dropped the charges after the defendants successfully argued that mammary glands are not sexual organs. They are used for breastfeeding children. In addition, California's indecent exposure law applies only to genitals, not breasts. Chris, I am against it for a wrong reason. It's not because of indecent exposure or anything like that, but it's for the benefits of women's sensuality. Like I said earlier, I like the forbidden nature of breasts being sacred and taboo. Breasts should only be exposed for the sole purpose of alluring the opposite sex in breastfeeding. If the law allows women to be topless, it will take away some of the seduction power that women have. It will diminish the popularity of titties and put women in a difficult position. They will have to operate with their back against the wall. We are not going to swoon at the sight of nipples. The boobies will not have mastery over us. You can't say that we ain't seen nothing yet. We have seen it all. You have to be more creative to seduce a man into bed with limited resources that you have. You know, sometimes women don't have to show everything to cast a spell over us. The glimpse of it would do the trick. It drives us wild. Megan. Feminists are thrilled to hear that. I mean, they will be topless just to diminish the sexual power that breasts have over men. They are fighting to put an end to sexism. If men find that bosoms to be sexually unattractive, they will see it as a major accomplishment in their fight against toxic masculinity. However, I am not on their side on this one. I am not going to jump on that bandwagon. I want men to see breasts as a sex powerhouse. I have already told you that I am a free spirited woman. I believe in sexual liberation. I like what you just said about the breasts being sacred and taboo. It makes sense. The more men see them, the less they become moved by them. They carry no weight. I think that we women should be smart about it. We have to know when to show them and when to hide them. We need to be patient and a little bit devious. In that way, she has more control over her body and her surroundings. However, the media must stop pixelating them out. They don't censor it when men are shirtless. It is gender discrimination. It's the violation of our First Amendment rights. Chris, I think women will abuse their power regardless of what their intentions are. If you tell them that it's okay to be topless, ABC or NBC will not censor it. However, they have to be smart about it. They must know when to be topless and when to cover up. A girl will show up to Golden Globe in underwear and topless. If they tell her that there is a dress code or give her attitude, she will accuse them of gender discrimination. They violate her First Amendment rights. Or girls will go to club and dance topless. Guys will grab them. They will be accused of sexual assault. The question is not where you draw a line, but when it's good time to be topless or show your nipples. Megan, it depends on each person. Just do it on special occasions like when they go to Coachella or concerts or beaches, or to cool ourselves down after exercise like guys. Chris, I doubt it. Whatever it is, girls will go all out. You turn on MTV, you see girls shaking their asses and bouncing their titties. You watch news, the weather woman is topless. The weather outside is 85 degrees. The producer buries his face in her bursts. When they accuse him of lewd conduct, he is not going to blame it on the weather. He is going to point his finger at her bazookas. Megan, like you said, the last we should be worried about is turning on guys. It's temporary. We have to advocate for its longevity. Chris, I know that, but you guys can't leave it in your own hands. It's like the ring in the Lords of the Rings. You have no control over it. The law has to intervene. Unless someone or something stop you, you guys are not going to play it safe. You know, some girls' intention might be to cool themselves down, but most girls' intentions are sexual. The less clothes you put on, the sexier you are. That's their motto. They get up in the morning and spend 45 minutes in front of the mirror, applying makeups and all. They then pick the most suggestive clothes that they have in their closets and put them on just to get our attention and win us over. If topless is on the table, they are going to think twice or say, I'm going to save it for special occasions. It's free, it's cheap. Above everything, it's extremely powerful. She is not going to keep anybody guessing. She knows what she wants. She must get it at all costs. Men will pay attention to her. You can take the girl out of the country, but you can't take the country out of the girl. It is the same thing. You can take the girl out of sexuality, but you can't take the sexuality out of her. She will never stop seeking attention. Her goal is to catch the eye of the opposite sex. Megan, what if they are lesbians? Just because they have breasts, it doesn't mean that they are not interested in seeing women topless. Chris, you know what I mean. In fact, it doesn't matter if it's same sex or opposite sex. Girls will not stop attracting attention through their titillating manner and remarkable sensuality, or by generating a lot of buzz with their own unique sense of style. They make sure that men or women notice them. It's in their DNA. They will seduce you just to get a kick out of it. Sometimes they don't even want to have sex with you. They just want you to look at them and desire them in your heart. All women subconsciously seek validation from men. That's a fact. Why do you think men keep finding themselves in trouble? Girls always accuse them of sexual harassment. It's not because they can't control their sexual urge. Maybe some of them are jerk. They can't control their impulse. But most of them are the victims of women's games. The minute a girl steps out of the door, she is infused with sexual oomph and sex appeal. It makes it hard for us to resist her. To make matter worse, she flirts with us. Just imagine a guy is trying to have a regular conversation with a girl who is standing in front of him topless. I am sorry, I have to take a leak. He goes to the bathroom and talks to himself in the mirror. There are just boobs. It's not a big deal. But the devil tells him, I know it's not a big deal. But did you see how she looked at you? She wants you. Just feel those melons. They are firmer than the grapefruits in the Garden of Eden. She will love it. If she accuses you of sexual assault, Just tell the judge that mammary glands are not sexual organs. God created them for the sole purpose of breastfeeding babies. Megan, the judge will still give you 5 years in state prison. You are not supposed to invade our personal space. Chris, I am just saying you said earlier that feminists don't consider breasts as sexual organs. Does that mean we are allowed to touch them? How is that going to help women fight sexism? The judge is going to tell them, make up your mind. One girl says he touched my breasts. That's sexual assault. Another says that she has the right to be topless. Breasts are no difference from cheeks or hands. That's unlawful gender discrimination. If a man takes a girl hand, tells her that she has a beautiful hand, she should be a hand model, and kisses her hand, that's not sexual harassment. But if he grabs her breasts and says that she has juice titties, sucks her nipple, and pays her a compliment that she makes an amazing mother, she can sue him for sexual assault. Megan, don't you think that a man sucking a woman's nipple is considered as sexual assault? Chris, it is a joke. I know that he oversteps a boundary. He didn't suck her nipple. He just squeezes her breast and says that she has gorgeous bosoms. She should be a breast model. Is that sexual assault? I mean, it is like this fashion designer who touched Scarlett Johansson breasts through her dress at the 63rd Golden Globes in 2006 while interviewing her to see if she was wearing a bra under her dress. It was supposed to be a joke. 13 years later came Me Too. They made a big deal about it and canceled him for touching her boobs despite the fact he is gay. Now he can't set foot on award shows or a red carpet anymore. He is banned for life. Yet, feminists didn't mention anything about breasts being not sexual organs. They are created to breastfeed children. Megan, it is tricky. They said that he was asking celebrities what kind of underwear they were wearing, if nothing at all. He asked Eva Longoria if she shaved her bush to push the envelope. But those who are old-fashioned and uptight condemned his action. Should a man have the rights to degrade women just because of he is gay? To be honest, I wasn't really offended by his line of questioning. We women are not delicate flowers, and our petals fall with the slightest breeze of winds like dry leaves in the autumn, or dandelions that floats in the air and fall apart to pieces whenever there is a light gust. In fact, we are more freak than guys. We usually dress to impress, and women who believe in free love are not really offended by so-called sexualization in Hollywood. I am myself not interested in celebrities' political views. I would rather find out who designed clothes that they are wearing, or watch them act naughty and hear them talk about something lewd. The war has never been about women being sensitive, but it is consent. We might say that he touched her breasts. That's sexual assault. It is end of the world and all. But nobody wanted to talk about the sex that Scarlett Johansson had with Benicio del Toro in the elevator. Chris, that is a rumor. They made it up to sell tabloids. Megan, they said, there is a grain of truth in every rumor, but that is not the point I am trying to make. I am just saying that we women are not fragile. Just because something is not consensual or we didn't consent to it, it doesn't mean it's a crime or harmful. For example, if a man gives a female coworker a light tap on the butt to say good job, they will put him behind bars for sexual assault. But at the same time, you watch a video of the girl being spanked with a cat o' nine tails like a witch in medieval time who is accused of casting spells on the king and wonder, which is more painful. Feminists would say that she consented to the spanking. It's okay. It's her choice. But she didn't consent to the tap on the butt. She suffered from trauma and hernia because he touched her butt without asking her first, so to speak. But we are not sensitive by any means. We are fake. Thanks to modern feminism for making us look assholes. I am not saying we should let men take advantage of us or the other way around. But we need to develop a thicker skin than that. Make peace with the opposite sex, help one another, and live a more exciting life. Chris, I couldn't agree more. Megan. Anyhow, let me go back to the topic. I will play the devil's advocate and help you get your point across. Today, a woman can accuse a man of sexual assault for touching her breasts, but it will become normal tomorrow. It's based on your argument earlier. You guys have seen it all. They have no value. Who knows? Guys will greet women by squeezing their breasts like giving your friends high five or Fair LaBee's cheek kissing. However, that's not going to happen for another 100 years. I want to be part of the experiment. I want to go to club and dance topless. If a trans woman walks around topless, are they going to arrest her? How is she going to defend herself? I was born a man. I have the right to be topless. It's because she can't tell the judge that they are mammary glands. They are there for breastfeeding children. They should just allow all human beings to be topless. They don't have to go to court and explain their intentions. Chris, to be honest, I love to see girls walking around topless. We are safe. We haven't seen anything yet. In fact, we would be the luckiest generation if they allow women to be topless. It's new to us. We will get aroused at sight. Our hormones will discharge dopamine and serotonin like there is no tomorrow. We will not take our eyes off you. The future generation are the ones who are going to pay the price. They will be affected by the new law. But I am not sure about 100 years. I will give you guys 15 years. Megan, you must be out of your mind. 15 will go by in a tick. I remember playing tag with my friends in elementary school as if it were yesterday. Chris, okay, I will give you guys 25 years. After 25 years, our brains will stop discharging dopamine, but we will still pretend that it's a big deal. It's like watching your favorite movie. You watch it for the very first time. You would say it's wonderful. You watch it again. You would say it's nice. It is my favorite movie of all time. You watch it for the 15 times. You would say it's good. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. It uses be your favorite movie. Now it's one of your favorite movies of all time. Your friend asks you to come over and watch it for 25th time. You tell her that it's okay. You have to be somewhere else. You have already seen it 24 times. It is the same thing. Breasts will lose their juice. They will no longer have an effect on men. They will eventually die out. Megan, I doubt they will ever die out. They will be less effective. But they will never die out. I am not arguing the fact that we are taking a big risk. I get it. I am with you on this. If a girl walks around naked every day, people will not look at her the same way. Chris, in addition, it will affect the fashion world. It will throw them into chaos. Since it's taboo to show skin, fashion designers are forced to be creative. They usually design beautiful clothes that almost show skin. It's a challenge not to cross the line at the same time, to go beyond accepted standards of behavior. Suppose girls are allowed to walk in the street topless. If fashion designers design clothes that shows 90% of your boobs like Jennifer Lopez's green Versace dress, it won't be concupiscent. It's because nobody cares. Fashion designers will be forced to design clothes that show women's vaginas. Women will start a new campaign, Free the Vagina. It is a joke, but it will change the future for worse. Megan, I don't care about that. I am willing to go topless. The future is the future. Let the chips fall where they may. Let us be topless like men and see where it takes us. If this means we are opening a can of worms, so let it be. Girls just want to have fun. It's our daughters who are going to suffer. It might even work in our favor. Our daughters will not be assaulted for walking around topless. Breasts will have no value. Chris, you don't mean it that, do you? Your daughter walking around topless and breasts having no value and all? Don't you want your daughter to enjoy the same freedom, attention, value, and choices that you have? Megan, if I have a daughter, of course, I want the best for my daughter. However, sex is different. I want her to stay out of trouble. I don't want her to get hurt. Chris, breasts are not sexual organs. Megan, to me, they are sexual organs. As sexual as it gets. That's why I want the Congress to pass a law that will allow women to be topless in public just like men. Free the fucking nipple. I want to seduce guys with my boobs. It should be my choice and moral value to cover up or exhibit my body. Let's end this preferential treatment. Men can be shirtless, but women can't. We all are equal in the eyes of God, but we are not equal in the eyes of the law. It says in God we trust on all U.S. currency. They should practice what they preach and allow us to be topless. However, as ironic as it sounds, I don't want my daughter to lure boys with her breasts. I know what you think, and I don't care. You are accusing me of being a hypocrite. Maybe I am a hypocrite, or maybe I am selfish. I want to have sex with my boyfriend till dawn. It doesn't mean I want my daughter to have sex with her boyfriend till dawn, too. I trust my boyfriend because I know him, but I don't trust her boyfriend because I don't know him. I am talking about in the future. Anyhow, that's all the time we have. We will see you tomorrow. Subscribe and like. Take care. Int, bar, and restaurant day. Megan, Chris, Jennifer, David, and Chad sit at a table and talk about the show while enjoying their alcoholic beverages. Megan, how are we doing? Chad, it's the #1 podcast in the world. Topless got 5 million views in 24 hours. The comments section is jammed. People are talking about it as we speak. Saying free the nipple. Jennifer, I bet you men are the ones who are saying free the nipple. They are freaks. Chad, it's both men and women who are saying free the nipple. Maybe it's for sexual purpose why men are saying free the nipple. But women just want to be free and be treated as equal. David, in the Middle East, women are fighting against hijab. They will kill them if they refuse to cover their faces. In America, women are fighting to be naked. The law will probably grant their wish sooner or later. That's why America is the greatest nation in the world. I want you guys to take it to the next level. We got 17 million views. Int, Blue Wire, The Devil's Advocate Day. Megan and Chris film The Devil's Advocate. Megan, we'll come back to The Devil's Advocate. I am Megan Jordan. Chris, I am Chris Jones. Megan, it's 4th Friday of the month. It means sport. American athletes have showed a lot of patriotism at the World Athletics Championships in Budapest. They return with 29 medals, including 12 gold. It's most by any nation. The U.S. athletes were talking about how America is the greatest nation of all. They are willing to lay down their life for their country. It's because of the disrespect that USWNT showed in one of the biggest stages in sports, the FIFA Women World Cup, by refusing to sing the national anthem. Fans were chanting USA. Is it a retaliation for women chanting for equal pay for equal play? Nonetheless, I love USWNT. We are going to talk about equal pay for equal play again. In the comments section, one person said 5 men could beat 11 women. A thought occurred to me. If the women want to get paid, they should put their pride aside and agree to play against 5 men. That would draw a lot of audience. More audience mean more money. The Federation should host a couple of friendlies. 11 USWNT players versus 5 USMNT players. Don't stop there. 11 USWNT versus 5 Brazil men national team. Just keep on going. 11 women all-stars versus 5 men all-stars in the world. Sport is entertainment. People want to entertain. In fact, women could make a lot of money if they play against 5 men from various countries. In addition, FIFA should make the Women World Cup every 2 years instead of 4. Chris, don't you think that would devalue their product 11 versus 5? They are trying to sell women football to the world. They are saying they are as good as men. As a matter of fact, they are saying the USWNT team won 4 World Cups and 4 gold medals, and USMNT team didn't ever reach the quarterfinal. Anything men can do, women can do better. If they play 5 USMNT and lost the game, people would criticize them. They would say, why should I bother watching women football if they can't even beat 5 men? It's a gamble, Megan. It's a risk worth taking. But I don't think people are going to hold that against them. In fact, they will give them a prob for trying. Chris, trust me on this one. Social media will crucify them. Sometimes they don't even need an excuse. A slip of a tongue would do the trick. Before you know it, you are canceled. Megan, I agree with you on that. But they have no product. Girls would rather watch Bachelor or Love is Blind or Keeping Up with the Kardashians than a bunch of girls kicking soccer ball for 2 hours. It's too boring. Sometimes the game ends 0-0. They go to extra time and add insult to the injury. Nobody wants to watch that shit. Chris, baseball is more boring than soccer, but millions of people watch it for 5 hours. Golf is more boring than baseball. A lot of people watch it too. It has nothing to do with the game. It's how you market the product makes a difference. Megan, I know what you are trying to say, but that takes time. Baseball has been around since the dawn of time, figuratively speaking, over 110 years. It's deeply rooted in Americans' culture, history, and tradition. That's why you see players signing some of the richest contracts in the history of sports. But the game of women's soccer is relatively new to the world. It's okay to demand respect. But if you ask for equal pay for equal play without backing it up with math, you have to be willing to put your product on the line. Play 5 men versus 11 women. If you lose, it's not the end of the world. Not only can you try again, but you will also make millions of dollars. USMNT will start asking for equal pay for equal play. It's because the women are the best at what they are doing. The world wants to watch them play against Brazil or England and win the match. They will attract a lot of audiences. But the USMNT are okay, and people don't care if they play Germany or France. Germany and France women are not as strong as USWNT. They are not going to attract a lot of audience. Chris, it's true, but still, they are going to diminish its credibility. I know I am going to sound like a hypocrite, but you are cashing out. You accept money in exchange for a game that has a lot of value. It could affect women's soccer in the future. Imagine 100 years ago, Baseball Federation agreed to cheat by allowing naked women to play with them in order to fill the stadium. Do you think that baseball would be big today? Megan, what are you talking about? They did worse than that. You never heard 1919 Black Sox scandal. 8 Chicago White Sox players accepted money to throw the 1919 World Series against the Cincinnati Reds. Players make mistakes, and fans forgive them. In fact, this will help women's soccer, especially if they play USMNT. If they lose, they will find out that they are far behind. They need to work harder. They might lose today, but they will win tomorrow. Chris, I just don't like it for some reason. To be honest, I would love to watch it live. I will pay $400 for a ticket. But I have a bad feeling on this one. It is going to be ugly. It's not because I don't have faith on USWNT, but sometimes I tend to expect the worst more than I hope the best. Megan, I think they can handle 5 USMNT. My fear is I don't know what is going to happen if they play Brazil or Argentina or France. The best versus the best. It's going to be a lot of drama. I would watch that in a theater. Sport is business. They should just go for it. Chris, what about WNBA? They are fighting for equal pay too? How do you resolve that? 2 versus 5. Megan, WNBA players have skills. They are actually good. Maybe 3 versus 5. Basketball is not soccer. In soccer, they usually score 1 or 2 goals. In basketball, they score 100 points. If you leave someone open, men or women, they would hit 3 points. Plus, there is no pushing. It's foul. It's going to be a blowout. Chris, I don't know about 3 versus 5. I saw Greek Freak playing live. They need 5 male players to stop him. They build wall. Imagine if he plays against WNBA players. He would terrorize them single-handedly. Megan, no doubt that he is going to get his points, but that doesn't mean the men are going to win. In soccer, there is a lot of pushing, kicking, and shoving. It's physical. But in basketball, you can't touch people. The referee will call it. You go to the free throw line. And women don't usually miss free throw. Chris, I'm just saying. 3 is a lot. Men have starters, Greek Freak, Stephen Curry, and Luka Doncic. That's a scary lineup. Kevin Durant, Kawhi Leonard, Nikola Jokic, Jason Tatum, Kyrie Irving, Damian Lillard, and Joel Embiid are going to come from the bench. Who do women have? Megan. I don't know. I don't watch WNBA. I know they have a couple of good players. Chris, can you name 1 WNBA players? Megan. Candace Parker. Chris. She doesn't count. She is a broadcaster. Megan, I can't. That has nothing to do with anything. I can Google them and name you 40 players, but it's not going to prove anything. I am not the one who is playing against the men. They are. Chris, I am just saying that 3 is a lot. Megan, and I am saying that 2 is too little. They are not playing high school girls. Those women are professional athletes. The USWBNT won like 20 gold medals in a row. Chris, okay, 2 is too little. 3 is a lot. What about 2 versus 4? Is that fair? Megan, that's fair. But you forgot to mention LeBron James. Chris, I didn't forget the king. He has passed his prime. They need players who run the floor up and down, play both end of the floor. They are playing 2 versus 5, or 2 versus 4. Megan, I am not 100% convinced if 2 men could beat 4 women. They are going to triple team them every time they touch the ball. Chris, I have already told you that you need 5 players to guard Greek Freak. 4 is nothing to him. He would dunk on them, or pass the ball to Steph. Steph would kill them with 3 points. In fact, I am going back with 2 versus 5 format. The men are too strong. Megan, just leave it the way it is. 2 versus 4. You know, in soccer, 4 men can defend for 90 minutes, and they can get a result 0-0. They would just stand in their half like zone defense. But in basketball, two men have to play both offense and defense. The women are going to give the ball to whoever is open. No pressure, just knock an open shot. They might not know how to dunk, but they know how to shoot. They both count as 2 points. In fact, if they shoot behind the arc, it counts as 3 points. Chris, we will see about it. NBA should invite women for All-Star Weekend and test their skill versus two men. They would get a lot of audience, and the money will help WNBA. In fact, if NBA truly care about WNBA, they have to start from scratch. Get rid of all WNBA teams. Set up a system that is going to help women basketball grow in this country. The league should enforce each 32 teams to have a women team. For example, there are Los Angeles Lakers and Los Angeles Sparks. Get rid of Sparks. Instead of Los Angeles Sparks, they will go by the name the Los Angeles Lakers Women Team. Instead of New York Liberty, it's going to be New York Knicks Women Team. The league should adapt a new system and see if it works. In Europe, Chelsea has both men and women football teams under one ownership. Not only Chelsea, all the big clubs, Real Madrid, Man City, and others have female and male teams. In case they don't make money, they get support from men's revenue. The owners put all the money in a pot and pay both men and women accordingly, whether they bring in revenue or not. Megan, I don't like the sound of pot. I am against it. Chris, I know what you are thinking, but this is different. It's not equal play for equal pay. It's only a support system. The men make more money than the women. The pot is there to lend women helping hand till they get it together. I don't know if NBA and WNBA teams have same owners, but if they do, I think the owners should support them despite the fact not making money. You see, if they have same owner and same name, it is easy to lure the audience. The audience are familiar with the team. In the case of Los Angeles Lakers and Sparks, the fans are not familiar with Sparks. They don't care if they win or lose. Nobody is going to come to the arena. But they are familiar with Lakers. The Lakers have built legacy larger than life with Magic Johnson, Jerry West, Wilt Chamberlain, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Kobe, Shaq, and LeBron James. It's a walk in the park. Fans don't care if you are good or not. As long as you are wearing the Lakers uniform, they will come to watch the game. Megan, I don't like it a single bit. That's un-American. Let the Europeans do that shit. I know a lot of women are whining about equal pay for equal play. But in America, you have to forge your own way. You are not supposed to be dependent on men. And the minute we women understand that, we will be free. Of course, we have to work twice as hard to get what we want. As a woman, I would rather wear a Sparks jersey than put on a female Lakers uniform. I love Lakers. They are my team. But we women must create our own identity. Europe is Europe. I like the America way of doing things. The women would hate you for that. Chris, I am just trying to bring more fans to their game. I guess no good deed goes unpunished. Once Andre Iguodala paid a compliment to a Washington Mystics player. He said on Twitter, "No, 23 from Mystics is nice." What would you have done if an NBA legend paid you the same compliment? Megan, I would say fuck you. I am kidding. I would say thank you, Chris. Most people would have responded like that. Not fuck you, but thank you. But she said, put some respect on my name or keep this Twitter to yourself. She didn't like he referred her as 23 for whatever reason. She saw it as a sign of disrespect. She wants him to Google her name before he praised her. Megan, why didn't he do that? Chris, how should I know? That's beside the point. But he responds to her twit saying no manners. She said no, he didn't say that. She brush his dirty laundry from the past. How he said that he didn't want his daughter to play basketball because she might turn into a lesbian. Megan, that's not fair. Chris, if I were him, I would have said I am sorry if I offended you. It wasn't my intention to upset you. Next time, I would mention your name when I pay you a compliment. After that, I will never watch the Washington Mystics game again. No good deed goes unpunished. Megan, he should put himself in her shoes. If she said, what number does he wear? Chris, he used to wear 9. Now he wears 28. Megan, that's not what I had in my mind. Suppose he wears 33. If she said number 33 got game, he might not be Jesus, but he is as good as the devil. How is he going to feel? Chris, that is different. Megan, how is that different? Chris, what I am saying is first, You have to understand WNBA are doing everything in their power to make people watch the game. One person who decided to sit and watch them play and take his time to pay a compliment ended up being canceled for showing support. That is a little bit scary. You know what's sad is Andre Iguodala is a legend. He didn't even have to mention her number. Her being in his thought was one of the greatest compliments that she could have ever received in her life. He played in the league for 19 years and won 4 NBA rings. He was named Finals MVP in 2015 prior to the comment in Parallel Universe. Replying to him was a sign of disrespect itself. Not only that, she decided to take it further. She said women were over being marginalized. When he said a statement about their gameplay that was meant as a compliment but didn't include the person's name, it took away credibility from them and their hard work on the court and made it seem less than. That was a problem. I hope not all WNBA players think like her. She was not offended because Iggy called her 23. But a player by Andre Iguodala statue failing to mention her name irritated her. If Michael Jordan or KD had done the same, she would have never said anything. KD is one of the greatest players in the history of the game. Some people even think that he is better than LeBron James. But Andre Iguodala is a legend in the heart of most NBA fans, however. He wasn't selected in 75 greatest players of all time. She thought that his compliment had no value. What's more heartbreaking is she brought his past, his not wanting his daughter to be a lesbian, and tried to get him in trouble. Megan, she is spoiled. I would have defended her if she had kept it clean. That is the true color of a woman. We are like Joe Pesci in Goodfellas. No matter how big a guy might be, Nicky would take him on. You beat Nicky with fists, he comes back with a bat. You beat him with a knife, he comes back with a gun. And you beat him with a gun, you better kill him, because he'll keep coming back and back until one of you dead. Chris, that's why I don't usually go to a war with women. They have sharp claws. They will tear you apart, Megan. Just stay away from us. Chris. Okay, suppose Andre Iguodala said that he didn't want his daughter to pursue basketball due to the fear that he had, his daughter turning into lesbian. Why do women athletes tend to be gay? And do you think this could affect the popularity of women's sport in general? Could parents discourage their daughter from pursuing sports due to lesbian stigma? Megan. That is a good question. To be honest, I don't know the science behind why a lot of women athletes are gay, especially soccer and basketball. It could be hormone change in their body. I am not sure. I will look into it. I wasn't prepared for that question. Nonetheless, I don't believe that a lot of parents in America are worried about their daughters turning into lesbians. In fact, they encourage their daughters to be the best they can be, regardless of what they may become. Maybe Andre Iguodala thought that WNBA was not as popular as NBA. Imagine WNBA players make $50 million a year. Would he have said the same? No. In fact, girls who play sports have strong immune system, higher level of confidence and self-esteem. Later in life, they are less prone to suffer heart disease, high blood pressure, diabetes, chronic diseases, and breast cancer. That's alone enough reason for parents to encourage their daughter to pursue sport regardless of their sexuality. Chris, I am just saying, the more the sport become popular, the more their sexuality become the focal point. The question is not the public are ready to accept them, but will parents allow their daughters to go to that direction? It's because heart disease, high blood pressure, and diabetes can be managed by simple exercise. You don't have to pursue sport to prevent them. On the other hand, when it comes to sexuality, most parents don't want their daughters to be lesbians. Especially, they don't want to contribute to the factors. If they could prevent it, they would do it immediately at early stage. It's not because being gay is a sin. It's because how the society is going to treat their daughters. They will become outcast. Megan, it doesn't matter how the society treats you. What matters is you are what you are, and you are with someone that makes you happy. The rest can go to hell. In fact, if parents have to list 50 things that they fear that their daughter would end up becoming, lesbian wouldn't be in top 50. There are drugs, there is sex, there is mental illness, there is alcohol, cigarettes, weed, and getting in trouble with the law. A lot of parents would be happy if their daughter becomes a professional athlete and be prosperous regardless of their sexuality. Chris, it's true. But when they are 7, 8, 9, and 10, Parents don't usually think about their baby daughter doing drugs or drinking and getting in trouble with the law unless they watch Euphoria season 1 and 2. They take their daughter to a basketball or a soccer camp and let them run like wind. Yet when women basketball and soccer become more popular, the media will start to talk about the athlete's sexuality, and that will leave parents at odds. They all say that they support LGBT community, but when it comes to their daughter, they make a U-turn. They don't want to associate with them. Parents have the key to their children's future. There is a basketball. There is a book. They think if they give their daughter a basketball, there is a 40% chance that she would become gay. But if they give her a book, there is a 90% chance that she would be straight. I am just playing the devil's advocate, but I know what was going through Andre Iguodala's mind. He was thinking, if my daughter is going to wear a suit or a wedding gown, am I supposed to hand her over to her wife, or she is going to play the husband? What are the people going to say at the wedding? Maybe I will come up with an excuse and ditch the wedding. But what about grandchildren? If she is going to hospital and get it done artificially, or they would invite someone over, have sex with him threesome, kill him, cut him to pieces, and get rid of his body, figuratively speaking. But that is how parents think. The worst. And they all want grandchildren. If anything gets in the reproduction way, they will do anything in their power to stop it. That means less encouragement. Less encouragement is equal to low quality product. Low quality product is equal to less pay. Women are in a tough position. It seems like they are going against Mother Nature. It is zero-sum game. Megan, what's zero-sum game? Chris, they are fighting a losing battle. If the game becomes more popular, their sexuality becomes in the front page. Parents become self-conscious and discourage their kids from pursuing the sport. On the other hand, if the game is not popular, they are not going to get paid. Megan, so what must be done? Deny who they are, or you want them to play naked? Chris, no. I am just playing the devil's advocate. Nobody support them more than I do. I am only saying it's a work in progress. It's going to take time to convince people unless women are willing to use all their weapons. Megan, what weapon are you talking about? Chris, imagine if they make a commercial, two girls kissing French in close-up for 30 seconds. Make it steamy. People think lesbians are cool. Megan, that is sexualizing women. Women have been fighting for equal rights for centuries. They have stood up against sexual exploitation. It's a slap in the face for women who continue to fight against authoritarianism, sexism, and discrimination. Chris, you have to play dirty. Nobody is going to give you anything for free. You are not in the position to choose. Like you said, people would get annoyed if you scream equal pay for equal play. Women have used their charm and instinct for centuries to close the pay disparity between men and women. Seduction had always been one of their greatest weapons. Suddenly came the 60s. Women said that men are the enemy. Seduction becomes sexualization, and they told women to stay away from it as far as possible. Women don't need men. They need to be independent. Megan, don't you think two girls kissing French for 30 seconds in close-up too much? That is the definition of sexualization. Look at it in the dictionary. It has nothing to do with seduction. Chris, you get the idea. You are seducing the audience. You are inviting them to the journey into your soul. It's like Jerry Maguire. You can't just say, show me the money, it's help me. I will help you. You scratch my back. I will scratch yours. People want to be entertained. When you are in the entertainment business, you find out that sex sells. Megan, what sport has to do with sex? You don't see LeBron James taking out his penis and jerk off in front of millions. These girls want to play ball. You don't expect them to kiss French in front of the audience. That has nothing to do with the game of basketball or soccer. Chris, it's true, but there is a big pay disparity between men and women's sport. It's heaven and earth. Top men athletes make over $200 million a year. Women make like 300 grand. If they want to close the pay disparity between men and women, they have to think outside the box. Megan, what's outside the box? Do you want them to suck the audience's dick or eat out each other in the middle of the game instead of kicking the ball or hooping? Chris, don't twist my words. I am just saying that they have to spice it up. The USWNT players are saying equal pay for equal play. In fact, they should wear crop top that shows their flat belly and tight short that show 2/3 of their buttocks like $100 runners. It's sexy. Megan, what about Why can't they just wear bikinis or play topless? It's sexy too. Men like breasts like dogs loves bones. Chris, I am just playing the devil's advocate. Megan, I know that. Nonetheless, we women are stepping to new territory. We are daring to dream big. So far, we have defied Mother Nature. Women athletes have thrown down the gauntlet to those who thought that they didn't have what it takes. They have challenged social norms, risen to the occasion, and found their places in the world. However, there is still much work to be done. We will have to go all out if we want to see true change. I am not denying that men and women are two different beings. It is difficult to compare ourselves with men when it comes to sport. Men are bigger, stronger, faster, quicker, and more muscular than us. We are trying to recode Mother Nature from scratch. Mother Nature will always accept that challenge. It's same as mutation. But what Mother Nature doesn't like is slowing down reproduction. I know I sound like a hypocrite too. I was defending their sexuality, but it concerns me a tiny, miny bit too. I don't want anything to get in their way. I want women's sport to be big. I hope that Mother Nature is not calling the shots. I want women athletes to celebrate their sexuality and be with those whom they love dearly and be prosperous without the interference of anything. Anyhow, that's all the time we have. We will see you Monday. Subscribe, like, and ring the notification button. Take care. Interior David's house, party night. Megan and Chris attend the party. They are sitting on sofas with David, his girlfriend Olivia, Jennifer, Chad, and Chad's girlfriend Nicole. There are all kinds of alcoholic beverage on the table. We see about 15 guests mingling and enjoying the party. David sees a guy wearing a t-shirt that says, "I stand with Ukraine." David. They all say that they stand with Ukraine. But nobody knows what the fuck is going on there. Olivia, didn't Russians invade Ukraine out of the blue and take their country away? Nicole, it's deeper than that. It has been cooking for a while. There are Russians in Ukraine. They are the largest minority in the country. Most of them live in Crimea, an island surrounded by Black Sea, in the south or south of Ukraine, and Donetsk Oblast and Luhansk Oblast in East Ukraine. They don't want to be part of Ukraine. They wanted to join Russia. That's where the problem started. In 2014, Russian forces occupied Crimea and annexed it from Ukraine. In addition, there are pro-Russian separatists in Donetsk Oblast and Luhansk. They started a civil war backed by Russians. Putin then said, "Fuck it. We are going to invade Ukraine and take Luhansk and Donetsk Oblasts as well to keep the US at bay." Jennifer, if the people in Luhansk and Donetsk Oblasts want to join Russia, why don't they hold referendum and vote? Nicole, it doesn't work like that. It's like saying the Mexicans in California want to join Mexico. Let's have a vote and give or return California back to Mexico. California belongs to America regardless of how many Mexicans lives in the state, so do Luhansk and Donetsk Oblasts. They belong to Ukraine regardless of how many Russians live in the states. David, that's not the point. Mexicans doesn't have nuclear weapon, but Russians do. You don't want to upset them too much. Just give them Luhansk and Donetsk Oblasts and end the war as soon as possible. The longer it takes, the worse it gets. I'm pretty much sure if Mexico have nuclear weapons and we only have a trident, we will give them Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, and California. It's not worth it. It's a butterfly effect. If a small butterfly flapping its wings in Maine could cause a typhoon in Japan, a small war over a piece of land could start World War III and brings Armageddon. It's good to be patriotism, fight for freedom and what is right, but at the same time, we have to see the big picture. We must put our pride aside and weigh on the pros and cons, not accept defeat, but let our guard down and save humanity from extinction. Let's the oppressor have its own way, till we find solutions. Peace should be priority. We must prevent nuclear war at all costs. Olivia, basically, you are saying that they should give Ukraine to Russia and end the war. David, no. Just let the people in Luhansk and Donetsk Oblasts decide their fate, whether they want to remain with Ukraine or join Russia and end the war for now. I know we all love our countries. It is who we are. The Ukrainians love their country as much as we love USA. But they can't be selfish. They must open their eyes and see what is happening. We are talking about nuclear war and apocalypse. There would be billions of casualties. Sometimes we just have to be smart. There are over Googleplex of planets in the universe, and Earth is not even a grain of sand. But it supports life. Our main concern should be the preservation of life, not fighting over a land that is not even a speck of dust in the Milky Way. Nicole, I kind of disagree with you. There are rules and regulations placed by international governing body to keep things on an even keel. If nations stop following those rules and regulation, there is going to be further chaos. It's not only Russia that has nuclear weapons. UK, the US, France, China, India, Pakistan, and North Korea are nuclear nations. North Korea can easily invade South Korea, declare war, and threaten to drop nuclear bombs if anyone get in their way. Or India soldiers can march to Bangladesh and take over, and the government would claim that Bangladesh belongs to India, and if anybody tells them otherwise, they will attack them with nuclear weapons. That's why every nation must follow the rules to protect civilization, freedom, and peace. It's a matter of time before Russia understands what is at stake and leave Ukraine alone. Chad, I don't know about that. It's geopolitics. It goes far deeper than you think. Russians want to control the natural resource of Eurasia. So do the West. Ukraine is just a pawn. This is Cold War Part 2. But instead of socialism versus capitalism, it is money versus money. The reason Russia invaded Ukraine is not because of they want to protect the Russians in Ukraine. It's because they know or believe that the West and CIA continue to put puppet governments in order to drain Ukraine's natural resources. Yanukovych was elected as a Ukraine president, but he was pro-Russia and the Eurasian Economic Union. CIA ousted him and put Petro Poroshenko in charge. He cut ties with Russia and began to do business with the West. Russia used the well-being of people in Donetsk Oblast and Luhansk as an excuse, caused civil unrest, and eventually invaded Ukraine to tell the West and NATO to back off. We are not playing that game. We have nuclear weapons. David, what do you think CIA officials do? They don't just sit and gather secrets. Their job is to start war, create chaos, and protect the West interests at all costs. If a country has a rich natural resource, they put a fake government and take the resource. Chad. However, this time, they did it under Russians' nose. The Russian didn't like it. If the West are not careful, this could end in nuclear confrontation. Olivia. Americans shouldn't get involved in the war too much. Don't give Russian an excuse to start nuclear war. Jennifer. Who is the president of Ukraine? Chris. Volodymyr Zelensky. He is a comedian. You know, that's what happened when people elect a president who cares about them. As ironic as it sounds, it always leads to war. It's because politics is business. You take money from people and pay not to start a war. Megan. The problem is bigger than the president. He doesn't even know what the fuck is going on in Ukraine. He himself is a pawn. If the US wants to end this war, they will end it today. All they have to tell Volodymyr Zelensky is give the Russia Donetsk Oblast and Luhansk in exchange of peace. If he refuses, they will replace him with a puppet, like how they replaced the Prime Minister of Pakistan. Chad. The fact is, it's not up to Volodymyr Zelensky or Ukraine. Volodymyr Zelensky is a puppet himself. He said that he believes in democracy, but he outlawed independent media and opposition parties in the advice of America. That is dictatorship. However, that is nothing. Ukraine can't survive 1 hour without the support of the West. It's up to the government of us to end the war. But the question is, does the US want to end the war? No, they don't want to end the war. War is business. They know what they are doing. Russia is their #1 competitor. There is a lot of intelligence behind this. As a matter of fact, it's CIA who started the war. Russia wants to control the Eurasian natural resources and markets. It's $1 trillion business. US business experts and CIA know that. Tricked Russia into invading Ukraine and hit them with all kinds of sanctions. Like I said, it is Cold War Part 2. They want Russia to bleed a little bit. Instead of money going to Russia, the money goes straight to American bank accounts. Plus, they are selling weapons and missiles to Ukraine worth billions of dollars. Ukraine might not have to pay right away, but they will eventually pay with interest and natural resources in the future. In capitalism, nothing is free. The US will end the war before it reaches the boiling point, but they have to be careful. They can't be too greedy. They are playing with fire. This could lead to a nuclear war. Megan, it's a gamble. CIA is behind the war. The government of us is making billions of dollars from the war in Ukraine. Nations are forced to cut ties with Russia and do business with the US and the West. Chad, it's like, suppose I am a drug dealer or a gangster or a mafia based in California. David is my main rival. He is based in Chicago. I don't want to go war with him. If I go war with him, we will both lose. I am powerful. He is powerful too. Instead, I send a spy. The spy tells David that I am planning to do business with Jennifer. To Jennifer, you are a small-time gangster based in St. Louis, right down by Chicago. Jennifer, why I am a small-time gangster? Is it because I am a woman? Chad, no, that is not it. It is an example. I am supposed to be America. He is supposed to be Russia. You are supposed to be Ukraine. But don't bother, I will replace it with Mila Kunis. She is Ukrainian. David gets emotional. He and Mila Kunis have history. It is an example. They used to be lovers or enemies. So David kidnaps Mila Kunis. Mila Kunis's people begin to fight to free her. I tell the Commission, American Mafia, that David broke the rule. He is not supposed to touch Mila Kunis. He must be banned from conducting any kind of business with anybody. Instead of buying drugs from David, now they all are forced to buy them from me. It is the same thing. Instead of doing business with Russia, they all are forced to cut ties with Russia and do business with the West. Megan. Anyhow, people have to put pressure on the US government, especially during election, not to get involved in the war in Ukraine. It's not because Russia is in the right or wrong, or Ukraine had seen it coming when they refused to remain neutral and decided to join NATO against Russia's interest. But it's because it's a sensitive issue. We are talking about nuclear war. You see, people in other countries don't really have the power to elect presidents whom they can speak for them. There is a lot of corruption. Even if they do, they would eventually become corrupted too. They are forced to serve two masters, their ego and foreign manipulators and bullies. They stop caring about people who elected them in the first place and protect their master's interests. Volodymyr Zelensky is one of the biggest fools them of all. He is walking on a thin ice. He is putting Ukraine in a big hole. Like I said, America is not giving him military aid and weapons for free. The people of Ukraine will eventually have to pay for them. He is putting the country in a great debt. USA will come to collect the debt once the war is over. They will take all the uranium that they have. This is not 1980s where nations used to fight over borders. Let them hold referendum. Give Russia Donetsk, Oblast, and Luhansk, be neutral, and stop the war for the time being. At least agree to ceasefire. You can't offer to brainwash young people and send them to their death. Ukrainian men ages 18 to 60 have been banned from leaving the country. They are told that they must fight. 200 people die each day. Chris, the majority of Ukrainians want to fight. They don't want to give Russia a penny. As a matter of fact, they want Crimea back. Megan, that is not the point. The war hasn't even begun yet, but thousands of people died. Enough is enough. Sometimes you have to know whom you are fighting against with. It's like Siberian tigers hunting elks. One day, elks decided to stand up to the Siberian tigers. But the Siberian tigers are too powerful. They tore them apart. Elks' leader continued to tell them that they must fight. Those Siberian tigers are nothing but kittens. We will crash them. Eventually, Siberian tigers killed all of them and ate them. Volodymyr Zelensky is not a visionary. You don't have to be Nostradamus to see ahead of time. This smells like nuclear war. This is not a movie. He must stop it now. In addition, what makes him think that he can defeat Russia? They are one of the most powerful nations in the world. Chad. Or maybe Volodymyr Zelensky thinks that the US will continue to back him up. David. The US is supposed to the bear, but a bear doesn't want to fight with a Siberian tiger. It would be costly. Jennifer. The US will only enter war against Russia if the Russians decide to invade Alaska. Chad, that's not a different story. The US will not enter war against Russia. This is business. It's not personal. They just want to see Russia in the hospital with intravenous line 4 attached to its arm. They are trying to weaken them in case of a major war. Mostly, it is the battle of natural resources and international economics. There is a lot of planning behind this. In the sense, it is a video game. Neither the US nor Russia is stupid enough to start a nuclear war. But never say never. Anything can happen. Volodymyr Zelensky has to wake up. They are using him. He is sending young men to a suicide mission. It's good to fight and die for your country if you believe victory can be achieved. But as a leader, you have to assess your enemy. That's number one rule in war. Who is your enemy? Then you ask what are their weaknesses and what are their strengths. Last, can we win the war? David, who is your enemy? Russia. Do they have weakness? No, they don't have any weakness whatsoever. What are their strengths? They are killing machines. In addition, they have nuclear weapons. Can we win the war? No, you can't. The only option is peace. Whatever it's, take it or agree and end the war as soon as possible. Megan, it's like Ireland versus United Kingdom. The Irish knew that they can't defeat United Kingdom or fight them forever, so they gave them Northern Ireland and ended the war. At least now the Irish have a country that they call home. They would have been under British colony if it wasn't for that agreement. If Ukraine loses the war, they could lose a big chunk of land. Russia should threaten Ukraine if you continue to resist or fight us. We are going to take East Ukraine in totality after the Dnieper River, upon victory, and drain the natural resources till we recover the cost of the war. That is our penalty of Ukraine fighting war against Russia. Ukraine has no choice but to sit with Russia and talk peace. I am not against Ukraine or Russia. I have always found it silly nations fighting over imaginary lines. No land belongs to anybody but peace. Who cares if Crimea, Donetsk Oblast, and Luhansk are under Russians or Ukraine's rule? My only question is why Russia doesn't want Ukraine to join NATO or the European Union. Putin wants Ukraine to be neutral. I think that is a little bit unfair. I understand Crimea, Donetsk Oblast, and Luhansk wanting independence. If the people want to join Russia, let them join Russia. But Russia can't say that Ukraine is not allowed to join European Union and NATO. It is not their country. They can't tell them how to run their own country. However, Ukraine still should take the deal till Putin's death. Then they can join NATO and European Union after they collect themselves together. Olivia, what about can Putin agree to take Crimea, Donetsk Oblast, and Luhansk and allow Ukraine to join European Union and NATO? Chad, I doubt it. Putin doesn't want them to join NATO in case another war breaks up. It is a bigger risk. If a war breaks up, NATO can help Ukraine with troops and military force. The alliance would be required to defend Ukraine against all enemies not members of NATO at all costs. David, NATO is going to expand regardless of what Putin has to say, but Ukraine has to be patient. Russia is a force to be reckoned with. Ukraine can't ignore them or take them lightly. America can't support them forever. They should sign a deal that expires every 5 years, to join or not to join NATO. Then when Putin dies, Russia will have a new leader. He or she might have a different view. Ukraine then can do whatever they want to do, join NATO or Eurasian Union. But now they must wait. A mouse can bark like a dog and scare a cat, but it won't bite. The cat will eventually eat him. It's better to end it peacefully than continue to fight till everybody dies. Diana, I know that you guys might think that I am crazy, but have you thought about it? Just maybe. Putin is genius. Like you said, the reason Putin doesn't want NATO to expand his members is in case of a war against Russia, they all will get together and attack Russia. That is a possibility. However, Putin's main concern is Ukraine. If Ukraine joins NATO, the first thing that they would do is reclaim Crimea by force, even though Crimean had already held a referendum to join Russia. That means Third World War. I think that we should give Putin credit the benefit of the doubt for preventing Third World War for now. It's because there is no way that Russia is going to return Crimea to Ukraine. They might withdraw their forces from Donetsk Oblast and Luhansk. But Russia is not going to give Crimea to Ukraine no matter what. That is why Ukraine wants to join NATO to retrieve Crimea from Russia. They are sneaky bastards. They are not saints. Maybe I could be wrong. But neither Russia nor America is ready for a full-scale war. That's why America refuses to invite Ukraine to NATO. They are just going to sell them weapons and arm them to the brim and make life a little bit difficult for Russia, in case Russia decides to enter war with USA. Chad, it is more complicated than that. Putin is not genius. He is a fool too. The only reason there is war in Ukraine is because the US wants it that way. Like I said earlier, it is Cold War Part 2. They want Russia to crumble economically and militarily. Russia is a powerful nation. They have tons of nuclear weapons. The US is not going to take a chance. They will continue to support Ukraine till Russia falls to pieces, which means millions of Ukrainians and Russians are going to die. There is a hypocrisy in America. As long as no American dies in the war, the public is going to support the war in Ukraine because of the media. They continue to feed them a lie. But as citizens of USA, we have to wake up and be smart about it. It's not about who is right or wrong. It's protecting humanity from extinction. We have to look at the big picture. We can't trust our leaders anymore. They are greedy. We know that Russia is wrong, but we must stay out of it. It's not because we don't care about Ukraine or anything, but we care about the safety of humankind in general. We must never put billions of lives at risk over monetary war. It's not our fight. David, it's crazy. They are fighting over lands not even bigger than Vermont and New Hampshire. That's not worth the start Third World War, is it? I know Ukrainians have national pride. It hurt to see someone invade your country and take your lands. I have a national pride too. I feel their pain. If Russia invades Alaska and steals a polar bear, I will be the first person to be enlisted. But at the same time, I would ask myself whether we can come on top or not. Nothing should be done meaninglessly. The Ukraine government officials must think about the casualties. They can't offer to keep jumping into fire. Like you said, it is Sabrian tigers versus elks. They can pretend that Sabrian tigers are rabbits and they are triceratops. But at the end of the day, those Sabrian tigers will destroy them. It is a lost cause. They must sit with Russian officials, talk peace, and end the war as soon as possible. Nobody is saying Ukraine is at fault. But they are tiny and the enemy is a monster. The only way to ease up a monster is to make a sacrifice, like Ireland, which she just mentioned, till one day you become big and strong. You then can take what is yours. We are not turning a deaf ear to their cause, but we are talking about billions of lives. Ukrainians and the rest of the world. Megan, what upset me is the media. They have brainwashed the audiences so bad, if you ask anyone in the street, they all will tell you that. They must support Ukraine till they win the war. Russia is the aggressor. One guy said that as long as Ukrainians have a spirit to fight, we should continue to supply them with whatever they need. But he does strongly feel that it should be done in terms of heavy weapons, tanks, planes, artillery, instead of just giving them a big check. What about the US just declare war against Russia, drop nuclear weapons, and kill millions of innocent people? The Russian would then do the same too. He is idiot. Billions of lives will be lost for nothing. They all say that it is our duty to take a stand for Ukraine. Ukrainians have been illegally invaded and unfairly attacked. We must continue to support Ukrainian army from start to the end. It was a survey done by BBC asking the US voters about the Russia-Ukraine war. It is scary. None of them are worried about nuclear war. They have taken it for granted. Their only concern is the money that the US government is giving to Ukraine. They say it should be spent here in America, helping the homeless and preventing inflation with food and gas prices. They don't know what the fuck is going on. USA might give Ukraine $34 billion to aid the displaced, arm-naive Ukrainian and send them to their death. But they will make trillions of dollars from Russian sanctions, weapon sales, and Ukraine natural resource, boost US economy, reduce gas prices, and feed and shelter millions of homeless in North America. The war is profiting the US, but it could lead to nuclear war if people continue to jump on the bandwagon and encourage their leaders to get involved in something deadly because of a lie. It's 21st century. We can't offer to fight over lands. There is nothing more important than peace. Technology has brought us together. We all are one nation. Patriotism is illusion. It is fake. We should question their motive. Not only that, but we must also predict the outcome. This doesn't look good. It has mushroom clouds written all over it. In addition, it is not going to make any difference how much money the US government give to Ukraine. Russia is not going to relinquish anything. They will not go down without a nuclear war. We have that knowledge. Do we still want to help Ukraine with tanks, planes, and heavy artilleries? I hope they are not a lot of people who think like that dickhead. It is because people like him, First World War and Second World War started, and millions of people died to no avail. I blame it on major media outlets. They continue to fuel the fire, portraying Russia as an evil regime like Nazi and advocating that the US must continue to fund and aid Ukraine with finance and military. Not only do they want the war to continue, but they also push their own agenda that the US must stay the course on Ukraine and help them defeat Russia and set the tone, even if it means millions of people would die. This is before nuclear war. And whenever there is a nuclear talk, they act like clueless. They think that Russian is bluffing. Maybe they are bluffing. Maybe they are not. We don't know that for sure. But why take a chance? This is not poker. If you press them too much, they will press the button. Most people in the US want the government to fund and support the Ukrainian army with heavy weapons and missiles and stand by Ukraine till the end. But if you ask them about nuclear war, they too have no answer. They pretend that Russia doesn't have nuclear weapons but grenades and motive cocktails. Do they really want the US to enter war with Russia? Is that the goal? So be it. That's what comes with aiding and arming a nation with missiles and heavy weapons. For Christ's sake, they are fighting a country that has nuclear weapons. You become their enemy too. In the survey, none of them seems to know what is happening. Instead of telling the government to focus on peace, they insist the US government to aid Ukraine, financially and militarily, and help them win the war at all costs. This happens because of media. The media only care about viewership. They don't care about the danger of war and Armageddon. Like you said, the US has the power to end the war today, but it is up to the voters to put pressure on the government before it's too late. The media could have easily spoken for them, but they are nothing but propaganda machine. They don't work for people. They work for the government. They all support the war in Ukraine and continue to encourage the government to provide additional military and economic aid to Ukraine, despite the fact knowing that the war is unwinnable, and Russia is a nuclear powerhouse and hundreds of people are dying every day for no reason. Jennifer, I am more worried about the potential war with China than Russia. It's a matter of time before China invade Taiwan. Megan, wait a second. I thought that Taiwan is part of China. David, Chinese are saying that Taiwan is part of China. The media says Taiwanese are not Chinese. The government says that the US recognizes the People's Republic of China (PRC) as the sole legal government of China One China policy. The politicians say if China invade Taiwan, we will attack them. And Taiwanese are saying, indeed, we are Chinese, the Republic of China, but we are not People's Republic of China. Megan, what is the difference? David, the mainland. China has peoples in front of it. Taiwan is just Republic of China without the peoples. It's like North and South Korea. The media is saying that they are two different countries. China is saying that Taiwan belongs to China. They are separatist. Sooner or later, we will take it by force. The politicians are saying, no, you are not. You have to go through us. Megan, why US politicians keep doing this? Didn't they learn their lesson from Vietnam War? This is nonsense. The last thing you want to fight is the Chinese. They keep pushing their luck. Why is USA helping Taiwan? What do they gain? It's not our business. No American is going to support the war. Millions of people are going to march in DC and protest the war. The Congress can't do it without the support of the people. Chad, trust me, that is the easiest part. That's why the media is there for. They tell them that China invaded Taiwan illegally and unfairly. They don't even mention the Republic of China. Megan, who is the Republic of China? David, Taiwan. The war is between People's Republic of China and Republic of China. The media is not going to tell you that. It is too confusing. People will start to ask a lot of questions. Wait a minute. Aren't both Chinese? We don't have time to explain that. That is not good. Therefore, they will just tell you China invaded Taiwan unlawfully, and the US must send troops and stop the invasion. Propaganda, as usual. But when you ask them why the US citizens risk their lives over something that has nothing to do with them and billions of people have to die in nuclear war, they will tell you, don't shoot the messenger. We are merely doing our jobs. Megan, I just don't understand the reason behind the war against China. Why is Taiwan so important to USA? I could tell you 100 things why Taiwan is important to USA. In the meantime, you could also list 1,000 things which explain the war with China is costly economically and humanitarianly. We need to put them on a scale and weigh them. The war could send us back to Stone Age. That's why we elect our leaders, to put their ego aside and protect our interest first, not start a nuclear war. If I were the president of USA, I will give Taiwan to China. Not only could they avoid nuclear war, but they can also strengthen US economy and their relationship with China, one of the leading forces in world business. It would save us trillions of dollars, send humankind to space, and conquer the universe. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to see this. In fact, this would be the first step for the US and China relationship and global peace to give the Republic of China, or Taiwan, to China and build a strong ally with China. Or billions would die. USA needs China, so does China. They need USA. Chid. Like you said before, we shouldn't fight over land. Technology has brought us closer. It is a waste of lives. Megan. What kind of language do Taiwanese speak? Chris. They speak Mandarin Chinese. Megan. They speak the same language. They call themselves Chinese. I just don't understand what business the US has. Olivia, they have no business. But one might argue a lot of Canadians or Americans might have emigrated from England, or Australians are originally from England. They speak English and all. But neither Canada nor America nor Australia belongs to the United Kingdom. They are their own countries. Taiwanese are saying the same thing. We might be Chinese, but we are not part of China, like Australia is not part of England. Megan, what if the Hawaiians say they don't want to be part of USA and start war? China is not going to send troops to Hawaii and fight USA. They know that it is none of their business. But the US always sticks its nose where it doesn't belong and escalates the problem. David. At least Hawaiians have their own language. In the future, they might even declare independence. Megan. I think that USA might be risking losing Hawaii. If they enter war with both Russia and China and lose the war, they will be forced to stage referendum in Hawaii. Of course, billions of people would die. But the survivals will move on, build new society, and hold referendum in Hawaii. They will ask them if they want to join nuclear-wasted USA or independence. They will choose independence. Chad. Russia or China doesn't care about Hawaii. They will colonize the entire North America and split it in half. China takes west and Russia takes east, like how the US and Russia divided Germany after Second World War. Megan. I doubt the US will enter war with both China and Russia at the same time. They won't do it. It is suicide. Olivia, what about Puerto Rico? USA should focus on integrating Puerto Rico, US Virgin Islands, and to USA instead of fighting China. Jennifer, while they are at it, why not invade Cuba, Dominican Republic, Jamaica, Bahamas, Trinidad and Tobago, and Haiti and colonize them? They are right down the ocean. David, they can't do that. All those countries that you just mentioned are the member of United Nations. Puerto Rico, US, and British Virgin Islands, and Taiwan are not the member of United Nation. Jennifer, I don't know if Puerto Rico want to join USA. They will start war. Chad. Puerto Ricans are Americans. It's a matter of time before Puerto Rico is integrated to USA and becomes officially a US state. China wouldn't tell them that they can't do that. David. USA has to be careful. Not only they are dealing with China, they are also fighting with Russia. If they lose the war, they might lose Alaska. They are going against number 2 Russia and number 3 Kian military forces in the world. They have a lot of enemies. India, Pakistan, and Iran might join China and Russia and get rid of American from the face of the earth. That's what happened when you become a bully and get in everybody's case. The world hate Americans because whenever there is a war, they started it. They see the US as a terrorist pretending to be the world police. There is not a single war that CIA is not a part of it. Such as if a country does business with China the next day, there is a civil war in that country. Not only America sells them weapons, but they also help the rebels win the war. The new government then ditches China and starts to do business with America. However, that is a nightmare. The minimum wage in America is about $15 per hour. It feeds someone in Africa for a month. When a nation does business with America, nobody can offer to buy what they are selling. The people start to get agitated and question their leaders. Eventually, They have no choice but to cut ties with America and do business with China, where cheap labor is the backbone of their economy. America knows that they can't compete with China. China is taking all kind of projects away from America. In order to stop that, they are poking them with stick, sending their warships near their border, and provoking them to invade Taiwan. Once they invade Taiwan, they would hit them with all kinds of sanctions, which means nation can't do business with China. They will force to do with America. The price of a cup will be back $10. Only the rich and the famous offer that. Olivia, doesn't the war with China affect America's economy more than it affects the world? It will bring death and suffering. Megan, to be honest, I don't know how American politics work. They can convince people that America is protector of the world. They are in Taiwan to protect Taiwanese, backed by big media outlets, and sent thousands of Americans to the war like the Vietnam War. They don't even warn you about the potential nuclear confrontation. For what? Not only that both America's and China's economic will be hit hard, but billions will also die. The sad thing is people will listen to them and agree to fight China. It's like some people in America asking the government to free Tibet. At least Tibetans don't call themselves the Republic of China. They have their own language and culture. I would have more sympathy for Tibet than Taiwan. Who are you supporting? The Republic of China. Who you are fighting? The People's Republic of China. It doesn't sound right. It is confusing. David, people are misinformed. This war can easily be avoided if people hold the government accountable for their action. Megan, at least we should gather and march in D.C., protesting the war. Say no to nuclear holocaust. This is no different from the war in Vietnam or Iraq. The only difference is this time, millions of Americans will die. It is not our war. We have no business fighting China. We have to vote for governors and senates who are against the war in China or Russia, and elect a president who can save us from nuclear war instead of government bodies and House committee who strategize war against China in front of our eyes. I saw it on ABC. Can anybody tell them we don't want a leader who plays a world police, terrorizes nations, and starts World War III? When are they going to learn from their mistakes? They keep making them like there is no tomorrow. We the people suffer consequences. They are about to make a mistake that cannot be reversed. Someone must stop them. Chad. People are brainwashed. If there is a war, they all will go and fight. If you ask them why they are fighting, they will tell you big China invaded baby China. Who gives a fuck? That's not our business. We don't want nuclear war. Megan, it is business as usual. Where there is a war, there is money. USA is selling billions of dollars worth of weapons to Taiwan as we speak. At least, they should change their name. This Republic of China doesn't help their cause. Just change it to Taiwan and make it official. David, the media has never mentioned or said the Republic of China even once in their life. They always refer them as Taiwan to push their own agenda. Olivia, they advocate for war. They keep saying the U.S. must stop the invasion at all costs. David, there is an economic interest. The U.S. doesn't care about Taiwan. As far as they are concerned, they are both Chinese to them. It is like North Korea and South Korea. If North Korea invades South Korea, America will send troops and destroy North Korea. They are not interested in people, language, or culture. They don't care if they are brothers or cousins. They are interested in geopolitics and agenda. China is communist. Taiwan is capitalist. Capitalism serves Americans' interests. If chains switch to capitalism, USA will give them Taiwan on a sliver plate. It is yours. Do whatever you want to do with it. Now you are talking my language. Everybody knows that America is not what it says it is. Savior of the world. It is the most hated country in the world due to its foreign policy. Wherever they go, they drain their natural resources. It is not give and take. It is just take everything and turn it into hell, like how they destroy Libya or Syria. Humanitarian mission is a front. Like you said earlier, they can't compete with China because of expensive labor in America. It has big impact on international trade. If they replace the workers with machine or artificial intelligence, a lot of people would be left jobless. They can't lower the minimum wage either. A lot of people can't offer to pay insurance and hospital bills. The government is in a tough position. That's why they start war and force nations to do business with them. The problem is the world is beginning to wake up. Over 90% of African nations are doing business with China instead of the US. It is not because they hate America, they are too expensive. Imagine if Nike opens a shoe company in America, a pair of shoes would cost $1,000. Jennifer, that is insane. David, one thing that the US is good at is selling weapons. Nobody can compete with the US military industrial complex. They are going to sell all kinds of weapons to Taiwan and arm them to teeth and make billions of dollars. When Taiwan runs out of money and can't pay them anymore, the US will tell the world that they will solve the problem diplomatically. China will eventually offer the US a better deal, give them a couple of semiconductors. USA will stop supporting Taiwan, saying that the Congress opposes war against China. In addition, they tell them that Americans are against the war. They don't want their brothers and sisters to fight for no reason. China will win the war. The US tells Taiwan, at least we try. It's like pay me in Goodfellas. Business is bad? Fuck you, pay me. Oh, you had a fire? Fuck you, pay me. Place got hit by lightning, huh? Fuck you, pay me. You want a protection? Pay me. You are losing the war? Fuck you, pay me. There is no money in your bank account? Fuck you, pay me. Doesn't matter. It's all profit. And then finally, when there's nothing left, you can't borrow another buck from the bank or buy another case of booze. You bust the joint out. You light a match. The US is not a global policeman. They are mafia, Megan. They are mafia. But I don't know if the USA can offer to send fighters in Taiwan. It will be costly. It is like a job. They have to pay the soldiers. It's an example. China might spend $100 in 10 soldiers, but USA will be forced to spend $1,000 in 10 soldiers. It is going to be costly. Jennifer, you guys should talk about it on the show. David, are you crazy? No. They will cancel us like how they cancel Russell Brand. I have done way crazier things than Russell Brand. If they talked to girls that I slept with, they would put me in prison. Not only that, I am not planning to do the show on Rumble. It's less money. Politics is a dangerous business. Let's just play it safe for now, make money, and then take it to the next level. Instead, we will talk about the strikes in Hollywood. Interior Blue Wire, The Devil's Advocate Show, Day. Chris and Megan film The Devil's Advocate. Megan, welcome back. This is Devil's Advocate Podcast. I am Megan Jordan. Chris, I am Chris Jones. Megan, let's talk about the strike in Hollywood. What do you make of it? Chris, I don't know who said writers don't strike. They go home and right behind the closed door. Those who strike night and day have suffered from writing block. Megan, not only the writers are striking, but the actors are also in the street protesting. Both WGA and SGA stopped making movies. Chris, it's crazy. You see, Hollywood is making a lot of money through streaming services and everybody wants a piece of the pie. The writers and actors are saying, we are responsible for creating the shows. We want you to give us the percentage of the profit, increase in residuals, higher wages, and protection from the use of AI. Hollywood executives are saying we are not playing percentage game when it comes to streaming services. It's unpredictable. It's not making us money. The writer and actors are saying that that is lying their ass off. They are making billions. They are greedy as the pigs in the Galapagos Islands. They don't want to share the wealth. The sky is falling. They can't exist without us. Hollywood executives say, fuck you. We have more money than God. We will be okay. We will eat lobsters and caviar and drink champagne and stay at our vacation home in La Jolla and Alpine San Diego. But you can't even pay your rent. You are going to beg us for work. That's where they are standing at. The writer and actors want percentage from streaming. They want share of the revenue. Hollywood executives say, no, you are not getting none of that. Megan, why don't Hollywood want to share the revenue? Chris, it's not that simple. You know, suppose a man starts a donut company. He hires 100 employees to make donuts. He then sells the donuts and makes millions. The employees say, damn, this motherfucker is making millions. We are the ones who are making the donuts. Without us, there will be no fucking donuts. He makes millions. We only get $100. He makes billions. We still get $100. They tell him that they must share the profit 35/65. When you make money, we want to make money too. The owner says, this is my company. I own it. You are my employees. You have signed a contract, a fixed pay. It doesn't matter if I make billions of dollars or a penny. You get your salary monthly and accordingly. I am not obligated to share the revenue with people that I hired no matter how much I make. I could make $10 billion a day and pay you $100 a month. Take it or leave it. What I make is none of your business. Megan, they are fighting for a new fair contract, but they don't want give them. Chris, the reason they don't want to give them is because of capitalism. The rich get richer, the poor get poorer, so to speak. But they are saying I can fire you in a heartbeat and hire a smack who is just as good as you, if not better. There are millions of people who are looking for opportunities and will not hesitate to take your job. You take what I give you, or collect your belongings and leave the office. Sometimes they don't even tell you that. They start laying off people the minute the company loses a penny. It's Mexican standoff. The writers and actors know that studios are making billions in streaming services. They want to get paid handsomely. The days of studios making billions and employees making $100 are over. It's new dawn. It's new time. The employees are responsible for the products, so they deserve as much as the owners and CEOs, if not more. Next, you will see food and beverage factories workers and supermarket employees striking. They all want to play the percentage game. It's more profitable. The more the company make, the more the employees make. Instead of just top people making billions. Megan, that's good. Chris, it's good. The employees have 4 aces, but the owners are sitting with Royal Flash. The employees can't bluff. It's not going to work. They can't fold either. Who folds with 4 aces? They are just hoping that 4 aces that they are holding could beat Royal Flash if they go out and strike for a few more days. Megan, they should just pay them and get it over with. Chris, they will pay them. There are billions to be made. It's enough for everybody. Megan, I like the percentage game. If you make the company rich, you will be rich too. Chris, it's true, but that's against capitalism. In capitalism, employees are not supposed to make as much as top people. It's not because they don't deserve it. It's just that the top people need a lot of money to expand their empire. If they open one factory in Los Angeles, they want to open another factory in New York City. If they open a factory in New York City, they want to open Company 3 in Miami, and so on and so forth. If they could take $1 from every employee, they would do it. The less they pay you, the more they make. Nothing is going to stop them from manipulating their employees. They take advantage of the system and open factories around the world. That's capitalism. The rich want to be richer. The sky is the limit. They are only interested in money. Megan, what about the employees if they get paid handsomely? They can open their own small business. That is capitalism too. Chris, that's true. To be honest, I don't know anything about capitalism. But something tells me that they are going to follow the same formula too. They will pay their employee less and open more shops. There is capitalism 1 and there is capitalism 2. Capitalism 1 is ruthless. It is the backbone of America. It's the main reasons America is one of the richest countries in the world, the system. America is an industrial country. Capitalism 2 is sympathetic. It's what makes America going. They are both important. That is why employees strike every day in America. They want to open their own small business. Strike is part of the system. Capitalism 1 can't exist without capitalism 2. You start small and you get big. Megan, there are people who strike so they could receive health benefits, pay rent, buy clothes to their kids, and have enough money for groceries. You can just abandon or fire them. They are human beings. They are not cattle. Chris, I didn't make the rule or design the system. I am just telling you how it is. They think that the economy of America is flourishing and they don't want to change it. Why bother touching it when things are going in your way? It looks good from outside, but it's not pretty from inside. You have an owner who is living in $45 million villa. You have an employee who can't even pay his rent. There is no balance. But for some reason, we let it slide and aspire to be richer than the owner. Some succeed and others die trying. Megan, it has to be a system that keeps everybody happy. It is not fair. You can't treat your employees like dirt. They have kids. God forbidden, what if one of their kids gets sick and needs a heart transplant like the kid in John Q, starring Denzel Washington? How are they going to pay the bill? Do you want parents to hold doctors, nurses, and staff members hostage and ask surgeons to open their chests, remove their hearts, and give the hearts to their children? It's an example, but it feels like that. Chris. I'm just playing the devil's advocate. Health is one of the most important things in life. Without health, there will be nothing. So the government should increase tax on rich people and help those who have low income with free medical service like Canada. Megan. Anyway, who is your favorite actress? Chris. Rachel Zegler. She is extremely talented. Megan. I heard that she is in hot water for saying Snow White doesn't need a man or true love. She just wants to be a leader. Chris. It's not her fault. She just wanted to promote the film. Megan. Snow White is not a leader. She is a princess. I am not even going to talk about the seven dwarfs. But what is more important than true love for kids and teenagers? I mean, they are making the movie for kids under 17, aren't they? Little girls are not interested in leadership. They want to love and be loved. Everything starts with love. I just don't understand why Disney wanted to ruin one of the greatest fairy tales of all time. Chris. It's business. It's not personal. They know who their audiences are. Nowadays, people will watch anything as long as you advertise it right, like Barbie. Little girls don't understand between love and power. They might not even like the movie, but they will go out and see it. Parents are not going to take their kids to watch Nomadland, even if it's free or the critics say one of the best movies in 21 centuries. As long as the money is coming out of their parents' pockets, Disney is safe. They are just doing experiment. Only adults who are holding their childhood memories dearly are the ones who are complaining. Megan. Are you saying that I am holding my childhood memories dearly for wanting true love over leadership? Chris, there is nothing wrong with complaining or holding your childhood memories dearly. In fact, you are 100% right. True love will always triumph over power and leadership. When is the last time you heard the name of Napoleon Bonaparte, Joseph Stalin, Vladimir Lenin, Adolf Hitler, and even Genghis Khan? But Jesus Christ is in the hearts of every Christian to these days. His message was, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you. But Disney think that it's not going to sell. We need a female Arnold Schwarzenegger. I'll be back. Hasta la vista, baby. They want to see a girl kicking ass. As a matter of fact, it wouldn't have made a difference if Snow White is fighting for true love or leadership or raising wolves in the jungle. They would still make millions. Megan, I don't care about that. They shouldn't have touched the story. It is classic. True love as they lived happily ever after all about. Disney is going to ruin its reputation. Once it's ruined, money is not going to fix it. Chris, trust me, they know what they are doing. There are a lot of people behind this. They don't just get up in the morning and say, let's do the remake of Snow White with a Latino actress with a new theme, instead of true love, and let's try leadership and get rid of the seven dwarfs and replace them with regular folks. They sat and talked about it for days. They studied the business, what sells and what doesn't sell. And finally, they all agreed upon it. Megan, I just want to know who pitched the idea in the first place. I would not be surprised if she or he was the one who was striking in the street. Maybe it's karma. I mean, I support them sincerely. It's a figure of speech. But what were they thinking? I can lie to myself maybe. They are forced to replace seven dwarfs with regular people to comply with diversity and keep things on an even keel. But I will not forgive them for changing the theme from true love to leadership. If Snow White wants to be a leader or a president, let her go to college, graduate with law degree or political science, run for mayor, and become a governor. And when she turns 65, run for president, make empty promises, win the election, and become a president. She then can look at herself in the mirror and say, mirror, mirror in the wall, who is the most ruthless them of all? The mirror will tell her, you are cruel as a shark puffed with conceit, but Donald Trump is the most callous them of all. He will eat you live and spit you out in the street. They might as well turn the show White into Evil Queen and lead an army of evil against monsters. Chris. Maybe that's the plan. In part 2, Snow White will lead an army against monsters. Except the army that she leads will not be evil. They are relentless and brave. Megan, whatever. Chris, I am just saying that it is not a bad idea. In fact, in part 2, she will find true love. You get both leadership and true love. She goes to war against a ruthless king and fall in love with his son, who despises the king and everything his father stands for, including the king's ambition to rule the world and unfair treatment of human beings. The prince sides with Snow White, and they defeat the king. They rule 2 kingdoms together, get married, and live happily ever after, and in addition, you make a lot of money. Megan. That's not Snow White. It's totally a different movie. In fact, I have a better idea. They should call it Brown Sugar and the Magnificent Seven and add a pimp and turn it into blaxploitation. Gal Gadot will play the pimp, also known as Queenie. Brown Sugar is a prostitute. She runs away from Queenie and meets the Magnificent Seven. I know what you are thinking. It's nothing like that. It's not pornography. No gangbang. She just tells them that she wants to be a president, but Queenie will not let her achieve her dream. Brown Sugar and Magnificent Seven grab guns, kill the Queenie, they kill a couple of congressmen, they kill racist senators and KK. Brown Sugar and the Magnificent Seven then terrorize rich folks, rob banks, and set the town on fire. In addition, the Magnificent Seven force people to cast vote to Brown Sugar, steal ballot boxes, and get her elected. She becomes the first woman president and lives happily ever after. Chris. That could work in a gimmick as well. You just have to pitch it to Tyler Perry's studio. Just tell him it's an action-packed movie. I love to see Rachel Zegler and the Magnificent Seven terrorizing people, robbing banks, shooting racist senators and KK, and setting the country on fire, and Magnificent Seven forcing people to cast vote for Brown Sugar. In addition, Rachel Zegler falls in love with both Magnificent One and Magnificent Two. They have threesome like Blake Lively, Taylor Kitsch, and Aaron Tyler Johnson in Savage. However, she slightly favors Magnificent Two. He's sensitive and sweet. On the other hand, Magnificent One is savage and wild at heart. He is passionate. Deep down in his heart, he wants her for himself. He doesn't want to share her with Magnificent Number Two, but he knows that she is attracted to Magnificent Two. He is his meal ticket, so to speak, but he can't have her without him. On the other hand, Magnificent Two is in debt to Magnificent One. He has saved his life 3 times. He sees him as his brother. He usually does what he tells him to do. In fact, he is willing to die for him. They are best friends. However, Rachel Zegler comes between them. She has already chosen Magnificent Two and eventually ended it with Magnificent One, who loves her more than life itself. This caused friction between Magnificent One and Magnificent Two. Megan. I love a story with a love triangle. I myself had once found myself in a love triangle when I was in college. I will tell you about it. You may continue. Chris. They are all entangled in a complicated love triangle. Magnificent Seven and Brown Sugar wreak havoc, but Magnificent One doesn't want to talk to his friend anymore. Magnificent Two feel conflicted. He is in love with Brown Sugar. He can't resist her, but he doesn't want to rub his best friend the wrong way either. Brown Sugar knows that sex cures conflicting thoughts. She gives him delicious love. They make love till dawn. She tells him not to be afraid of anything. Magnificent Two finally stands up to his brute friend and confronts him. Magnificent One tells him, if you love her, then fight me. They fight over her. Magnificent One is strong and mean. They all think that he is going to win the fight easily. Magnificent Two doesn't care. He wants to get the angst out of his chest and prove his love for her. Magnificent Two fights like a tiger, gets the best of Magnificent One, and defeats him. As a matter of fact, he beats him mercilessly. But Brown Sugar knows that Magnificent One let Magnificent Two win the fight on purpose, his way of saying that he can have her. She saw his sensitive side. It turns her on. In addition, she has missed that rough sex. Magnificent One used to make her come like crazy. On the other hand, Magnificent Two usually takes it nice and slow. Megan. Depend on my mood. But usually I like it nice and slow. Chris. He makes love to her tenderly and intimately. Each has a unique quality. Magnificent One has always occupied her thoughts with sex and animalistic charisma. But Magnificent Two wins her with love and tenderness. He is also more handsome than Magnificent One. Brown Sugar doesn't want to admit it, but sometimes she sees him as a trophy boyfriend. Anyhow, she comes to Magnificent One's room with first aid and applies medicine on his cuts. She kisses his wounds. One thing leads to another. They have sex. It's not rough, but sweet, tender, and bloody. His wounds open due to act of love. Magnificent Two sees them. He removes his clothes and joins them. They have threesome. They are back to square one. Magnificent One still wants her for himself. Magnificent Two thinks that he owes his friend big time, regardless of feelings that he has for Brown Sugar. He is happy to share her with him. The difference is brown sugar doesn't know what she wants, love or sex or power or money or everything. I don't know how the movie is going to end, but a lot of people will watch it. I myself go to a movie theater, buy a ticket, and watch it from the beginning to the end. Note, we might see the story in montage as Chris talks in voiceover. It depends on the director, or it will be kept short. Megan, I didn't know that you are a storyteller. That was impressive. I am in awe of you. Chris, I don't know anything about stories. I just borrowed ideas from films I watched and put it together just now. Megan, you watch a lot of movies. Chris, you have no idea. Megan. Anyhow, it doesn't matter. You brought an interesting point. In fact, I want to see brown sugar fooling around with 7 of them. Not orgy or group sex, nothing like that. But she seduces them and sleeps with all of them one by one. You see, if a guy sleeps with 7 women, he is considered as a hero. They will say that he is a player or Casanova. Women want to be with him, men want to be him. We talked about it a couple days ago, but if a girl sleeps with 7 guys, she is considered as a whore. They call her slut. Women don't want to be her. Men couldn't wait to stone her to death. I don't think that it is going to change anytime soon. Chris, it might have to do with biology. If a guy sleeps with 7 women, he can impregnate all of them. That means 7 children in 9 months. But if a girl sleeps with 7 men, she can only give birth to 1 child in 9 months without going through technicality. Mother Nature loves reproduction. It's like the Bible God told Adam and Eve. Be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth and subdue it and have dominion over the fish of the sea and over the fowl of the air and over every living thing that moveth upon the earth. Not only that, but Mother Nature also doesn't usually want you to waste energy to no avail. So she created the idea of men being hero for having sex with many women and women being harlots for sleeping with many men. Maybe it's for the greater good. Or maybe women are new to the game. Men were the providers, whereas women stay home to take care of the family and do housework. You might have mentioned it before. Men went out and have affairs with multiple women. It was normal, but women couldn't do it. They weren't allowed to leave the house. Later, women joined the workforce. They won't be seen equal as men. Some can't separate reality from fantasy and thinks that it's not a bad idea to have many casual sexual partners. They just want to have fun. Others are still wired with strong maternal instinct. They are in favor of one boyfriend or husband with whom they want to have 3 or 4 children. They build castles in the air and choose to stay out of trouble. Megan, I am the latter. I believe in fairy tale. I watched Savage too. I didn't like it, 2 men and 1 girl. It feels weird. I didn't know what the movie was about, but I wanted Blake Lively to choose Aaron Tyler Johnson for some reason and be with him. Nevertheless, Brown Sugar and the Magnificent 7 has nothing to do with Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs. I know that we are not kids, but we all are young at heart. Some memories should be kept clean. You don't want to dilute it with the current woke movement to make activists accept you and prevent them from calling you out. Chris. It has nothing to do with the woke movement. It is a business decision. They are cashing on it. The movement is free advertisement. Megan. Anyway, your girl Rachel Zegler has become public enemy number 1, speaking about how she wants to get paid more for standing in a Snow White costume. People are saying that she is greedy. Chris, I think it's misunderstanding. She just wanted to support her fellow actors. But they all took it the wrong way. In addition, she is right. Like I said, studios are making billions. She might as well get paid for playing a lead character in one of the most popular and beloved fairy tales of all time. Megan, she is right. But sometimes being right does not make you a saint. First, the strike is not for actors who make millions, even though at the end of the day they are going to be the big winners no matter what. The strike is for struggling actors. She should have left herself out of it and supported them with pure heart. She should have said the industry has done a lot for me. I am forever in debt to it. I am so happy and grateful I get to do this for a living. Sometimes everything falls into place. Others times, things don't go as planned. But I am living my dream regardless of the circumstances. I love what I do. And when you do what you love, you are not working a single day in your life. Not only that, but you are also getting overpaid. I am the luckiest person in the world. I am here to support my brothers and sisters who are not fortunate to make money that I make or get opportunities that I get. Actors who can't pay rents, actors have no health insurance, and actors can't feed their children while studios making billions of dollars. If I can make one actor happy, it would make my day. If she had said that, people wouldn't have cared if Snow White was brown or white or black. They would have watched it. It is because Snow White puts her friends first in times of need, starves herself, and watches the seven dwarfs eat. That is the power of true love. The only thing that comes from leadership is me. If I am going to stand there for 18 hours in a dress of an iconic princess, I deserve to get paid for every hour that's streamed online. Chris. They caught her off her guard. In her heart, she just wanted to give her voice to struggling actors. She didn't come to complain. She went there to speak for them. Sometimes it's not your words that matter, but it's your thought and action that makes a difference. She showed up and supported them. Who knows? Maybe she got lost in the new Snow White character. She doesn't need true love. She just wanted to be a leader. Except that didn't teach her how to make false promises. Megan. Yeah, right. She didn't stand for 18 hours, did she? Suppose she slept for 6 hours. She had to apply makeup, eat, drink, use toilet and all. She also has to sit and wait for her turns to do takes. Nobody is going to tell her to stand up in between takes. She probably worked 5 hours and stood 2 hours the most. That's a false promise. She wanted us to feel sorry for her. Give us a break. Disney is probably paying her $6 million just to play a princess who is not going to be dreaming about true love. She is going to be dreaming about becoming a leader she can be, and a leader that her late father told her she could be if she is fearless, fair, and true. The prince is a stalker. She doesn't want him. Has she ever thought about why is the prince looking for her? It's because she is the fairest them of all. It's called love at first sight. That's enough reason to scour the earth for a girl who is more beautiful than Aphrodite. You know, the story was driven from Greek mythology. Snow White is Psyche, the most beautiful girl in the world. Aphrodite is the evil queen. She was jealous of Psyche and sent her son, Eros, to make Psyche fall in love with the ugliest man on the planet. Eros is the prince. He fell in love with Psyche at first sight and decided to dedicate his life to her. The seven dwarfs are the ants who helped Psyche separate mixed heap of barley grain and wheat. Nonetheless, Snow White finds herself alone. And she is bored, invents the first vibrator, stimulates her clitoris, achieves orgasm, and lives happily ever after. Chris. It's not her intention to upset people. She just wants to help her friends in the business. She came from theater background. She truly doesn't care about money. It means nothing to her. She would have done it for free if Snow White were a Broadway musical. You should have seen her sing. She has an amazing voice. Not only that, she has a high IQ when it comes to musical. She just doesn't say things to get attention, but to help others. Sometimes things don't turn out the way you imagine them. It's one of those of days. Even though you have a good heart, the devil will test you, Megan. Anyhow, it's my turn to play the devil's advocate. Suppose the studios replace all union writers with non-WGA and amateur writers. What does that do to the strike? Chris. That's a good question. You see, if a non-WGA or an amateur writer writes for a TV show, WGA is not going to say anything. However, WGA would eventually settle their difference with studios. Those studios know that those people are professional. They have experience. The studios have no choice but to let go new writers that they just hired and give the jobs back to union writers. And in Hollywood, there is thing called you will never work in this town again. You are back to nobody. If you want to work, you have to be a WGA member. However, since you stabbed them in the back, they would tell you that you can't join the WGA. You become an outcast. That's why a lot of non-WGA writers don't say anything. They might ruin their reputation, be blacklisted, and get banned for life from working in Hollywood. Megan, fuck reputation. Either way, they are fucked. To make it to Hollywood, it is not what talent you have, it's who you know. Why should you give a fuck about reputation? Opportunity comes once in a lifetime. If studios like your work, they don't give a fuck if you are a WGA member or a socialist. They will keep you. I respect what the WGA is doing. Like you said, there is money to be made. They have to look after their best interest. There is nothing wrong with that. We all want 4 meals a day. But if opportunity presents itself, just take it. Don't be a pussy. Grow some balls. It's because they don't care about you whether you work at a shoe factory or skip lunch and eat a 25-cent noodles with cold water for dinner. If you don't know someone who works in the industry, nobody is going to look at your work. The entire industry is based on who will speak on your behalf. You need a referral. Agents don't speak to you if you are not a friend of people in the industry. The people in the industry don't bother to talk to you or refer you even to the Prince of Darkness because they think that you are going after their jobs. Why should you care about them? In fact, hundreds of non-WGA writers are looking for this opportunity as we speak. They hope studios fire all of them. WGA writers, hire them, pay them half what they are paying them. I know that they are not going to turn my biograph into movie in the future, but I will tell it like it's. That's how a lot of non-WGA and amateur writers think. Fuck WGA. They complain too much. We will do it for free. Just give us a couple of dollars to pay rent and buy groceries. We will take over from here or write new materials. As a matter of fact, what show is going to be impacted by replacing all of them? Wednesday, House of Dragon, The Witcher, all those Star Wars series and Marvel superhero shows? That's the best they can do? The summer I turned pretty. What about the spring you turned ugly? They can title it Coyote Ugly. In fact, they can turn the movie Coyote Ugly with Maria Bello and Tyra Banks into a series and make millions of dollars. The Idol? I don't know what to make of it. I can only describe it with one word: trash. The Lincoln Lawyer. We have to watch it with enthusiastic as if we didn't see the movie. There is a lot of garbage. Hollywood needs new faces. Chris, I kind of disagree with you. They have a lot of good TV shows like The Bear, Succession, Strange Things, and Poker Face, to name a few. You can't replace the writers with amateurs. The studios have to pay them whether they love it or hate it. If they hire amateur writers, that means more garbage. The economy will collapse. Megan, trust me. They need to shake it up. There are more bad shows and movies than good shows and movies. I can't even scroll through Netflix. It drives me nuts. There is nothing to watch. Forget HBO and other streaming services. I don't even bother to click. It is a headache. There is not a single movie or series worth watching. Actor Zachary Levi said that you just have to say no to garbage. The trailer looks stunning, but when you buy a ticket, sit at a theater, and watch it, it is garbage. Chris, the studios are happy. They are not fighting over stories. The stories are fine. Maybe you have already watched all the good ones, but your mind wants for more. When you scroll through, you don't pay attention to the good ones, which you have already watched and liked, and it seems that they all look bad. It is because you are looking for new movies. Nonetheless, the problems are not movies. They are fighting over money, and there is enough money for everybody. They will pay them and end the strike. Megan. Anyhow, is Oscar pushing woke agenda too far? In 2023, Best Actress went to Michelle Yeoh for her role in Everything Everywhere All at Once. Michelle Yeoh is a gifted actress. She gave a good performance. However, Cate Blanchett in Tar gave the best performance probably in the last 27 years since Emily Watson in Breaking the Waves 1996. I know Emily Watson didn't win in 1997. Frances McDormand won the Oscar for Best Actress in the leading role for Fargo. Emily Watson was unknown. It was her first movie. That's why the Academy ignored her. As a matter of fact, Cate Blanchett gave the best performance since Meryl Streep in Sophie's Choice, 1982. Chris, what about Natalie Portman in Black Swan 2010? She gave the best performance in 21st Century. Megan, that doesn't count. They used double. They didn't give credit to the ballerina who did most of the dancing. I mean, when you make a movie about a ballerina, cast a girl, and want the girl to win awards for her performance, you expect the girl to dance. If you use a double, it wouldn't count. Chris. Natalia Portman still gave an amazing performance. She trained night and day. She did what she could. Megan. I know that she gave an amazing performance. I am not questioning that. However, if they didn't use double, if Natalia Portman did all the dancing by herself, would she have won Oscar? No. The girl who did the dancing has been doing it since she was 4. She made it look like effortless. All they had to do was paste Natalia Portman's face on the girl. That's cheating. The Academy might even revoke her Oscar if they find out who is who in the screen. Chris, I thought that she looked breathtaking. They should have given her 2 Oscars, one for the dancing, one for the performance. And if people say that it is double, she still can keep 1 Oscar. Megan. Nonetheless, I was saying Kate Blanchett gave the best performance of her life. But the Academy decided to give the award to Michelle Yeoh. It's pure politics. They want diversity. They even come up with new rules. A movie features a lead or supporting character must be from an underrepresented racial or ethnic group. What's next? Are they going to write scripts too? Chris, to be honest, I don't know what to say. How can I play the devil's advocate? Maybe they want to diversify Hollywood and keep things in perspective. But I don't think that they really care about woke movement. It's just for show. Imagine if Kate Blanchett won Oscar in 2023. 200 people in Australia would have celebrated at their houses, including close friends and relatives. But when Michelle Yeoh won the award, over 2 billion people in China and Malaysia rejoiced. Oscar organizers know what they are doing. Now they have audiences around the world. I think that it's business, as usual. It's not personal. I know that Kate Blanchett gave an extraordinary performance. I thought that she was going to win too. But if you ask me if I enjoy Tar, I would say not really. I would rather watch Everything Everywhere at Once and Michelle Yeoh 100 times than watch Tar 2 times. Michelle Yeoh is a legend. You should watch movies that she did in Hong Kong in the 80s. She has laid herself on the line many times. She used to risk losing her life whenever she made movies. It's karma. In addition, Everything Everywhere at Once is the best movie of 2022. Megan, I am not saying the movie is bad. I agree with you, it's the best movie of 2022. I am only talking about the performance. I don't want to take anything away from Michelle Yeoh. She is an amazing actress, but Kate Blanchett is on a whole nother level. I don't think a lot of people would call themselves actors after watching Kate Blanchett in Tar. It's because if Kate Blanchett is an actor, it would automatically make them wannabes. She was that good. I think the Academy is shooting themselves in the foot with this diversity bullshit. Let people make movies. Just worry about your stupid awards. Otherwise, people are going to stop watching Oscar and tune in for Critics' Choice Awards. Beyonce said, I could have another you in a minute. Matter of fact, he'll be here in a minute, baby. You must not know about me. I can have another you by tomorrow, so don't you ever for a second get to thinking you're irreplaceable. Chris, I think that they are trying to do good by people. Megan, hold on for a second. Let me read it out loud. The guideline. First, either one lead or significant supporting character must be from an underrepresented racial or ethnic group. Second, at least 30% of the acting ensemble must be from at least 2 underrepresented groups: women, the LGBTQ community, disabled or deaf people, or people from an underrepresented racial or ethnic group. Third, the storyline must be centered on an underrepresented group. They might as well write, produce, cast, direct, and star in the movies and win the Oscar themselves. This is ridiculous. Chris, they are not telling filmmakers how to make films. Filmmakers can make anything that they want and make millions. But if they want to win Oscar, they have to follow the guideline. That's all. Megan, filmmakers are saying fuck your guidelines. You can't tell us how to tell stories and who to cast. Oscar doesn't belong to politicians. It belongs to filmmakers. It has a long and rich history, influencing filmmakers almost for centuries. It has inspired a lot of actors, directors, producers, and filmmakers. They have seen their heroes standing on the stage and addressing what the award meant to them. In fact, every director, actor, and producer have dreamed of winning Oscar one day. It is the driving force behind the art. The great ones could always make superhero movies and cash in, but they chose to tell beautiful stories, diversity, or no diversity, like Martin Scorsese, and won hearts of millions around the world. Suddenly, Academy lost its mind and appointed politicians who don't know anything about movies to run the show. Those politicians think they can tell filmmakers how to make films. Someone forgot to tell them that it is not a walk in the park. They are dealing with artists who look through people's souls for a living. They will expose them. Will Smith should have slapped the president of Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences instead of Chris Rock and said, snap out of it, like how Cher slapped Nicolas Cage in Moonstruck and tells him to snap out of it. They would have snapped out of it and said, we don't care about diversity, just make movies. We will give awards. Chris, who is the president of Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Science. Megan. I don't know. And I don't care. They can't limit creativity with rules and guidelines because they are not storytellers. They are politicians. They have no business being in Hollywood. Go to fucking Washington, D.C. and play with your stupid rules and guidelines in the nation's capital. Tell that shit to Congress and Senate at the U.S. Capitol. This is Hollywood. It might not be heaven, but people come here to make movies. An Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Science must understand that. It is an award show. Their job is to give awards for the best movies. You can have lesbians, gay, bisexual, trans, disabled or deaf people, or people from an underrepresented racial or ethnic group. But that doesn't guarantee success or mean that it is going to be the best film. At the same time, you could have all white cast and make a movie about Queen Elizabeth I or King Henry V, and it might turn out to be the best movie of the year. In fact, it's none of their fucking business whom filmmakers cast in their movies and what kind of stories they want to tell. Just give awards accordingly. If they don't do that, filmmakers should boycott, stop submitting their movies, and have all them replaced with people who love movies and care about the art. Chris, I couldn't agree more. You have a point, but who knows? They want everybody to feel part of the magic. Maybe they care about diversity in the industry. They know that everybody has a story to tell, and their stories are worth telling. The Academy wants all of them to have a sense of belonging and same opportunities, and their stories to be told accordingly without discrimination and disparities. Megan. Like I said, it's not their job to tell filmmakers how to make movies. Their job is to give awards. What's next? Make a movie about a saint who is a lesbian. She is virgin. She dies and goes to heaven. She falls in love with Mother Teresa. Mother Teresa took her virginity with her cane. God then banishes both from heaven and sends them to hell. In hell, they have orgy with Satan and demons. Satan then cuts them to pieces and eats them. The end. Academy says the movie has diversity. It is the best picture of the year and gives them Oscar. Chris, that's a not bad movie. You just have to change Mother Teresa to Joan of Arc and cast Lily Rose Depp. She is French. Isa Gonzalez will play Jane the Virgin. They have hot lesbian sex. God banished them from the Garden of Eden and sends them to Alaska. Or instead of God banishing them from the Garden of Eden and sending them to Alaska, Lily Rose kills a boy, the son of a governor, in self-defense after he tried to rape her. Lily Rose and Isa are lovers. Isa helps her get rid of the body. They buried the body in the forest. They pack their stuff and move to Alaska. In Alaska, they carry on the affair. They make love day and night. Yet one night, the devil disguised as a priest sets their house on fire. Or rather, the governor, the boy's father, and his goons track them down and set their house on fire while they are having sex like Leah Seydoux, and Adele Exarchopoulos in blue is the warmest color, surrounded by candles. Lily Rose Depp and Isa Gonzalez exit the house safely, but find themselves in the snow surrounded by the governor, his goons, and mean, hungry wolves. They think about running, but there is no escaping from the bad guys in the jaws of those beasts this time. They got them where they want them. Lily Rose Depp and Isa kiss French. The wolves tear them apart. The end. It's diversity. Isa Gonzalez is Mexican. She will solve your underrepresented ethnic problem. You also have LGBTQ theme. Your movie is qualified for Oscar. Megan, what about God banishes them from heaven and sends them to Pandora? They have orgy with blue aliens. It's a universal diversity. Then come T-Rexes and tear all of them apart. The end. Your movie is qualified for Oscar in the Best Special Effect category. You see, today, there are 3 or 4 guidelines and rules. But what's going to stop them from adding more rules and guidelines or telling filmmakers what to make? Someone has to stop them before it gets out of control. A, B, C, D, E, F them. Fuck them and their mom and their sister and their woke politics and their broke-ass guidelines and that shit they call diversity. Fuck them. And they're rules that no filmmakers are going to follow. Everybody but their dogs. They can all fuck off. Fuck Oscar, too. That's all the time we have. We will see you tomorrow. Subscribe and like. Take care. Int. Coffee shop. Day. Chris and Megan sit at a table and have cookies and coffees. Megan, what you were up to? Chris, I have to spend quality time with my girlfriend. She is not working due to the strike. Megan, what are you guys going to do? Are you taking her out? Chris, no. She just wants to cook for me. She must have read your mind. We are going to eat dinner at home and watch Titanic on Netflix. Megan, is that your idea or it's hers? Chris, come on. It's hers. I am not going to suggest or watch Titanic even you give me $1 million. Megan, why is that? It's one of the best romantic movies of all time. Chris, it's a disaster movie. I feel a little bit unsettled when I watch disaster movie. There is a lot of chaos. She just wants to watch it because of Leonardo DiCaprio. She has a crush on him. And she still thinks that there was enough room on the wooden board for both Jack and Rose to survive. Megan, she might be right. There was enough space for Jack. He could have fit on the door. Chris, no doubt he could have fit on the door, but on the script says that he must die. They would have found ways to kill him. What if her fiancé comes swimming, knocks Rose off the raft, and tries to get on the door himself? Jack fights him and gets Rose back on the raft. But her fiancé wants to live. He attacks them again. Jack fights him more, have him in a chokehold underwater, and they both end up drowning. Jack dies trying to save her life. That would have ended the debate. Megan, I doubt it. They would accuse Rose of not helping Jack and cancel her. They would say that she is selfish. She just wants to live. She should have jumped into the water and pulled her fiancé's hair. In fact, she is already canceled for not sharing the raft with Jack. At least, she should have asked Jack to climb on the door and tested it if it carries 2 people. If it doesn't, both should have drowned and died. That's true love. Jack can't live without Rose. Rose can't live without Jack. She should have rolled over, fallen into the water, and followed Jack to heaven. Chris, if they both have died, it would have rivaled Romeo and Juliet as the greatest love story has ever told. Megan, James Cameron doesn't know anything about romance. You can't expect that from a director who made Terminator, True Lies, and Aliens. Even Titanic, the dialogue is not all that. Whose idea was to add the spiting scene? It looks stupid. If William Shakespeare was alive, he would have laughed at them. Chris, to be honest, I don't remember the movie. I watched it long time ago. There was a great deal of hype surrounding the story. They said, it is one of the best romantic movies of all time. I watched it. I was hoping that both made it out alive. I wanted neither Jack nor Rose to die. I was saying they went to hell and there was no point of killing neither of them. They killed Jack. At that time, I thought that it was a bad ending. That's why I didn't like it. Maybe I was wrong. You said that Rose should have died too. If that had happened, it might have gone down one of the greatest romantic movies of all time, instead of just a disaster movie. Megan, I hate sad ending, but tragedy always stays with you for some reason, and in this case, it would have worked like magic. Titanic is a typical tearjerker, but they could have taken it one step further. In fact, they should consider doing a remake starring Timothée Chalamet and Zendaya. All they have to do is fix the dialogue and change the ending. They will have the greatest romantic movie ever made. Instead of Jack being an artist, he should be a poet. I mean, don't get me wrong, we girls love artists more than we care to admit, but we are not really moved by sketches of prostitutes and everyday people. On the other hand, we lose it when we read sonnets. Imagine if Zendaya as Rose read one of Jack's sonnets, or poems, "Oh my Louvet is like a red, red rose, that's newly sprung in June. Oh my Louvet is like the melody, that's sweetly played in tune." That is a poem by Robert Burns, something like that. She would have melted to her bones like a snowflake. Chris, what about Jack remains an artist, but Rose is the one who is a poet? Like Elizabeth Barrett Browning, how do I love thee? Let me count the ways. I love thee to the depth and breadth and height my soul can reach when feeling out of sight, for the ends of being an ideal grace. I love thee with the love I seem to lose, with my lost saints. I love thee with the breath, smiles, tears of all my life, and if God choose, I shall but love thee better after death. Megan. That works too. But men are not really moved by poems. I mean, we don't have to write a single line to win their affection. They just need us to be beautiful and kind. We write poems to make us feel good about ourselves or to express our feelings in vain. It's because we are emotional, sensual, and sensitive by nature. Little things move us to tears. On the other hand, men are brutal, ruthless, violent, cold, and unresponsive. Women don't usually expect emotions from them. When men show the slightest bit of emotion, it turns us on. Why do you think that girls scream top of their lungs at a concert? Do you think that they love music more than guys? No, that is not it. It's because a guy is telling us how much he loves us, and all or he asks if it's too late to say sorry. He's missing more than just our body. He knows that he let us down, but he is sorry. He misses our touch. We're the reason that he believes in love. It's been difficult for him to trust. He's afraid that he would fuck it up, and we know that he knows that he can't live without us. Chris, what about Taylor Swift? She is one of the most popular singers on the planet. Girls adore her. They follow her everywhere she goes. They scream when they see her walking in the street. I know that she sang We Are Never Ever Getting Back Together. Some might say that is sassy, cozy, and catchy, but not that romantic. However, she sang You Belong to Me. Girls know every line from that song. They sing it out loud as if it were a daily prayer from New Testament. Megan, yes, we adore Taylor Swift, but it does not work on movies. I mean, girls might pour out their heart and soul and tell guys how much that they treasure them, they mean the world to them and all, but guys will take it for granted. It's not new to them. We don't usually hold back our feelings. We love you for who you are with no strings attached. That comes with being a woman. We are emotionally and biologically wired to follow our hearts no matter what and love unconditionally. On the other hand, men usually act macho. When they suddenly drop the act and allow themselves to be vulnerable and show us their inner beauty, we find ourselves falling in love with them. They sweep us off our feet. It is new to us. That's why I want Jack to be a poet and Rose to be herself. Chris, I like the nude portrait of Rose. Can Jack be both a poet and an artist? Megan, no, it doesn't work like that. If he is a poet, he is a poet. If he is an artist, he is an artist. Otherwise, he will be Jack of all trades. You don't take your car to a man who fixes a bicycle, a car, a kitchen sink, doors, windmills, and coffee maker, but you take it to a machine who only fixes car. It's like decathlon. They are good at in everything, but they are not even in the top 100 when it comes to each event. Why you want to ask a man to fix your car if he is not the top 100 in what he is doing? You might as well fix it yourself. Chris, maybe I am wrong. Megan. In fact, nowadays, feminists see the nude portrait of Rose with Heart of the Ocean diamond necklace as sexist. They are saying that sexual exploitation of women must be stopped. I completely disagree with them. I take pride in my body. I don't mind if Jack draws my nude portrait and eat me out. I mean, that has nothing to do with why I want Jack to be a poet. It is because I have been in museums a couple of times, and none of the paintings really moved me. Don't get me wrong. They were spectacular and all. I was in awe of them, but I was not touched by them emotionally. As soon as I left the museum, the feeling went away. It was gone and never to be found. However, when I read a sonnet, it stays with me. The feeling wouldn't let me go. I would think it about for months. Chris, we love poetry too. Megan, what I am trying to say is guys are into visual. They can easily be seduced by beauty. That's why we women wear makeups. A guy sees a girl. He thinks that she is beautiful. She doesn't even have to speak English. He will marry her in a heartbeat like Michael Bublé. He married a girl who doesn't even speak English. But we women are into words. When a guy tells us how the thought of us makes his heart beat faster or recite a poem by W.B. Yeats, had I the heavens embroidered cloths and wrought with golden and silver light, the blue and the dim and the dark cloths, of night and light and the half-light, I would spread the cloths under your feet. But I, being poor, have only my dreams. I have spread my dreams under your feet. Tread softly because you tread on my dreams. We don't know what to do with ourselves. We are over the moon about it. Chris, that means all a man has to do is write a sonnet to win your affection regardless of what he looks like. Megan. Don't get me wrong, we like cute guys. We are mad about them. I used to have a crush on Leonardo DiCaprio myself. I still do. If I meet him, I wouldn't know how to react or stop myself from going red with blushing, shyness, joy, and a little bit embarrassment. When I was a teenager, I wanted to marry him and spend the rest of my life with him. I didn't know any better. I was probably just one of millions of girls that fantasize about what's it like to be his girlfriend, or significant one without actually being one. It was silly. Anyhow, good look or beauty goes away like the paintings in the museums, but love stays with you forever. Chris. It makes a lot of sense, Jack being a poet. But nowadays, everybody is sensitive. If you change a line, they are going to protest in the street. Plus, they will accuse you of race swapping. Zendaya is half black. Megan. I think that they will be fine. They all love her. The only problem is Rose is 17 in the movie. She is fragile. She almost killed herself. Jack saved her life. On the other hand, Zendaya is 27. She is courageous and highly intelligent. She speaks like she has it all figured out. She is old soul. They have to change a lot of things to accommodate her personality. She and Timothée Chalamet are the only two actors who can only pull it off. They can't cast anyone. Chris, who is going to play the bad guy, the fiancé, Megan. Armie Hammer would have made a wonderful bad guy. But he is blacklisted. We talked about it in the show. They accused him of cannibalism. Maybe they might give him a break and cast him. If not Armie Hammer, they should cast Henry Cavill. That is a joke. They all are going to cheer for Henry Cavill. Unless he is manipulative and phony and a womanizer, they all want to see Zendaya making out with Henry Cavill. In fact, the two should make an action movie together, like Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Instead, they might want to cast Nicholas Hoult as Caledon Hockley. He is a good actor. He looks sort of mean in Mad Max Fury Road. Caledon Hockley is not going to make out it alive. Like you said, Jack Dowson kills him when he comes to draw on Rose. Both Jack and Cal drawn and brawl. Rose dives under the water to save Jack. Miraculously, he is still alive, but he can't move his body due to cold shock. They hug and kiss passionately underwater for last time. They both die in each other's arms and lips. Chris, that's a great movie. You should pitch it to Hollywood. The studio will make millions of dollars, so will you. You will make a lot of money too. Megan, it's not my idea. It's yours. You should pitch it yourself. Chris, I am not going to take credit for something that I didn't come up with. Jack and Rose kissing under the freezing water is your idea. You are the one who said that at the end, Rose should die too. I only suggested that Jack and her fiancé get in brawl, both drown, and Jack dies to save Rose's life in order to avoid controversy at the ending. The door, not fitting for two people. You put the entire movie together from scratch. You change Jack from artist to a poet. Instead of spitting, the audience get to hear sonnets. You cast Zendaya instead of a fragile girl. Now they have a strong, sophisticated young woman. It's your movie. It has nothing to do with me. Megan, to be honest, the last thing I want to watch is a remake. I am tired of all of remakes and reboots. Hollywood needs new materials. Instead of profits, they should focus on creativity. Chris, they need money to create new materials. You give us one, we will give you two. The reboot of Titanic will make them close to $1.5 billion if they cast Zendaya. Then they will give you a couple of millions of dollars to make your own movies. Usually, it's good for two movies. As a matter of fact, there are a couple of good remakes: Scarface, Cape Fear, Ocean's 11, The Departed, True Grit, to name a few. Titanic will top all of them. Megan. A lot of girls will kill me for this. It is untouchable. The memory of Jack and Rose will live in the hearts of millions of women. They don't want Hollywood to ruin it. I am not saying it's my favorite movie of all time, but I don't think Leo's boyish charm will be duplicated again. I wasn't even born when the movie came out. I watched it for the first time when I was 9 or 10. I fell in love with Leo. He was handsome. Later, I watched it again. But it is not all it is cracked up to be. I mean, the dialogue is horrendous. The most memorable quote in the movie is, "I am the king of the world." That tells you everything you need to know about the film in terms of dialogue. For example, if you watch The English Patient, It has a lot of romantic quotes. Laszlo Almessi telling Catherine every night I cut out my heart. But in the morning, it was full again. Or Hannah reading Almessi note. New lovers are nervous and tender, but smash everything, for the heart is an organ of fire. I might fall in love with Jack and marry him. But I would end up having an affair with Laszlo Almessi behind my husband. That is the power of words. Chris. I like the part when he claims the area, points at it, the little nook at the base of her neck. I still don't know what it's called. I watched it long time ago. Megan. It's called the suprasternal notch. Chris. That is my favorite part of the movie. Megan. I like the part where Laszlo Almessi said that she's wearing the thimble. It was right after the plane crash while he was carrying her to the cave. Catherine replied, Of course, you idiot. I always wear it. I've always worn it. I've always loved you. That brought tears to my eyes. Chris. They both died. I mean, he died in the end, didn't he? I don't remember the ending. I don't know what happened after the plane crash. Megan. Yes, he died. Hannah put him out of his misery. He was suffering, refused to take morphine anymore, and asked her to end his life. She has no choice but to administrate a lethal dose. I think it's sort of a rule. If there is an affair, you must end the story with tragedy, or rather, you must suffer the consequences of your actions. Catherine and Laszlo Almessi had an affair and paid the price. Imagine if they got married, moved to London, and lived happily ever after. It wouldn't be as memorable, endearing, and deeply felt as now. The thriller of love affair is to take the biggest risk of your life. Not only does it ruin your reputation, but it could also cost your life. You can't finish a movie that has an affair and dalliance with a happy ending unless it's a romantic comedy. It will devalue the magnitude of their beautiful crime. Someone has to die. They have already seen heaven, smelled the ambrosial scent of roses and jasmines in the Garden of Eden, and tasted the delicious fruit of love. It is the forbidden fruit itself. Now they are naked. They are vulnerable. All their braveries and chances that they took are worth heaven and earth. It would mean nothing if it doesn't have serious consequences or end in tragedy. In addition, there is no point for them to live after that. It's as good as it gets. Chris, don't you think that is a little bit harsh? Lovers don't have to die for falling in love with each other. Love is not a crime. Even if an affair is a crime, you can't send them to a gas chamber for committing an act of love. Megan, I am talking about in movies, not in real life. It's different in real life. Real life is a romantic comedy. You can get away with a lot of things, but in movies, it diminishes the gravity of your actions. Filmmakers want the audience to leave the theater with butterflies in their stomachs and feeling sad, nervous, and tempted and shaking like a leaf. And if they have an affair, they could die too. But at the same time, it's worth taking the risk. Chris, you got a point. Megan. Anyhow, I don't want to watch the remake of Titanic. I am against reboots and remakes. I believe in creativity. Instead, they should introduce new characters on the ship. Keep the setting. It is still Titanic. Keep the cast, the crew, and the background. However, you introduce new characters named Diana and Lewis. Diana is engaged or married to a man named Matthew. Matthew is the friend of Kaladin Hockley. He is in their circle. Louis is a poet. Diana is a teacher or an actress. They will figure it out. They board the Titanic in Southampton. She is heading to New York City to film a movie. He is traveling to the Big Apple to publish his sonnets or attend his sister wedding, whatever it is. Diana and Louis run into Jack and Rose and have few words with them. Diana knows Jack. He had drawn her nude portrait a couple years ago, but nothing happened. There is nothing between them. Nonetheless, Louis melts Diana's heart with beautiful poems. As a matter of fact, I am going to borrow your idea. Diana is an aspiring poet. She writes poetry too, but she had never shared it with anybody before. She does it as a hobby. Diana and Louis hit it off. They have an affair. They make love a couple of times. To make it more scandalous, what if Louis boarded the ship with his girlfriend, Abigail? He is cheating on his girlfriend. Diana is cheating on her husband. Maybe that is a bad idea. I am going to keep it simple like the English Patient. She is the one who is cheating on her husband. Louis is single. Eventually, Titanic hits iceberg. Matt reads a sonnet that Louis wrote for Diana or a poem that she wrote for Louis. He knows that she is having an affair with him. In addition, he has hired a private investigator. The private investigator has photographed them in the act and given Matt the photos. Matt wants them dead. The ship is in complete chaos. Diana refuses to get on the boat without Louis like Rose. Louis and Diana are forced to run through confusion and mayhem. It seems like the Judgment Day. They fight bad guys, watch people die right and left, and survive a big flood by swimming underwater. It's not God who is watching them, but the Prince of Darkness. He couldn't wait to collect their souls. They fall from the deck area and fracture a couple of bones as the ship breaks in half. Death is calling their names. It is loud, but they ignore it, move on, endure a lot of pain, and hold on to each other to stay alive as the ship continues to sink. To be honest, I don't know how the rest of the story is going to unfold. They will figure it out. You know, I am not a storyteller. You are very good at it. Chris, you are amazing. That's pretty much it. I know everything there is to know about Diana and Luis. You have already told me from the beginning to the end. That is a complete story, Megan. I just repeated what I saw in Titanic. It's not an original story. Chris, it's as good as it gets, Megan. Anyway, in the end, like we talked about it earlier, Diana and Louis clench onto something. Matt attacks them. Louis and Matt get in a fight. Diana helps Louis, yet both Louis and Matt drown in the struggle. Diana jumps into the frozen water to fetch Louis out. The water is too cold. Diana saves him. But they couldn't swim any further. They cuddle and kiss under the water as they drown and die in each other's arm. The end. Chris. That is even much better. They would love it. Megan, I doubt it. They are going to go with the remake. Studios are much more risk-averse nowadays. They tend to avoid risks as much as possible. Remakes are less risk and more money. Hollywood doesn't care about creativity. It's business. The object is to make a lot of money. Chris. Anyway, I might have to go home soon and give her a helping hand. Megan, was it your idea to have dinner at home instead of going out? Chris. No, it was not mine. It's hers. She told me she is buying groceries and we are having dinner in a candlelight. Be home before 5:30 p.m. Megan. Why is 5:30 p.m.? People usually have dinner 7:30 or 8 p.m. Chris. She wanted us to cook together. I am not much of a chef, but I will just watch her cook. Megan. Does she know how to cook? Chris. She is a makeup artist. She knows how to make a lot of things. Megan. It's good for her. Chris. What about what you are up to? Megan. I am going home and take a long bath. My boyfriend is in Paris for business. I am just going to sit in the tab, watch Lucifer on Netflix, and finger myself. He smiles to himself. On the soundtrack, music plays melodiously. Interior Chris's house, night. Chris and Jessica cook, spaghetti. Jessica is the one who is doing most of the cooking. Chris is there to help her. He assists her with Caesar salad cutting a tomato. Interior Megan's house, night. Megan sits in the bathtub, watching the English Patient in her laptop. She then closes her eyes and begins to finger herself. Interior Chris's house, night. Chris and Jessica sit at dinner table and have dinner in the candlelight. Interior Megan's house, bedroom, night. Megan sits in front of the table naked and applies makeups on her face. On the soundtrack, music continues to play melodiously. We stay with her for a bit. Int, Blue Wire, meeting room, day. David has a word with Megan and Chris. David, would you rather talk about famous actresses who married men who look like their fathers like Kate Hudson, or actors and celebrities who are dating or married actors that are out of their leagues? Like Keanu Reeves and his girlfriend Alexandra Grant. People think that he is out of her league. She is 3. He is 10. In fact, we are going with out of their league. I want you guys to do research and discuss about it in the show. Megan, do you think that it's a good idea? You know, you can't judge the book by its cover. There is a reason why he is going out with her. David, that's a good start. It's your job to find out why he is going out with her, or to convince the audiences that they shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Megan, if I ask me, that's as low as it gets. Who cares if Keanu Reeves is sleeping with Maggie Smith? If he loves her, that's all that matters. End of the story. David, you have already judged her. She is 8 years younger than him. Megan, It makes no difference. The point that I am trying to make is this will lower us. David, let me worry about that. On Monday, I want you guys to talk about Out of Their League. We are living in a pop culture world. The new generation is interested in this kind of stuff. They want to know what celebrities are eating, drinking, and who is sleeping with who. They are our audiences. Without them, we make nada. You know the deal. Megan. At least you should title it Out of Our Mind, instead of Out of Their League. David, the title is not important. You can name it The League of Their Own, if you want to. I don't care. I just want you guys to discuss about the subject. Megan, what's your take? Chris, I don't like it a single bit. David, he doesn't like anything. But he is pro. It's what it's. He needs the money. He will do it. I want you to do it too. Interior coffee shop. Day. Megan and Chris sit at a table conversing. Both have coffee. Megan, this is ridiculous. Chris, I couldn't agree more. Megan, I don't like judging people by their looks. You know, the audience are not going to take us seriously. Chris, I didn't sign for this. She couldn't help but smile. Megan. Anyway, I heard rednecks burned Megan Rapinoe house for disrespecting America. Chris, it's a lie. I read it online. There are fake news sites where they publish stories that are not true in order to fool the readers. Megan, they should turn her story into a movie. Chris, I think they are working on it as we speak. But I doubt it's going to be unique. It's nothing special. You know, they're going to play it safe. If I were them, I will take a risk. It's not going to be a typical biography that focuses on her career, but her personal life, what she had to go through to be where she is at now, fighting for social justice, equal pay, and steamy lesbian sex scene. You know, her having sex with various hot chicks since she was in college. They should make her look like a villain at the same time a hero. A villain because her lifestyle, like I said, sleeping with hot chicks, men and trans women, cheating on her girlfriends, doing drugs, drinking, living on the edge, and speaking about equal pay for equal play instead of just playing soccer and not singing the national anthem. A hero is fighting for Black Lives Matter and social justice, taking a knee, winning 2 World Cups and a gold medal, inspiring women to stand up for themselves, and putting the USWNT in the map. You know, I read her bio on Wikipedia. She has a fascinating life. Her brother is a drug addict. He's been in prison a couple of times. In and out. In fact, he is a white supremacist. They could throw that in. She is trying to help her brother get clean. He will give the movie depth. Sister trying to save her brother while the world is collapsing around her and America rooting against her. And she's living a wild life. Megan, why don't you do it yourself? Chris, I don't do movies. I am a documentary filmmaker. Megan, what's the difference? All you have to do is say action. You get your movie. Chris, I just brought it to keep you on the edge of your seat. I wasn't really serious about it. Megan, I know that you didn't to read her bio on Wikipedia to keep me on the edge of my seat. You must have thought about it. And if you ask me, it sounds like a satire of biopics inspired by true story like Weird, the Al Yankovic story, half truth, half fiction. In fact, you are not a documentary filmmaker. You are a hardcore filmmaker. You are just pretending to be righteous, but you are a freak deep down in your heart. I like your instinct. You talk about sex, drugs, alcohol, cheating, and deadly sins all the time. Nobody will look at Megan Rapinoe and think about those things in the right state of mind. You see things that many people don't see. It's a gift. Don't waste your life making stupid documentaries. Make a real movie. Chris, documentaries are real movies. As real as it gets. Megan, you know what I mean. Don't settle for less. You could make millions. Chris, I am not settling for less. Making a documentary is an ultimate challenge. It's not easy. It takes a lot of discipline. Besides, I am really interested in money. I don't usually do things that I don't like. As ironic as it sounds, the only reason I do podcasts is because I need money to make documentaries. Megan, whatever you said. Chris, in fact, I might make documentary on podcast, how it burst into the scene and change American culture forever. Nobody listens to television anymore because of you. You would be the star, Megan. I am not going to allow anybody to follow me around and record me. I don't know how people do it. I mean, you might say it's real, but is it? If a camera follows me around 24/7, I will be in my best behavior too, but that does not mean it is real. I am playing a saint. You know, some people can be nightmares. But when you film them, they become Mother Teresa. Later, you hear about terrible things that they did when not filmed, like Lizzo. She got sued by her dancers for sexual harassment and body shaming. They canceled her. Chris, it is a misunderstanding. Sometimes when you love someone, you love them too much. There is no balance. She has a good heart. And if they are not your cup of tea, they are not your cup of tea. I am sure she respects them. But those dancers have to understand that fame is not a walk in the park. She has given her blood, sweat, and tears to get where she is at. She achieved fame against all odds. People can't cancel her overnight because she is not going to let them. She knows what she had to go through to get there. People calling here all kinds of names and slamming doors in her face. It is nothing new to her. She has been there several times. She has been tested throughout her life and still managed to make beautiful songs and come out on top. People might hate her for whatever reason. But she knows that she has music in her heart. Where there is music, there is love. As long as you have love, you can't lose. Lizzo will return stronger than ever. We all get tested in life, and how we respond is what separates us from the crowd. Megan, I didn't know that you are the fan of Lizzo. Chris, I am a fan of those who work hard, defy stereotypes, and achieve fame against all odds. Megan, still, she can't treat her dancers like dirt. It is not right. Chris, I am sure she didn't mean any harm. Sometimes artists get lost in the chaos. Nobody knows what she went through to get where she is at. They all think that it's easy. They look at her and say that she has a lot of confidence. They don't see sleepless nights, nightmares, fear, anxiety, and mean voices in her head that she had to overcome before she grabbed a pen and wrote a song. Eventually, she becomes proud of her achievement. When people who work for her see her as her equal, her subconscious mind takes over and lets them know it's not easy. There was blood, there was sweat, and there were tears. She stamps her authority on their perception, how they look at her, and remind them that she is the one who is running the show. Megan, I disagree with you. Every great human being will tell you the key to success is humility. Just be humble. It's not going to kill you. You can't treat your employees like garbage. They work for you. You need them. They need you. The better you treat them, the more successful you become. All the blood, sweat, and tears and hard work will finally pay off. If you act like a diva and hurt your employees' feelings, your music means nothing. It is true, music is love. But if she doesn't practice what she preaches, people will think that she is a hypocrite. Nobody wants to listen to a hypocrite who thinks that she is better than everyone else. Whether you are famous or not, treat people how you want to be treated. It's not too much to ask. Chris, everybody makes a mistake. It's a learning experience. She will learn from her mistakes. But I still believe that she is unfairly targeted. The crime doesn't fit the punishment. They all were waiting for her to slip up. She made a mistake. They got her. They build you up just to knock you down. But they underestimate Lizzo. She will bounce back. She is a tough girl. Megan, she is a tough girl. But it doesn't hurt to be kind. You will go far if you are humble and treat people with love and kindness. Chris, she knows that. She just got caught up in the moment. Fame makes us feel important and entitled. We think that the world revolves around us. We end up doing things that we are not proud of and hurt those who count on us. We all make mistakes. Nobody is perfect, Megan. But you guys make them look perfect when you make documentaries. Chris, we do a lot of research before we film a single shot. Plus, not all documentary filmmakers are the same. Everybody has his or her style of doing things. Megan, what's your style? Chris, I like nature. I am thinking about doing documentary how civilizations have impact on wild animals. Is there a place for them in the future? And what should be done to prevent people from destroying their home and save the animals from extinction? Megan, that's an interesting topic. But I didn't know that you are an animal lover either. Chris, I have always had weakness for animals. That's why I am a vegan. Megan, I didn't know you were a vegan. I thought that you eat meat. Chris. Actually, I am not a vegan. I eat fish, which makes Presbyterian. Megan. Fish are animals, don't they? Chris. I think so, but it depends on who you ask. Vegans think that fish are animals. Presbyterians think that fish are fish. They need some protein on their diet. Megan. Fish are aquatic animals, animals that live in the water. Chris. That's true, but they are safe. They have home. They don't mind if you eat them. Megan. I don't believe that they are safe. Nobody is safe nowadays. I heard companies dumping chemical waste in the ocean and causing global warming. Earth has become hell. Chris, let's give human beings a chance. They will figure it out. They are one of the greatest inventions of life. Megan, anyhow, what are you up to? Chris, I am heading home and take a nap and do research on League Thing. I can't believe that I am doing this. Megan, it's as low as it gets. But we have no choice. People are interested in these kinds of things. Celebrities who fucks who. Whose is more attractive, she or he? They don't care about if lions in Africa are in the blink of extinction. They want to know who Leonardo DiCaprio is dating and if she is 19 or 25. You think that they are the greatest inventions of life. Chris, I still have faith on them. They are just distracting themselves from reality. Megan, why do they need to distract themselves from reality? Chris, so we could get paid. We are good at distracting people from reality. Megan, you didn't answer my question. Why people need distraction from reality? Chris, sometimes reality can be pain in the ass. It doesn't let you be yourself, and distracting yourself from reality is the only way to keep your stress levels down. It prevents you from putting too much pressure on yourself and allows you to live a happy life. You know, life gives you more than you can handle. You just have to find a way to make yourself feel important and escape from reality. It is escapism. Megan. I don't know if escaping from reality is a good idea. You have to face your problems and live life with no regrets. Chris. It is true. But most people can't do it by themselves. They would rather convince themselves that the problems don't exist at all than face them alone and feel helpless because sometimes it's beyond their control. Megan. How is it going to help them us talking about a girl is 3 and the man that she is dating is 10? What kind of distraction is that? Chris, as long as it's not their problem, they can live with other people's problems. It's entertainment for them, Megan. I know that. But are we doing the right thing? Chris, I have already told you, I am not a podcaster. I am a documentary filmmaker. I am doing this to make ends meet. Megan, I will forgive you for that. But I can't forgive myself. I didn't know that I was distracting them from reality. Chris, you are not really distracting them. You are one of the best podcasters in the world. In fact, you are a reality check. You inform people what is going on in the world. But sometimes people need to be entertained. Maybe Leak Thing is a comedy segment, Megan. I will take your word. But don't go home. Let's hang out together. In fact, let's go to this art exhibition that my friend is hosting, drink wine and distract ourselves from reality. You have a girlfriend. I have a boyfriend. Maybe the wine will change that. He couldn't help smiling. Interior art exhibition night. We see broken glass portraits of famous musicians, present and past. Michael Jackson, Elvis Presley, Whitney Houston, Madonna, Prince, Marvin Gaye, Frank Sinatra, Mariah Carey, Bob Dylan, Freddie Mercury, John Lennon, Bob Marley, Britney Spears, Beyonce, Rihanna, Eminem, Billie Eilish, and others. People mingle with each other while sipping champagne. Megan and Chris look at the paintings while conversing and sipping champagne. We don't hear what they are saying due to the music on the soundtrack. Interior art exhibition later. Megan and Chris continue to talk. Megan, you know there is no hope when Billie Eilish is the voice of Gen Z. Chris, I like her song. She is gifted. Megan, just name 3 songs that she sang. Chris, Bad Guys, No Times to Die from James Bond soundtrack, and there is this song that I watched on MTV, her dancing with her girlfriends. It's on the tip of my tongue. I think it's titled Happier Than Ever. Megan, that's a totally different song. The song that you are talking about is Lost Cause. from the album Happier Than Ever. Chris. At least I got the album right. Megan. Okay, give me the first two lines of the lyrics from Bad Guys or No Times to Die. Chris. I am not good at lyrics, but she is talented. She has a soulful voice. Megan. Her songs are depressing. I can't listen to it while I am cooking or driving to work. I will shoot myself in the head. She is the most overrated singer in the history of music. I want to play songs that make me want to sing along, dance, and fall in love, not throw up. She is the voice of our generation. It tells you a lot about the direction we are going. Generation Z in America don't know what the fuck is going on in the world. They complain too much. They are faking it like Billie Eilish. Chris, I think they are lost. They just want a voice to express their pain, confusion, frustration, and sadness. That's all. Megan, I know that. But when you listen to music, you want to hear something that resonates with your soul and brings joy to your heart. For example, if you listen to Diana Rose and the Supremes' Baby Love, or Come See About Me and Where Did Our Love Go, you will realize that music is dead with Billie Eilish, whispering that she's not happy and talking about how her boyfriend is a loser. You wonder what's happening to music nowadays. Why is so bad? Billie Eilish and Labyrinth singing Never Felt So Alone. It's a setback for Labyrinth, from jealous to never so alone. He was our hope. We all counted on him to save music. But he has begun to whisper like Billie Eilish. Everybody is following her footstep. Music critics are falsely saying that Billie Eilish is a trailblazer. She is changing music single-handedly. So far, she has received 7 Grammy Awards. She is only 21. Diana Rose has never won a Grammy in her life. There seems to be something fishy going on. You can't sing in your head. It's not real music. It's MTV. They said that video killed a radio star, but video killed music altogether. Thanks to MTV. We get asses, boobs, and whispers instead of real music. Chris. I like MTV. I grew up watching it. It changed how we see music forever. Music is not music without a music video. Nobody is going to listen to it if you didn't put out an amazing music video. There is something about music video that transcends art like Thriller by Michael Jackson. I can't even imagine what Thriller would have sounded like on a radio. It's the greatest music video ever made. Every time I watch it, it's new to me. Megan, I will give you the benefit of the doubt. Thriller deserves special praise. It's one of its kind. However, music died after the introduction of MTV. At least they don't make it like how they used to make it, like in 60s. Chris, that's the golden age of music. It might never be replicated again. But who knows? Billie Eilish might change it if she gets all her act together. Megan, I can listen to Vision of Love, Honey, and Fantasy by Mariah, or I Will Always Love You and I Have Nothing by Whitney Houston, or Rolling in the Deep by Adele a million times. But I can't listen to Happier Than Ever more than one time. Maybe Ocean Eyes and When the Party Is Over. They are okay, but the rest is garbage. She is nowhere near to legendary female singers. When you listen to Celine Dion's It's All Coming Back to Me Now, or Because You Loved Me or Nothing Compared to You by Sinead O'Connor, you get goosebumps. You know that you are witnessing a soul exiting the human anatomy disguised in sound wave. It breezes through your skin. Kiss your soul and intertwine with your DNA before it rewrites the rhythm of your heart with a beautiful melody. You couldn't help but cry, smile, sing, and fall in love with life, whether it is wonderful or a bitch. Chris, you have to give her credit, the benefit of the doubt as well. At least, she writes her own lyrics. I mean, no disrespect to Diana Rose and Supremes, Whitney Houston, Mariah Carey, Adele, Celine Dion, and Sinead O'Connor. God bless her soul. She was an angel disguised in fire. Her voice is from another world. When I listen to Nothing Compared to You, I get goosebumps too. I am always blown away by her voice. Don't even get me started with Whitney Houston. She is an angel. When you listen to I Will Always Love You, you know that God loves music more than he loves us. She was flawless. It should be illegal to sing like that. And Mariah Carey will shatter the glass in your soul, cut your heart to millions of pieces, kiss it, and heals it without a scar. Your heart can't help but grow wings, burst out of your chest, and fly away. She is phenomenal. Celine Dion is in a different league, so does. Nobody can question their gifts. but Billie Eilish has brought hope to a lot of people. Megan, I feel like that you are playing the devil's advocate for the sake of argument. What hope are you talking about? You haven't even listened to a song that she sang. You watched her playing with her girlfriend in underwear. All of a sudden, you want to defend her. If you are going to defend her from your heart. I know you can't do it because you hate her songs too. Chris, that's not it. Just give her a break. She has a beautiful voice. She just doesn't want to disappoint her fans. Imagine if she sings Nothing Compares to You or Vision of Love. Her fans will accuse her of selling out. Megan, fuck her fans. They are fake anyway. They don't know anything about music. They just want to see her, wearing oversized baggies like a boy, who drops out of high school and who breaks his skating boards and whisper like a wounded cat that got a fight with a Rottweiler and talk about fake pain, bad relationship, and girls standing up to abusive boyfriends. Even country music has more sense of humor than her. Chris, I like country music. Megan, don't get me started with country music. I don't even know why it's still alive. It should have died with Western movies long time ago. I would rather listen to disco and 90s electronic dance music than country music. Chris, what's wrong with 90s electronic dance music? DJs still play them at club. Megan, that's true, but you don't want to get caught playing techno in your car. People will look at you weird. Chris, I still listen to What's Love by Hardaway and couldn't help dancing. Megan, I hear you. Life is not fair. You have songs that makes you want to dance. Before you know it, it goes out of fashion. You have country music talking about how hard they work and their wife living them for their brothers and how they just want to drink whiskey and forget about them. Chris, country music is not bad. They know how to tell stories. It's definitely better than electronic dance music when it comes to lyrics. Megan, okay. Name 3 country songs and artists. Chris, Dolly Parton. Megan, Dolly Parton doesn't count. She wrote I Will Always Love You. You would not have known her if she hadn't written that. Chris, sure. I get the point. What about Garth Brooks? Megan, okay, 1. Chris, Carrie Underwood and Morgan Wallen. Megan, okay, name 3 songs. Chris, Friends in Low Places by Garth Brooks. Before He Cheats by Carrie Underwood. An Island in Stream by Dolly Parton and Kenny Rogers. Megan, that's not bad. I didn't know that you were a country music fan. Chris, to be honest, I am not a fan of country music. I don't listen to country. I only know very few songs here and there. I know Shania Twain as well. That's about it. But it doesn't mean that it's bad just because it's not our cup of tea. In fact, country music is becoming popular. They are bringing original materials. Megan, how do you know that they are bringing original materials if you have never listened to country music? Chris, I just assumed that they must have brought original materials. It's because they are dominating the chart. Like Morgan Wallen. His songs are no one. Megan, what song is that? Chris, I don't know. But most of his songs are in Billboard Top 10. He is bigger than Justin Bieber. Megan, I used to have crush on Justin Bieber. I still listen to his song, except Peaches. I don't know what was he thinking when sings I get my weed from California. Who care if he got it from Jamaica? The lyrics is terrible. That's why sometimes I hate pop songs. They talk nonsense and get away with it. Chris, what kind of music do you like? Megan, I like all kinds of music, except country. Pop is on the top. Chris, what about Billie Eilish? You don't like her. Megan, sometimes I like her. She does have a unique voice. Other times, I can't stand her when she whispers and talks nonsense. She would have been an amazing jazz singer if she just opens her mouth and sings like a regular person. Chris, you don't want Billie Eilish to limit herself with only jazz. Let her try everything. Pop, R&B, rock, blues, jazz, indie, what have you. She has a hypnotic, alluring, and haunting voice, and she knows how to control the tone of her voice. But if she must limit herself, she should choose classic rock. It soothes her. Megan, what kind of music do you listen to? Chris, I listen all kinds of music. Sexual Healing by Marvin Gaye, Let's Get Together by Al Green, Against All the Odds by Phil Collins, In Your Eyes by Peter Gabriel, Kiss from a Rose by Seal, and Earn It by Weekend, to name a few. Megan, you have a beautiful taste. Sensual, seductive, and a little bit erotic and romantic. But what's your favorite lines in music? Chris, it's either The Way You Look Tonight by Frank Sinatra. Yes, you're lovely, with your smile so warm and your cheeks so soft. There is nothing for me but to love you, and The Way You Look Tonight, or My Girl by Temptations. I've got so much honey, the bees envy me. I've got a sweeter song than the birds in the trees. Well, I guess you'd say, what can make me feel this way? My girl, my girl, my girl. Talking about my girl, Megan, you are romantic. Chris, what about you? What's your favorite lines in music? Megan, Halo by Beyonce hit me like a ray of sun, burning through my darkest night. You're the only one that I want. Think I'm addicted to your light. That and Diamonds by Rihanna. Find light in the beautiful sea. I choose to be happy. You and I were like diamonds in the sky. You're a shooting star I see, a vision of ecstasy. When you hold me, I'm alive. We're like diamonds in the sky. I keep having recurring dreams of you holding me in the middle of the night. He smiles softly. They got closer. There is a pause. Both want a kiss. Megan, let's go to a karaoke bar. I want to sing. Chris, sure. They walk to the direction of the camera. Interior karaoke bar, night. On the stage, Megan sings Rihanna's Diamonds. Chris sits at a table and watches her in wonder. Interior Megan's house, bedroom night. Chris and Megan make love. It is steamy, seductive, and passionate. They go at it with various erotic position. We stay with them for a couple of seconds. Note we might see it in montage. Interior Megan's house, bedroom night. Chris and Megan sleep in each other's arms. Chris gets up from the bed. Chris, I have to go home. Megan, I understand. He puts on his clothes on. Megan lights a cigarette and begins to smoke. Chris, I didn't know that you smoke. Megan, I don't. I quit a long time ago. It's just that sometimes I smoke after great sex. Chris smiles softly to himself, puts his shoes on, and gives her a kiss on the lips. She puts her arms around him and kisses him French. They kiss more intimately. Chris, I will see you tomorrow. Megan, bye. Chris, bye. Chris leaves. He walks toward the direction of the camera. Interior Chris cars moving, night. Chris drives in the street of Los Angeles. Exterior Chris cars moving, night. An established shot of Chris car driving in the street of Los Angeles. Exterior Chris's house, night. An established shot of Chris's house. Chris comes driving and parks his car next to the house. Chris gets out of his car and walks up to his house. Chris opens the door slowly and enters the house. Interior Chris house, night. Chris walks down the living room and enters the kitchen. Interior kitchen, night. Chris opens the refrigerator, grabs a can of Coke, slowly opens it. Yet the gas makes a sound. Chris must be thirsty. He drinks the Coke in one stand. Chris puts the can on the counter and walks to the bedroom. Interior Chris's house, bedroom night. Jessica is sleeping. Chris enters the room, looks at Jessica, removes his shoes and clothes slowly, and sleeps next to her. Chris closes his eyes and sleeps too. Interior Chris's house, morning. Chris sits at the breakfast table, enjoying cereal. Jessica sits in front of him, eating a pancake with a knife and a fork. They are not really talking. There is a silent moment. Jessica, where were you last night? Chris, I had to drive to San Diego to talk to producers for my upcoming project, the documentary that I am planning to make. I have already told you that I couldn't do it by myself. I need investors. Jessica, why didn't you pick up your phones? Chris, I left it at work. Jessica holds the knife firmly. Jessica, are you cheating on me? He looks at the knife. Chris, no, I am not. Jessica, tell me the truth. Chris, it's the truth. Jessica, do you love me? Chris, yes, I do. Jessica, so tell me the truth. Chris. What truth? Jessica. Are you cheating on me? Chris. No, I am not. Jessica. Okay. Where were you last night? Chris. I told you that I was talking to producers. I need money. Jessica. Why didn't you pick up the phone? Chris. How many times do I have to tell you? I left it at work. She puts the knife aside and gets up, removes her underwear. She sits on his lap. Jessica, I want you to make love to me before you go to work. She kisses him. He kisses her, too. She opens his belt. They kiss more intimately and make love on the chair. Interior coffee shop day. Chris and Megan sit at a table. He has coffee. She has tea. Chris, I am in trouble. Jessica thinks that we are having an affair. Megan, I thought that we're having an affair, aren't we? Chris, we only did it once. Megan, you liked it, didn't you? Chris, I loved it. That was the best sex of my life. But I don't know if we should do it again. She will kill me and kill herself. She is a psychopath. Megan, if she is a psychopath, why are you staying with her? Chris, she needs me. Megan, why do you mean she needs you? She is a grown woman. She is not a baby. Chris, have you seen the movie La Dolce Vita? Megan, yes, I have. Chris, she's like Emma, Marcello Rubini's fiancée. She's emotionally vulnerable and dependent. She can't survive without me. Megan, so that means I am like that blonde girl. What is her name? Chris. Sylvia, the actress who played her, is Anita Ekberg. She is not really the star of the movie. She is a good example of don't judge a book by its cover. They put her on the poster to trick the audience. The star of the movie is Madalena, played by Anouk Amy. You are like Madalena. Megan. It has been a while since I watched La Dolce Vita. To be honest, I don't know what it is about, but I will take it as a compliment. As long as she is the star of the movie, I can live with that. I like to see myself as a protagonist. Chris. It is about a man who is infatuated with a femme fatale. His fiancée paid dearly for his sin. Megan, let me guess. I am a femme fatale in your story. Your girlfriend is paying dearly for your sin. Chris, that sounds about right. She removes her shoe and touches his private part with her foot. Megan, do you want to have sex? Chair, where? Megan, joking, at work. Chris, we can't do at work. If they catch us, they will suspend me, but they will fire you because you are a woman. They are sexist. Megan, let's me worry about that. I dreamt about us making love in the supply closet, the one right down by the bathroom. Chris, which one? Megan, the blue door. Chris, have you done it before? Megan, no, but I've always wanted to do it with you. I knew that it was a matter of time before I won you over. Chris, what does that mean? Megan, I knew that you wanted me. I wanted you too, so I prepared ahead of time. I have written down a list, places where we could make love while working. Chris, what places did you write down besides supply room? Megan, I am not going to ruin the surprise. I will reveal it to you one at a time. Int, Blue Wire, Supply Room Day. Chris and Megan make love. Interior Blue Wire, The Devil's Advocate Show, Day. Megan and Chris film the show. Chris, I think that you can't judge a book by its cover. What's inside that it matters? People might say Alexandra, Grant, Keanu Reeves' girlfriends look like a chicken. But they forgot that Keanu Reeves believes that she competes him. He saw something in her that is more beautiful than physical beauty. She has a beautiful soul. But we are not invited to look at it. Since we are not invited to look at it, we don't understand what he is seeing in her. We can only see the cover of the book. We don't know the content. He chose her. She chose him too. She has revealed her true beauty to him. Like True Colors by Phil Collin, he saw her true colors shining through his dreams like rainbow. They are beautiful. That's why he loves her. He opened her heart like a novel and read her soul. It is more captivating and fulfilling than anything that he had ever read in his life, and he fell in love with her. The same thing with Aaron Tyler Johnson and his wife Sam Taylor Johnson. He saw something that we didn't see, fell in love with her, and married her, Megan. I am not going to defend those dickheads who say that he is out of her league, but I will play the devil's advocate. Sometimes we think that we know them. Celebrities. We watch them in movies and we connect with them. They make us cry, they make us smile, they make us laugh. Therefore, we always want the best for them. We want to see them with someone beautiful like Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie, Brangelina. We assume since both are good looking, they would get along like a house on fire. For us, it is a fairy tale, but for them, it is a nightmare. They can't stand each other. It's like that movie American Sweetheart with Catherine Zeta-Jones and John Cusack. The fans want them to be together. Even though he is still infatuated with her, she can't stand him. He eventually finds out that he is not in love with her either. He is in love with her sister. Like you say, we are looking at the cover. We say Aaron Taylor Johnson is 10 and Sam Taylor Johnson is 2.5. Some people even accused her of manipulating her power to get him. But it doesn't matter. He is not a 15-year-old boy. He is a grown man. I will get back to that. I forgot that I was playing the devil's advocate. Anyhow, you look at them. There is a 23 to age gap. He could have any girl he wanted. Why did he choose her? You wonder if she tricked him or gave him a love potion. In addition, he is an actor. She is a director. There is a power dynamic. People start to suspect the unthinkable. Maybe love has nothing to do with it. They both are using each other. She might love him. Indeed, she does love him. He is young. He is handsome. He is gifted. But does he love her? Just maybe he is the villain in this story. He just wants fame. She is his ticket to stardom. On the other hand, she only followed her heart. Who says no to an actor who is handsome and 23 years younger than you? She's in this for love. Moreover, usually the girls are the victims. A guy could be uglier than homemade sin, but still, he could be forgiven whatever the circumstance may be. As long as he has money, people are not going to say anything like that billionaire who married Anna Nicole Smith. In fact, they accused her of being a gold digger. Chris. That's not always the case. I did my homework. Lyle Lovett dated Julia Roberta. Julia truly loved him. In June of 1993, they got married. But people went crazy, picturing in their heads what their kids might look like. He looked like a farmer in Kansas who had spent most of his life inside a tornado and lived to tell the tale. Aliens then abducted him and returned him after they did experiment on his brain. He married Julia Roberts, looked at himself in the mirror, and said, "Toto, I have a feeling we're still in Kansas. It's a joke, but it's fucked up. They should have left them alone." You know, they all thought that she had lost her mind. Has she gone mad? What is she seeing in him? Before Julia Roberts knew it, tabloids started printing all kinds of lies against that poor man. He was only guilty of falling in love with one of the most beautiful girls in the world. Hollywood thought that it was bad for business and continued to fabricate rumors how abusing and controlling man he was. They put too much pressure on Julia Roberts. She didn't have a choice but to divorce him, Megan. I heard about it a long time ago. I felt bad for him, but I didn't know what she saw in him either. I thought that she lost her mind, too. He looked like a serial killer. They put him in an electric chair and executed him, but he survived the execution, and they let him walk free. He married Julia Roberts while his head was still smoking. I agree with you. They should have never come between them. Love is blind. When you love someone, you love them, and you love them with their flaws and faults and their stars. Plus, you can't judge a person by his or her appearance, but what she or he brings to the table. Maybe she made more money than him. They wanted her to be with someone who is rich and handsome. You brought up an interesting point by accident. I am still playing the devil's advocate. I don't believe in what I am saying. Nonetheless, you said they imagined what their kids might look like. Maybe. That's why some of us want celebrities to date good-looking people. We want them to have beautiful children and continue the legacy regardless of nepotism that cynics make a big deal about it. Maybe. Fans feared if Julia Roberts had kids with Lyle Lovett and the baby turned to be like him, nobody was going to go to the theater and watch him or her. Even though fans don't understand celebrities' motives, they truly care about them. Chris, I know they care about them, but if they truly and sincerely care about them, they should let them be. They ought to respect their privacy and be happy with their choices regardless of what it's. They must never hurt their loved ones' feelings whether they are pretty or not. Or bully them just because they don't know who they are and what they are made of. Looks are not everything. People have a lot of beautiful qualities: kindness, creativity, courage, honesty, confidence, humility, integrity, passion, sense of humor, the list goes on. That's just before you enter their heart, the glimpse of their soul. When you get to know them more, they will die for you and you only want to live for them. They are the missing part of your soul. Love is finding someone that complete you. Lovers are never supposed to apologize for falling in love with each other. He says that she is his soulmate. He can't imagine what life would look like without her. His better half says that he is the love of her life. He holds the keys to her heart. She brings so much love and comfort to his soul. They want to be there for each other no matter what, because they know they are the best thing that have ever happened to each other. Megan, I could have said it better. That's all the time we have. We will see you tomorrow. If you haven't subscribed yet, do so. Take care, David. Cut. You guys did a good job. Megan gets closer to Chris and whispers by his ear. Megan, you made me wet with that speech. I knew that you were romantic, but I didn't know you were that romantic. Chris, I had my moments. She touches his thighs seductively. Megan, let's go to Motel 6 and fuck like rabbits. I am horny like a porn star. Chris smiles to himself. Interior, motel, day. Chris and Megan make love. It's steamy. We stay with them for a bit. Interior blue wire, devil's advocate show, day. Megan, mental illness is taking over America. General Z are losing it. There is so much pressure on them, and movie stars and musicians referring themselves as they and them instead of I and me, and talking about bipolar disorder. We have covered it before, but I don't think it's a good idea to compare themselves to others. You are you. They are them. You should never compare yourself to anybody else or anybody else's career, because your career will never be like anybody else's, because you are not them. Your life will never be someone else. Your life belongs to you. Their life belongs to them. His life belongs to him. Her life belongs to her. Everyone is unique in their own way. Chris, I know that people say not to compare yourself with others. It leads to unhappiness. But that is one of the most underrated views in life: comparison. Why are women fighting for equal rights and women empowerment? It's because they compare themselves with men. They want to be treated equally. It doesn't matter. The truth is, whether we love it or hate it, we will always compare ourselves with others. It's human nature, survival of the fittest. If someone has 10 breads and you have one bread, you ask yourself why that person have 10 breads and you have only one bread. Why should I do to get 20 breads? It's because the person who have 10 breads get the respect. He is surrounded by beautiful girls. The chance of him passing his gene to the next generation is higher than you. So if he has 10 breads, you must get 20 to achieve fame. If you get 20 breads and steal the spotlight from him, he will get 30 and regain his fame. You push each other to the limit. Megan, the reason that we shouldn't compare ourselves with others is because it could lead to mental illness. If you see someone who is richer and more successful than you, you will feel worthless. Comparison will result in low self-esteem and depression and low energy. Chris, that's not 100% true. The reason we say that we shouldn't compare ourselves to others is to make us feel good about ourselves. Sometimes opportunities don't present themselves. For example, some people are very gifted, but they couldn't break into the industry, like how you talked about a couple of days ago. Hollywood is about who you know. It is not about what talent you have. It is pure luck. There is nothing they can do about it. Other times, some people are more driven than others. If you compete with them, you will go crazy. You have to be up to the challenge. Last but not least, life gives you more than you can handle. Just when you think that you are on top of the world, life throws you a curveball, shatters your illusions, and brings you down to earth. It humbles you. But still, it doesn't mean that you should wave the white flag. You are fighting for your life. At the end of the day, it comes down to how bad you want it. You create your own opportunities, give it your all, and make name for yourself. Not only are we comparing ourselves to others constantly, but we are also and always competing against each other. You turn on the TV, they are giving an award for best kiss. How hard do you have to kiss? Maybe it is French kiss. I've been waiting for this moment all my life. This award means a lot to me. First and foremost, I want to thank God for giving me this pair of lips and a wet tongue. I also want to thank my co-star, Margot Robbie. I thought that she was going to bite my tongue. I know she smokes 20 cigarettes a day, but she still tastes like sweet espresso martini. Megan, you are not going to get the award for best kiss by yourself, are you? What about Margot Robbie? Where is she? Chris. She is nominated in the Best Female French Kiss category. They want everybody to compete, and they want to give a lot of awards. Megan, I think it's for their own good that people should avoid comparing themselves to each other. For instance, a janitor doesn't compare himself with a doctor even though they are both working in the same building. He knows that it's unhealthy. There is no point in comparing himself to someone who went to a medical school for 12 years and who saves lives for living while all he has to do is sweep the floor and clean windows. He is just happy to get a green card and work in America. Even in Hollywood, not all actors can compete with Leonardo DiCaprio. He gets all the parts. Or Tom Cruise. He makes crazy action movies. A lot of actors don't stand a chance against him. The studios don't trust them with the budget. They give Tom Cruise $300 million to blow up a train. They only give John Doe $50 thousands to make ends meet. John Doe might be a star in his own right, but he doesn't compare himself to Tom Cruise. Chris, I doubt Tom Cruise can recite Shakespeare like Denzel Washington. In fact, he shouldn't call himself an actor. He is the highest paid stuntman who wasted his career making stupid action movies that nobody is going to watch in 50 years. It's because in 50 years, the actions are going to get bigger, faster, crazier, louder, and more explosive than now. Luckily, he still has a couple of years to win Oscar and prove the world that he is a real actor or a legend. If I were Tom Cruise, I would say no to action movies and focus on drama like Magnolia and Mystic River. Megan, what about Oppenheimer? It's a good movie. Chris, I didn't like that movie. I know Cillian Murphy gave an amazing performance and all, but I didn't like the story. That fool Oppenheimer helped America build atom bombs. They dropped them in Hiroshima and Nagasaki and killed thousands of innocent people. He didn't really feel remorse. Maybe he did, but it is not clear. They then accused him of being a communist. Who give a fuck if he is a communist or not? I'm not interested in his fucking political view. It means nothing compared to what he built. It is like a man goes to a restaurant and orders a steak with salad on the side. The waiter forgets to bring him the salad. Later, the man tells his friends about how the waiter forgot the salad on and on. It has no weight. I was expected Oppenheimer to go to Japan and look at the people in the eyes and feel their pain, loss, and sorrow and ask God for forgiveness and all. In the end, I want him to witness Japan rising from ashes like Phoenix and make amends by apologizing to Japanese or befriend them. You know, it would be something if Oppenheimer left his wife and dated a Japanese woman and tried to understand their beautiful culture to keep things on even keel. The ending is a joke. They said, in 2022, the Department of Energy formally vacated the revocation of Oppenheimer's security clearance. Seriously? What about he is in hell, sucking the devil's dirty foot? That would be a good ending. Megan, I am going to play the devil's advocate. I don't support the dropping of atomic bomb on Japan. But what were they supposed to do? The Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor. They left them with no choice. Chris, it's unfortunate they attacked Pearl Harbor, but you can't fight a knife fight with a gun. Megan, who said that? Chris, what I am saying is they didn't have to drop the atomic bombs. They should have fought them fair and square. They could have won the fight. It is lack of patience. Megan, come on. We couldn't even beat Vietnam with all the guns we had. What makes you think we could beat Japan? I mean, I still condemn the dropping of atom bomb. Japan is one of my favorite countries in the world. I love sushi more than life itself. But I will play the devil's advocate. The US knew that they had to drop the atom bomb, or the war is going to be dragged for 10 more years. That meant a lot of Americans' lives would be lost, and if things went south, they would lose the war. Chris, so what if they lose the war? Like you said, they lost the war against Vietnam. It is not the end of the world. It's a meaningless war. The US didn't have to drop the bombs and kill millions of innocent people, as if they were animals. In fact, Japan should sue America for war crime. There is a law in war. You are not supposed to touch innocent civilians. Megan, the war against Vietnam might be a meaningless war, but the war against Japan has meaning. The Japanese started it. We didn't start it. Chris, it's not about who started it, but how can you end it peacefully or proudly? They could have sat and talked about it and ended it diplomatically. I guess they were both hot-headed and continued to fight like fools, but the US played dirty. You just can't bring a gun to a knife fight, simple as that. It is unwritten rule. They broke the code and killed hundreds of thousands. They owe Japan an apology. If the US fought Japan fair and square and lost millions, there would have been a sense of pride. But atomic bomb? Where is the pride in that? You don't need army or a navy or an air force, the best of the best. You just drop atom bombs, kill millions, and end the war because you want the boys to return home. That is un-American. That is the definition of coward. Those heroes would have been happier if they had fought a real fight on the up and up and died for their country than sat at their base and hear on the radio that the US government dropped atom bombs and wiped out the Japanese. Megan, I don't know anything about war. To be honest, it's easy for us to sit and judge them. America just fought the Nazi and Second World War. They might have thought that the war against Japan might take forever. They used all their resources against Germany. They were short-handed. And they knew that Japan was a powerful nation. Japanese were not people to be trifled with. Nonetheless, Japan started the war. They attacked Pearl Harbor. They fought over 3 years. It seemed that the war was destined to last forever. It didn't have an expiration date. Then came the hydrogen bomb. The US asked Japan to surrender, but Japanese were not interested in surrendering. They would rather die and burn in hell than accept defeat. First, they dropped at Hiroshima. Japan still didn't want to surrender. The US then dropped another bomb in Nagasaki. Japan finally surrendered. Sometimes it had nothing to do with having the best army, navy, or air force in the world. Those people might want to fight fair and square and die for their country. They did have pride. Of course, nobody wanted to talk about the horror of war in the same sentence with pride. Once they saw their friends' arms and legs getting blown out and dead bodies lying left and right, Most of them wanted to go home. However, there were those who never gave in to fear and the horror of war. They wanted to fight for the flag with honor and dignity. Those soldiers were heroes. On the other hand, there are politicians who call the shots. They knew where U.S. economy was heading. They couldn't offer to fight Japan forever. They wanted to end the war as soon as possible. It had nothing to do with pride. They had to save America's ass. They knew what it was like to cling to life and live on borrowed time, so to speak. But they knew how hard it was to provide for their family without a job. Not long ago, America was hit by Great Depression. It lasted for 12 years from 1929 to 1941. It was the longest and deepest downturn in the history of the United States. They had to keep the wolf from the door. In fact, some people opposed the use of hydrogen bomb against Japan, but the government officials said we are at war. War is bad. It's what it's. Let's hit them with everything we got and finish it once and for all. They ended it in the expense of thousands of innocent Japanese's lives. War have never been fair in the history of humankind. If war were fair, it would have never existed. Chris, I am just saying that the war between Japan and America was meaningless. Why were they fighting? Is it because Japan attacked Pearl Harbor, or they just don't like each other? Whatever the reason was, it is not enough reason to drop atom bombs and kill hundreds of thousands of innocent people. Just fight like a man and walk away. We thought that Nazi were evil. They killed 6 million of Jews over the period of 4 years. But the US killed over 500,000 people in 85 hours. Megan, the difference is, the Nazi had no sense of morality. They were just too evil. They enjoyed it. They got a kick out of it. But the US just wanted to end the war. If Japan had chosen to surrender, the US would have never dropped the bombs. On the other hand, the Nazi didn't care. They planned to kill all Jews in Europe. Chris, that doesn't sound like the devil's advocate. You truly support their decision. Megan, trust me on this one. I am on your side. I am not going to say that I understand. I don't want to understand it. I would rather prefer us have fought Japan fair and square and lose the war than drop bombs on innocent people. I agree with you. Don't bring a gun to a knife fight. Especially, don't touch innocent people no matter what. However, Oppenheimer, the movie, warns us the danger of mass destructive weapons. They had started a chain reaction which one day could end the world with nuclear apocalypse. Anyhow, we started soft and finish it with heavy subject. That's all the time we have. We will see you tomorrow. Take care. David, that was heavy. I am proud of you guys. Interior coffee shop, day. Chris and Megan sit at a table. They have coffee and cookies. Chris, they are going to destroy me in the comments section. I accused America of war crime. Megan, don't worry. They are not going to deport you. You are a Canadian. Canada is America. You will be fine. It is the devil's advocate. They can't cancel us. Chris, I don't want them to burn my house down. There are a lot of sensitive people when it comes to questioning their pride and loyalty to America. My grandfather fought in Second World War in Japan. How dare you call him a coward? What's wrong with you? The next thing you know that my house is on flames. Megan, don't worry. If they burn your house, you can move in with me. I will let you crush indefinitely. Chris, what about your boyfriend? He is okay my moving with you. Megan, it's my house. It's my rule. I can invite my friends over. They can stay as long as they like. Chris, what if he caught us doing it? He will kill us. Megan, don't worry about that. I will put sleeping pills in his drink. We will have sex all night. Let's do it. I am on heat. Chris, where do you want to do it? Megan, let's do it at the hotel across the street. My vagina is screaming for your dick. It can't wait. Interior hotel, suite 15 day. Megan and Chris make love. They go at it with various sexual positions. Interior hotel, suite 15 later. Chris and Megan sit in the bathtub. He is behind. She is resting on his chest. Megan, Earth is on fire. It seems that life can't wait to get rid of us. Chris, life can't offer to get rid of us. We are the best thing happened to life in 2 billion years. Something tell me that we are better than the rest of living things. That's why we are on the top of the food chain. Megan, don't be so sure. We might be smarter than them, but I don't believe that we are better than all of them. Chris, what is the difference between better and smarter? Megan, smart is measured by how your brain function, like splitting atoms and building mass destructive weapons. Better could be anything. A cheetah is faster than human. Birds can fly in the sky, so on and so forth. Being smart could backfire. There is no room for error. If USA rubs Russia the wrong way, it is the end of the world. We are manufacturing countless guns and creating chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear weapons that could kill all living things, as though we were going to war with aliens. You know, we might as well prepare for alien invasion even though only Earth is known to host life. Extinction is not new to life, but we are new to life, so we shouldn't test life too much. It has its limit. It only needs few reasons to get rid of us. Chris, I think that we will be okay. We are life's masterpiece. It took life 2 billion years to create a beautiful creature like Scarlett Johansson. Megan, I didn't know that you had crush on Scarlett Johansson. Chris, everybody has crush on Scarlett Johansson. She is sexy. Megan, girls think that she is okay. But boys think that she is hot. It is because they all think that they can score with her. You know, they all know that they can't stand a chance if they walk up to Gal Gadot and ask her for her number. Gal Gadot is beautiful and pulchritudinous, but she is intimidating like a goddess. On the contrary, Scarlett Johansson is not all that, but she is approachable. Any man can ask her out. Chris, Scarlett Johansson is drop-dead gorgeous. She is a princess right out of a fairy tale. I think that she is all that. She is voluptuous and alluring. Megan, she is alluring, but she is hypocrite. She said, we should believe all women regardless of the circumstances, and accused James Franco of sexual assault but defended Woody Allen. I mean, I believe Woody Allen is innocent. I would defend him with my life too. You are innocent till proven guilty. When I was an actor, I had always wanted to work with him. Annie Hall is by far one of my favorite movies all of time. I watched it 20 times. Not only Annie Hall, but also Manhattan, Stardust Memories, The Purple Rose of Cairo, Hannah and Her Sisters, Bullets Over Broadway, Match Point, Vicky Cristina Barcelona, and Midnight in Paris. I'm a big fan of his work. I wrote paper on his work at USC Film School. I respect Scarlett Johansson. She supports him when others refuse to work with a living legend. They are cowards. They all bailed out on him. It is not because they care about the cause, but they are afraid that they will get canceled too. Yet Scarlett stands by him. But at the same time, she shouldn't have called out James Franco either. I want my pin back, by the way. Please, you are breaking my heart. It was consensual. They were using him. Plus, he was not found guilty. He was only accused of sexual misconduct. We have already talked about it on the show. Chris, you can't blame her. She didn't see it coming. Scarlett thought that it was one of those real women empowering movement intended to change a lot of girls' lives like suffragette. She jumped on the bandwagon to help her sisters, but she found out the hard way that she had to pick sides. Her truth didn't mean anything. It is either you are with us or against us. All men who are accused of sexual crime are guilty till proven otherwise. It is zero tolerance. But she knew what kind of human being Woody Allen is. She has worked with him several times. She thinks that he is not the type of person who molests a child. In addition, Woody Allen was never arrested or prosecuted. They did investigation and cleared his name. He didn't do it. Scarlett believed that he is innocent. On the other hand, Scarlett didn't know who James Franco was. He might be guilty. He might be innocent. But it is easy to accuse someone of wrongdoing when you don't know them. Maybe it's a lesson. Take your time, find out what the movement is all about, and join with a clean conscience. Megan. I didn't believe Dylan Farrow for 1 second, even when they accused Woody Allen of marrying his stepdaughter, Soon-Yi Previn, and try to put 2 and 2 together. I came to his defense. You know, she is not his stepdaughter. She is Mia Farrow's daughter. They had already broken up. In fact, it doesn't matter. The love that I have for his work exonerates him from all crimes. Even if he admits that he touched her vagina, I will forgive him on the spot. When you love and admire someone, you don't have to turn a deaf ear or embrace their flaws, but you must celebrate their work, regardless of the circumstances, and be willing to forgive them from the bottom of your heart and support them however you can. Sometimes people say that you have to separate the art from the artist and just appreciate the art, but you don't have to. Their flaws shouldn't completely diminish their accomplishment. It's like my father. Suppose he kills someone and goes to prison. I am not going to abandon him. He is my father. He will always be my father. I will go visit him every chance I get and hope that the President of the United States grants him a pardon and sets him free. It is like Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis when they wrote a letter to a judge in Danny Masterson's case, one of the cast members of that '70s show who was convicted of raping 2 women. Ashton Kutcher said that Masterson has nothing but a positive influence on him. Mila Kunis added that he is an amazing friend, confidant, and above all, an outstanding older brother figure to her. As ironic as it sounds, it was Mila Kunis who held the microphone for Scarlett Johansson at the Los Angeles Women's March. What goes around, comes around. They canceled her too. She and her husband made a videotape apologizing for writing the letter. Chris, I think that they were forced to apologize. Megan. I know that they were forced to apologize. They blamed it on Masterson's family. They threw them under the bus. You know, Ashton Kutcher said they came to us and asked us to support their son. If we knew what we know now, we would have never written the letter. We are not questioning the verdict. It's fair. On the other hand, Mila Kunis couldn't take it anymore. It's not fucking fair. We just want our friend back. Let him do 200 hours of community service and set him free. It's not like he murdered them. They are still alive and breathing. He just put his penis inside their vagina. That's all. If I were them, I would have pushed him, screamed top of my lungs, scratched him, bite him, and kicked him. Or play along like Jamie Rellis, the character that I played in Friends with Benefits. In fact, there are a lot of women who have rape fantasies. They would have forgiven him. I know what he did was wrong, but he doesn't deserve to spend the rest of his life behind bars. Just own it. You don't have to apologize to anybody. He is your friend. He is looking at 30 years to life in prison. Indeed, he made a huge mistake. Rape is a serious crime. But his father, his mother, his brothers and sisters, relatives, close friends, and his children get automatic immunity from angry mob and cancel culture. They are allowed to stand by the accused and support him. They know him. He was there for them when they needed him, good or bad. They want to be there for him when he needed them. That's all they have to say. They are returning the favor. Chris. Mila Kunis seemed to be miserable on the video. She just wanted to get it over with. In fact, she didn't want to apologize. Ashton Kutcher is the one who put pressure on her. He told her that she must put her pride aside. They have family. They need to work. Just tell them what they want to hear. You don't have to mean it. But she couldn't fake it. It is written all over her face. Megan, you can't blame her. She has known the guy since she was 14. There is a strong bond between them. They worked together for 8 years. She laughed with him. She cried with him. She partied with him. She shared her secrets with him. She met the love of her life in the show, and he was there to support her. He was her best friend. She can't turn her back on him overnight. They have built beautiful memories together. He made mistakes, but they are not going to erase memories of their friendship no matter what. You love your friends when they are in their best. You guide them to the right path when they are in their worst. You support them when they face trials in their life. She hates herself for that stupid apology video. She is not going to forgive Ashton Kutcher anytime soon. Chris, Mila Kunis has immunity. He is her best friend. She knows him that she was 14, but you chose to defend Woody Allen without immunity. They will crucify you on the cross. Megan, I don't need immunity. I don't care if he is guilty or innocent. I will always support him no matter what. I mean, I am not saying I will turn a blind eye or anything, but I will stand by him regardless of the outcome. Like I said earlier, if he is innocent, I will be on his side. If Woody admits that he touched her vagina, I will forgive him from the bottom of my heart. Or maybe it's not my place to forgive him. He didn't do anything to me. I am not a victim. It is up to the victim to forgive him or put him through hell. However, I will give him the benefit of the doubt and continue to glorify his work. I will never abandon him no matter what. To me, he is like a god. Suppose God causes earthquake in the middle of nowhere and kills thousands. You are not going to stop believing in God, are you? You continue to worship him and glorify him despite death and sufferings. It's because he has always been good to you. In my eyes, Dylan Farrow is a disgrace to all women who strive for excellence. Instead of making a name for herself with famous stepmother, brilliant brothers, and connection that she has in Hollywood, she chose to dwell on the past and clench on to something that might or might not happen. Even if what she is saying is true, just move on. He didn't rape her. It must have lasted 1 or 2 seconds. That doesn't cause emotional trauma. She was only 7. She didn't know anything about sex. You know, if my stepfather or someone touches my vagina when I was 7, I am not going to let that define me. I would go out and make a name for myself at all costs. If she had done that, people would have believed her whether it was a lie or the truth. Instead, she continues to whine for 30 years like a little girl whose father took her Barbie doll and burned it in front of her for receiving bad grades, and ask actors not to work with Woody Allen and condemn those who work with him. We might talk about it in our show. It won't hurt you to play the devil's advocate, will it? Chris, I doubt if I can play the devil's advocate. They will cancel me no matter what. They are not going to finance my documentaries. Chris, I doubt if I can play the devil's advocate. They will cancel me no matter what. They are not going to finance my documentaries. It is a very sensitive subject, especially if it is a child. They don't want you to cross the line. Maybe you are a girl, you are driven. No girl can compete with you. People will forgive you. You know, I don't know whether Dylan Farrow is telling the truth or not. However, if she is telling the truth, she might have suffered from trauma, which might have affected her cognitive skill growing up. She is forced to abandon her dream and dwell on the memory because of emotional disorder. Megan, I doubt it. They are a lot of messed up celebrities' kids who have never suffered from anything. They are indolent. All they do is smoke weeds, experiment with drugs, drink, and wreak havoc. Dylan Farrow didn't suffer from anything. She is just lazy. It caught up with her. She just wants to cash on the story. Plus, she continues to fabricate more lies. First, when the doctors asked her which part of her body Woody touched her, she told them that he touched her on her shoulder. Mia Farrow then coached her. Dylan Farrow said that he touched her private part. I want to know the truth. Was she wearing underwear? It's because it's important. If she had said that he touched her on the belly and changed it to vagina at least, you would give her the benefit of the doubt and say that she might be telling the truth. They should make her take a polygraph. She is destroying his legacy. Later, they asked her why would he do that in presence of 20 people. Suddenly, Woody Allen, age 57, had a writer block, came to his ex-girlfriend's house in the middle of intense custody battle, and decided to play a gynecology to get inspiration. It makes no sense. He had never done that before or accused of touching children in his life. Why suddenly he wanted to become a child molester? Dylan Farrow then said that he used to follow her around, touching her and cuddling her, and if she wanted to go by herself, he wouldn't let her. He was her father, and she was his daughter. My father used to cuddle me and kiss me on the lips a million times. He didn't want me out of his sight, because if something happened to me, he wouldn't forgive himself. A lot of parents are protective. They follow their children around. They touch them, cuddle them, and kiss them. But you don't see them accusing their parents of child molestation. That was the final straw for me. It was cherry on the top. I knew that she was lying the whole time. Chris. Maybe she just wanted people to believe her. His behavior might have been inappropriate and eventually led to the incident. People have already made up their minds before even hearing his or her side of the story. Nobody knows what happened that day but them. Megan. I am just saying that father playing with his daughter is not a crime. It's an important way of showing his daughter that he loves her and he cares about her. Love and affection are vital to the development of the nervous system, and it's the parents' responsibility to give their children attention, love, care, lot of cuddles and kisses, and make them feel safe and secure. Children's feelings and state of mind are affected by the way their parents communicate with them and how they respond to them. Not only that, but love and support that they give them at the daily basis. It helps them deal with stress, increase their energy, and build their confidence. They will grow up to be compassionate, kind, loving, and brave and conquer the world. You can't take that away from children or parents. Now, parents are going to worry about that their children are going to accuse them of child molestation if they give them the slightest bit of affection. Me Too movement has gone too far. You know, the lie keeps getting bigger. From his touching her on the shoulder, to her private part, and his going to her room at night and making her suck his finger. I heard it on The View. She has a wild imagination. Chris, I have no comment. I love Woody Allen too. Midnight in Paris is one of my favorite movies of all time. But I don't want to get canceled. I am just going to say in this country that you are innocent till proven guilty like the rest of them. Megan, he is innocent. The case never went to trial. Chris, what about Roman Polanski? Is he guilty or innocent? Megan, I am not a big fan of his work. I can't defend him with complete sincerity and commitment. Indeed, he made a couple of good movies like Rosemary's Baby, Chinatown, and The Pianist, but majority of his work are not my cup of teas. Nonetheless, his case is a little bit complicated. He lost his wife, Sharon Tata, and unborn baby to Charles Manson and his followers. They killed them brutally. Roman Polanski had never been the same. There was a lot of pain in his soul. He had sex with a 13-year-old girl. I remember actors in France walking away from an awards ceremony in protest. I know that I sound a little bit hypocrite, but I was saying what makes them think that they are bigger than the victim. Samantha Geimer, the victim, has forgiven him. She continues to keep in touch with Roman Polanski despite the fact what she went through. She is an avid supporter of him. If they care about her, they should leave him alone, period. You know, that's why I admire Samantha Geimer. What Roman Polanski did to her compared to what Woody Allen might or might not have done to Dylan Farrow is nothing. Roman Polanski asked Samantha to take her clothes off. He photographed her, gave her alcohol and drug, raped and sodomized her. Yet she believed in the power of forgiveness. She chose to forgive him. In fact, she wasn't affected by it. She said that it wasn't a big deal. She was fine. She is still fine. She repeatedly asked the court to drop the rape charges against him. She took pictures with Roman Polanski. On the other hand, Dylan Farrow continues to bitch about it. She pretends that she can't even look at his face, as if he was a serial rapist who tied, beat, and raped hundreds of women, and they all want him to rot in prison for a crime that he didn't commit. Why can't artists pay their debts to society by making beautiful films, lifting our spirits, and inspiring us to overcome our obstacles, keep going no matter what, and strive for greatness instead of putting them behind bars and preventing them from contributing to society? Chris, that is a good question. Artists are mentally unstable. Maybe that's why they are genius. They envision things that most people don't visualize because of the flaws in their brains. But the law doesn't work like that. The law treats everybody equally. Justice is blind whether we love it or hate it. It doesn't care about your social status, or if you are a movie star, or a celebrated director, or a renowned author. If you commit a crime or break the law, you will pay the price. However, things are not always what they seem. As a matter of fact, a lot of celebrities commit horrible crimes and get away with it. They hire lawyers who know how to get around the rules or beat the system, leave the courtroom without a scratch. I guess it is the law's way of saying, I know that you break the law, but go ahead, lift their spirits, make them forget their problems, and encourage them to become great. But I don't believe Woody Allen is guilty of child molestation either. He is unfairly persecuted by the public without evidence. The reason I brought Scarlett Johansson was she did this movie titled Lucy. She went back in time and had a contact with a monkey, the first human. The point I was trying to make was we are magnum opus, as good as it gets. It's like Mona Lisa by Leonardo da Vinci. Suppose da Vinci got tired of looking at Mona Lisa and set it on fire. I doubt that is going to happen. Life is going to be patient with us, whether it loves it or hates it. It is not going to see anything quite like us for another billions of years. Megan, time is illusion. It means nothing to life. In fact, life has more time than the universe has stars, whether it's illusion or not. Life is not interested in us. We are experiment just like the dinosaurs. The dinosaurs lived 165 million years compared to human 2 million years. The difference is the gods are not going to bombard us with asteroids. They are just going to sit and watch us wiping ourselves out with mass destructive weapons and global warming. The question is, whom they are going to replace us with. Chris, they might replace us with talking cats and dogs. Megan, speaking of dogs and cats, they don't really get old. I mean, they get slow and all, but you can't tell 14-year-old cat from 5-year-old cat on a photo. They look the same. But we humans look different once we pass 45, completely unrecognizable by the time we reach 55. Forget it at 75. You doubt if they are same person or species. My grandmother is beautiful. I love her to death. But she looks a completely different person compared to photos of her youth. I think they should find out genes that are responsible for looking youth in animals and help humanity with it. You know, we might not cure old age and death, but we might as well die with dignity looking young and graceful like cats. We should lose only few furs, the hair on our armpits and our private parts. Chris, that would be cheating. Cats are not happy. They only live 20 years. Mother Nature is doing them a favor. Megan, there are other animals that live for 100 years without losing their looks, like turtles and elephants. They live more than 100 years. Chris, you don't want to look like a turtle and live 100+ year. What's the fun in that? Megan, I like turtles. They are cute. Chris, they are cutes, but they are not all that. Besides, they are too slow. Megan, it's because they have plenty of times. They can offer to be slow. Chris, still, you don't want turtle genes in your system. You are going to carry stone on your back for the rest of your life. Megan, I just don't understand why we get old. Chris, they say as we get older, our cell makes mistakes during cell division and continue to copy the mistakes. More mistakes result in unrecognizable image or old age. It is like the game telephone or Chinese whispers. One person whispers a message to the person next to him or her. She or he then passes the message to the next person, and the message is then passed gradually to several others. In the end, you get a different message because of cumulative errors. It is the same thing. The first cells are coped 95% accurate, like the first person who is passing the information to number 2, then 90% accurate when it reaches number compared to the original information. It keeps losing 5% as a result of wears and tears. It's an example. The percentage varies. It depends on each person. But when you get close to the last person, or by the time it reaches 0, they tell you a completely different message. You would say, that is not what I said. I said new. He or she said old. The turtle will look at you. Who the fuck is that? It's me, Taylor. The turtle says, what the fuck happened to you? You look completely unrecognizable. Taylor replays, you look the same. Do you want to trade places with me? No thanks. I am good. The stone is not that heavy. I'll see you next lifetime. Megan, that is smart. The name Taylor could be used for both male and female. Taylor Swift and actor Taylor Kitsch. Chris, I had Taylor Lautner from the Twilight Saga in mind, transforming into a wolf. In the end, we all become scary creatures. She couldn't help but smile softly. Megan, anyhow, I notice our body has hard time of copying nose correctly. You will not have the same nose by time you turn 40. My mother used to have a beautiful nose. Now her nose looks different. They are bigger than Pinocchio. Chris, that can be fixed with plastic surgery, but the skin turns into paper that they use for grocery. Paper or plastic. Who cares? Just give me whichever is good for the environment, Megan. I think plastic is good for environment. If my nose looks different when I turn 40, I will definitely get a plastic surgery. Chris, you have a cute nose. Megan, my mother used to have a cute nose too, but age stole her nose. Chris, age will steal everything from you, including your memories. It is one of the greatest thieves of all time. The only thing that age can't touch is love and goodness that you have inside your soul. Megan, you are romantic. Chris, I had my moment. She gives her lips to kiss. They kiss French. Interior Chris's house, morning. Chris is sleeping. Jessica is standing in front of him with a gun. Chris opens his eyes and quickly gets up from the bed, but freezes in fear. Chris, hi, Jessica. Are you cheating on me? Chris, no, Jessica. I want to know the truth. Chris, it's the truth. Jessica, I am going to give another chance. If you don't tell me the truth, I will shoot you. Chris, are you gone mad? Just put down the gun. Jessica, I want to know the truth. Chris, I will tell you everything. Just put down the gun. Jessica, tell me the truth now. Are you cheating on me? Chris, no, I am not. Jessica, last chance. If you admit, I will leave you alone. If you lay, I will shoot you. Are you having an affair with that slut? Yes or no? I know the answer. I just want to hear it from you. Chris, just put down the gun. I will tell you what you want to hear. Jessica, I am not interested in fairy tale. I am only interested in truth. Chris, what truth? Jessica, don't play stupid with me. I know that you are fucking that bitch behind my back. I have hired a private detective. I have photos to prove it. Chris, you are bluffing. Where are the photos? Jessica, that means that you are actually cheating on me. Chris, no, I am not. Jessica, why did you ask for the photos? Chris, it is for peace of mind. Jessica, what peace of mind? Chris, I wanted to defend myself. They could have taken pictures of us, me and Megan, sitting at a coffee shop and discussing about the show. Jessica, you are a fucking liar. I know that you are sleeping with her behind my back. You are lucky this gun is empty. I would have emptied the bullets in your balls. She throws the gun at him. The gun hits him in the head despite the fact he has ducked to protect himself. Jessica, I am leaving you. I don't want to talk to you anymore. She leaves the bedroom. Chris picks up the gun and looks at the chamber. The gun is loaded. He quickly removes the bullets from the gun and puts the gun in his closet and the bullets in his pockets. He goes to the main living room. Jessica is breaking everything. Chris just watches her destroying things. He neither says or does nothing. Interior Megan's and George's house, bathroom, day. Megan is taking shower. George enters the shower box without a single drop of clothes and stands behind her. She turns around, looks at him. George produces an engagement ring, diamond on his mouth. He gets down on his knee to ask her to marry him. George, will you marry me? Megan is speechless. She nods yes. George puts the ring on her finger. He kisses her vagina and begins to give her oral pleasure in the shower. Megan signs in pleasure. She opens her legs wider, grabs his head, and presses him deeper toward her private part as he continues to give her oral pleasure. We stay with them for a bit. Exterior coffee shop, day. Chris and Megan sit at table. He is having coffee. She is having tea. Chris looks at the ring on her finger. Chris, is that what I think it's? She nods yes. Chris, when did it happen? Megan, this morning. Chris, it's weird. This morning my wife almost killed me. She pointed a loaded gun at me and asked me if I were cheating on her. I lied to her. No, I wasn't. But she knew I was having an affair with you and wanted to shoot me. I could see it in her eyes. However, God changed her mind. Instead, she decided to break everything, including the TV and the refrigerator. On the other hand, your boyfriend didn't suspect anything and asked you to marry him. I told you that men are trusting. Megan, maybe they are trusting, maybe they are not. But have you thought about that women are not careless as men? We are furtive. We know how to keep a poker face. Men are not going to catch us cheating unless we want them to. Chris, why did you agree to marry him? Megan, I had no choice. I was in the state of shock. Chris, are you in love with him? Megan, it makes no difference. He wants to settle and starts a family. Chris, I get it. Megan, I don't want to make it a men and women thing. This is not the devil's advocate, but we women can't offer to be irresponsible. Our biological clock starts to tick the day we turn 12. That is when we start menstruate. When we turn 45, we enter menopause. 35, our beauty starts to fade away. Nobody wants us, but men can still impregnate women at the age of 85. Their appearance is not really important. A girl can find 55-year-old man or Brad Pitt charming, but no man finds 40-year-old woman attracting. Brooke Shields was gorgeous in her teens and in her 20s. But once she hits 35, nobody wanted her. I'm 25. I could spend the rest of my life with you. But I have trust issues when it comes to men that I find attractive. It's not that they are going to cheat on me or break my heart, but they don't want to commit. The world is theirs for the taking. They are not ready to start a family. They want to create something bigger than themselves and achieve fame. The stars are the limit. Their dream is more important to them than starting a family. In addition, they don't want to lose their independence. They think that they can live forever. Indeed, time is on their side. Like I said, they can pass their gene to the next generation when they turn 85. That is the advantage of being a man. We women have to act fast and make the right choice. There is no room for error. Time's files. And somehow, it waits for men. But it doesn't wait for women. I can't go against my instinct, can I? Chris. What's your instinct? Megan. I want to be a mother. I want to have your child. I want to spend the rest of my life with you. But I know deep down in my heart that you are not ready to settle down. You don't want to give up your dream or freedom. It's who you are. You want to go out and accomplish a lot of things. You don't want to be a father or tied down in a marriage and worry about how you are going to provide for your family. And I don't want to put too much pressure on you either. I will regret it. Chris, do you love me? Megan, more than anything else. Chris, are you in love with me? Megan, I am madly in love with you. Chris, if you are madly in love with me, why are you marrying him? Megan, I don't believe that you love me. Or rather, you are in love with me. And I don't want you to fall in love with me either, because I know that your dream means everything to you. You want to make films. I don't want to hold you back. I don't want to come between you and your dream. I don't want to be the reason why you are not doing what your heart is telling you to do. Chris, my heart tells me to spend the rest of my life with you. Don't let her get away. She is the one. Just do whatever she tells you to do. We all dream. And we all wake up whether we love it or hate it. But I am lucky. When I dream, I see you. And when I wake up, I see you too. I guess it means my dream must have come true. I will live for my dream. But I will die for my truth. And if I must live, I want to live off your kisses. And if I must die, I want to die in your arms. Megan, I don't believe you. You are a player, Chris. No, I am not a player. I am just a man who is in love with a girl that looks like an angel of God, smells like roses, and tastes like honey. If I can't have her, I will die with a broken heart. Megan smiles in beauty. She removes her ring, puts it in her tea, gets up, walks around the table, sits on his lap, and puts her arms around him. Megan. I love you. Chris. I love you too. They kiss French. Interior Chris house. Day. Interior bedroom. Day. Chris and Megan make love. We stay with them for a bit. Interior bathtub. Day. The mirror is broken. Chris. I heard you're quitting The Devil's Advocate. Megan. Something like that. HBO gave me my own new show, Loud and Clear. Chris. That's good. There is a pause. Megan. I heard that you are quitting too. Chris. Yeah, I would have quitted long time ago. The only reason I was hanging around was because of you. I had a lot of fun. Megan. Why don't you join me in my new show, Loud and Clear? Chris. I would love to. But I don't want to ruin your show. You have always been the star. I am an audience. Half of the time, I don't know what I am doing. I am a filmmaker. I respect people's choice and flaws. I don't want to tell them what to do with their lives. I want to understand them, good or bad. Megan, are you saying that I tell people what to do? Chris, no. You tell it how it is. I can't do it. Megan, why can't you do it? Chris, I am not good at it. Megan, what are you good at it? Chris, I am good at falling in love with you. Chris kisses Megan on the cheek. She turns around and gives him her lips to kiss him. They kiss French. Interior Chris's house, living room night. Chris and Megan make love on the mattress placed in the middle of the room. Interior Chris's house, morning. Chris is sleeping. Megan gets up without a single drop of clothes, puts her underwear, and walks to the table. She opens her purse, retrieves her engagement ring, and puts it on. Megan walks to the bathroom. She looks at herself in the mirror. Cut 2. Megan returns to the living room, puts on her dress, and wears her shoes. She walks to the table, takes out a paper and a pen, and writes, Dream big. I love you. Yours, Megan. She walks the direction of the camera. Interior Chris's house, later. Chris sits at the table and has breakfast, cereal. He seems sad. The note is on the table. He looks at it and has a spoon full of cereal. He then grabs the note and tears it to pieces. On the soundtrack, music continues to play melodiously. Interior, NBC, meeting room, day. Megan and 4 people, 2 girls and 2 men, sit on a round table and discuss about the show without a sound. Exterior, Los Angeles, day. Chris is in the middle of making a documentary about prostitution in America under the title of Pretty Women. He is the director. We see his crew filming an 18-year girl prostitute talking to a man in a blue car. He opens the door and lets her. The car drives away. They turn their focus on another young prostitute standing nearby. She is smoking a cigarette. Her pimp walks up to her, curses her, takes the cigarette from her, threatens to burn her face, and tells her not to smoke on the job. He burns the cigarette on his tongue and kisses her French. She kisses him too. He walks away. The pimp comes to the camera. Pimp. That bitch is freak. She fucks anything. But she doesn't take the job seriously. I told her not to smoke on the job 1,000 times, but she doesn't listen to anybody. She does whatever she wants. If she weren't sexy, I would have cut her to pieces and feed her to my 4 pit bulls. I am fucking with you. I treat my bitches with love and respect. That's why they all love me. I treat them like a princess. I'm not like other pimps who beat girls, treat them like Coca-Cola bottles and break their spirits to pieces. I am different. I take them to clubs. We dance and party. I keep them from drugs and alcohol. A car comes driving and parks next to the girl. The girl walks up to the car and have words with a potential customer. She opens the door and lets herself in. Pimp. Nobody can resist that bitch. She is my top moneymaker. She is only 17. She has been doing this since she was 15. I don't work with underage. I asked her how old she was. She told me that she was 21. I didn't believe her. I thought that she was 19. She opened my pant and sucked my dick like a vacuum cleaner. I have received 1,000,000 blowjobs. I know who is pro. I know who is amateur. An amateur sucks your dick like a bone. They don't know how to keep their teeth from your penis. It's painful. You know what I am saying. It's uncomfortable. The pro don't touch you dick with their teeth. When she gave me a blowjob, it was hot. I thought that I was fucking her butthole with Vaseline. She knew what she was doing. I was impressed and decided to pimp her. Her body had matured beyond her age, and she had a fake ID and all. A year later, I found out that she was 15. She turned 16. One of her friends wanted to follow her footstep. She introduced her to me, but her friend was tiny. I thought that she was 13. I told her no way. I am not going to sell 13-year-old girl in the street. I couldn't have that in my conscience. She then told me they went to elementary school together. They are the same age. Both were 16. She opens my pant and gave me a blowjob. I thought that Vanessa was pro, but Hannah is from another planet. I have never come so fast in my life. You know, I don't usually bust nuts when I receive a blowjob, but she sucked the soul out of my dick like a demon. I couldn't help but pimp her too, but she was so tiny social service workers took her. They are helping her put her life together as we speak. To be honest, I don't want her in the street either. Only pedophiles are interested in her. She is about 4'3" and weighs like 60 pounds. I felt guilty of pimping her. I know that she would return. She told me that she enjoyed it. She was not doing it for money. She was born to fuck. I asked, if you enjoy it, why not do porn? It pays a lot. She said that she has already tried to do porn, but they all rejected her due to her age and tiny figure. Chris, can we interview her? Pimp. It's not up to me. You have to ask her. Chris, where is she? Pimp, I don't know where she is. They took her 2 weeks ago. They usually take them girls' club in Orange County. It's either that or Athena in Burbank. We can go both places tomorrow, but I doubt that they will let me in. They know who I am. Instead, I will wait you outside. Interior, Athena, lounge, day. Chris interviews Hannah. Chris, why did you decide to become a prostitute? Hannah, it's because I love sex. I lost my virginity when I was 12. I had sex with my stepbrother. We are not related by blood, but he is 7 years older than me. You know, they are helping me with my sex addiction. They are giving me all kinds of pills. All we do here is eat, watch TV, and sleep. It is boring. I would rather be in the street working. I can't take it anymore. Chris, what stopped you from leaving? Hannah, an undercover cop busted me 2 weeks ago, pretending to be a movie star. I don't know if it was my look or age. They tried me as a juvenile, even though I am 17. The judge said that I have to finish the program or they will throw me back in a juvenile detention center for prostitution, and I would not leave the place till I turned 21. I accepted the deal. They told me they would help me get back in my 2 feet and become a regular human being. Chris, do you have other dreams and aspirations beside being a porn star? Hannah, I've always wanted to be an actress. As a kid, I looked up to Keira Knightley, the British actress. People used to tell me that I look exactly like her, a tiny version of her. You know, it is just a dream. I didn't really take it seriously. There was no way that I would become a movie star. I can't memorize anything. I can't memorize my grandmother's name, so to speak, but I am bad at it. I just love being in front of a camera. My stepbrother used to film me. He even filmed me having sex with his 4 friends when I was 14. A gangbang. I don't know if he kept the video or destroyed it due to my age. He said that he was not planning to go to prison for that shit. Promise me not to include that in your film. I don't want my stepbrother to go to prison. I love him to death. Chris, I will edit it. Hannah. Anyway, later, I wanted to be a porn star, but they all say no. I am too small. They told me to return when I turned 21 or grow big boobs. That's when I decided to be a prostitute. It's my true calling. This is what I was born to do. I had sex with 100 people just last year alone. Half of them didn't wear condoms. If they are rich, if they are young, and if they have an expensive car, I would do it without a condom. I tell them that it's my first gig. I just turned 16 a few days ago. I've never done it with anybody before but my boyfriend. They all believe me. I know they say never mix business with pleasure. But when you sell pleasure, you have no choice but to mix them. It comes with the territory. I am passionate about it. Most prostitutes do not kiss their customers. They tell you not to get involved emotionally. But I am a kisser. I kiss my client. You know, for me, it's acting. Jennifer Lawrence kisses her co-stars even though she is not in love with them. It's the same thing. I've seen a lot of porn. Porn stars kiss when they fuck. Chris, have you thought about porn stars or doing it for camera? You know, when you kiss a customer, the customer could develop feelings for you. Hannah, guys fall in love with you whether you kiss them or not. When they warn us not to kiss a client, they are not worrying about the client. They are trying to protect our feelings, not the customers. You see, they think if we kiss a client, we could fall in love with them. Love is bad for business. When you fall in love, you feel guilty. You don't want to having sex with other people. Chris, I see. Hannah, Anyway, I used to have small boobs. I just got breast implants 4 weeks ago. It still hurts a little bit, but they told me that the pain would go away soon. Chris, you aren't going back, are you? They could send you to prison if you get arrested again. Hannah, of course, I will quit. I have no choice. I don't want to go to prison. It's hell. I will audition for porn again. Hopefully, they will accept me this time around. That's why I got breast implants, so I could work in the adult industry. If they say no, I will work from home, online as a cam girl. One of my friends is a cam girl. One time I joined her. We had sex. She made a lot of money. My stepbrother told me that he would hook me up when he gets back from Mexico City. He is a cinematographer. He and his friends went to Mexico to make an independent horror movie. Interior HBO headquarters, loud and clear show, day. Megan films the show. Megan. Welcome back. I'm Megan Jordan, loud and clear. Today, I am going to talk about modern feminism. Is modern feminism toxic? Are we pushing our luck by playing victims and blaming all men for what others did to us? Why do modern feminine think that men are the enemies? Why do they point their fingers at the male species whenever there are gender inequality, gender domination, and gender-based violence, even though there is a natural order where women have one egg and men have millions of sperms? It seems like men are fighting to prove their manhood and save themselves from extinction, and women are fighting to keep their head above the water and find their place in the world, so to speak. But it's suffocating. And the truth is, we all are fighting to breathe. Modern feminists believe that sexual harassment is a crime that should be punishable by death, metaphorically speaking. But they say that men paying women compliments about their appearances is a sexual crime. It diminishes their credibility, take away their confidence, and penalize their efforts to compete with men over jobs and status. Still, that doesn't mean nobody is allowed to flirt. Flirtation is part of life, expressing your feelings through honeyed words and sweet nothings. It creates a fun work environment. I am not saying that men don't have to respect women in the workplace and women should let men disrespect them or the other way around. But coquetry is an excuse for inviting yourself to romance, and romance has always blurred the line between ethics and indecency. As human being, there is a need for emotional and physical intimacy. Nobody can't take that away from humanity. Those who took a chance might have been paid the price seemingly, but they got to pass their genes to the next generation. We are their end products. Plus, we need to grow thick skin, let small things go, and focus on achieving a higher level of consciousness, regardless of gender, color, and sexuality. You can't defend a woman just because she is a woman. You defend her because she is right. Feminists are saying that they want to put an end to gender-based violence, sexual violence and harassment, and workplace discrimination, and achieve full gender equality in law and in practice. However, we must not do it at the expense of men. Some complain there is a big pay disparity between men and women, especially in sport, and blame men for society taking women for granted and treating us as inferior and paying no attention to our sports. For example, USWNT players were fighting for equal pay for equal play. They said that they must be paid the same as men. We both play the same sport. I am not going to talk about it in depth, how sport branched off from men hunting and gathering mode of making a living. We talked about it before, how one man killed one rabbit and another killed 10 rabbits. Women, whose responsibilities were to cook, clean, and be a mother full-time, chose the man who killed 10 rabbits. Sport was born. Men had to compete against each other to win women's affection. Women were trophies. Now, the trophies want to compete without speed, power, and agility. It's not a matter of life and death anymore. It's only a game. Cyndi Lauper said girls just want to have fun. Mother Nature thought that women only needed looks. They didn't have to be wired with speed, power, or agility, and did nothing about it. To add insult to injury, those things are passed through Y gene. Men have XY and women have XX. Still, they believe that miracle can happen and the reward is money. Yet the money has to come from somewhere. It usually comes from TV rights, merchandising, and ticket sales. The more fan interest, the more money they pay. The more money the establishments earn. The more money the players earn. If you bring in less, you will be paid less. But we are in modern toxic feminism movement. Women chant they deserve equal pay. We are as good as them, if not better. Anything that men can do, women can do it better. Take the money from men and pay us equally. We don't care how you do it. Just do it, and do it fast or we will sue you. Even though 2 women earn a college degree for every man, we choose fields that men are biologically exceptional at, and whine like little girls when we don't get what we want. I am not trying to crash little girls' dreams of pursuing sports, by no means. You can do anything you set your mind to. But don't say equal pay for equal play. Do it for the love of the game. Men are not the problem. Women are the problem. We expect men to sit and watch something that we don't have stomach to do ourselves. We would rather watch soap opera in the middle of the day, or Orange is the New Black, or the rerun of Sex and the City, than watch adult women kicking a soccer ball for 2 hours. It is boring, there is no drama, and accuse men of sexism because they are not supporting us. Forget men. No woman is going to go to a bar in the right state of mind, drink beers, watch soccer, and celebrate in the street. It doesn't soothe us. It's unfamiliar territory. We know how to protest, but we don't know how to celebrate. Anyhow, women are detail-oriented. We pay attention to small details, but sometimes we have to shift our focus and see the big picture. Men and women are 2 different species, so to speak, but we are not the same when it comes to biology. We have to be honest with ourselves. We can't compete with them in professions which require power, speed, and agility, or expect to perform as good as them and get paid equally. I mean, don't get me wrong, there are a lot of amazing female athletes throughout the world, especially in gymnastic, track and field, and swimming. The pay disparity is not that big. However, if we want to make a lot of money and close the pay gap, we have to attack STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. We should encourage women to go outside their comfort zone and dare to excel in science and technology. Our money problem will disappear overnight. Men are not our enemies. We are smarter than them. Life presents us with a lot of choices. Choices that we make shapes the money we have in our bank account. If money brings us happiness, so be it. Money talks, bullshit walk. But if you think that money is the root of all evil or not all it's cracked up to be, and want to be a teacher, or a child care worker, or a lifestyle blogger, or a soccer player, or a photographer, or focus on social science and work with people, that's fine too. Do whatever make you happy. However, if we are going to fight, we should fight for real cause. For example, the law for men and women are the same. Suppose a 21-year-old boy sells 100 kilograms cocaine. He gets arrested. The judge gives him 30 years like he is giving candies to children. The next day, a 21-year-old girl does the same. She sells 100 kilograms cocaine and gets arrested. The judge sentences her 30 years behind bars as well. You might say, what's wrong with that? You see, the boy could get out of the prison and start a family when he is 51. But the girl is stuck. She can't have a baby. She has already hit menopause at 45. They have to change the law to accommodate our biological clock. I know that they say don't do the crime if you can't do the time. But nobody is perfect. We all make mistakes. The punishment should fit the crime and be fair for both men and women biologically and psychologically. Nonetheless, we also say that there is a lack of women in positions of power. But most of us cannot picture ourselves in U.S. Army. We don't even know how to spell military without shaking and our heart beating like a drum. The world has a lot of issues. We all think that we can solve them peacefully. In fact, the last thing we want to look at is a gun. Life is precious. Interior Chris's house, living room, day. Chris watches Megan in awe. He looks at her fingers. She is wearing an engagement ring. Megan continued, TV, yet, as ironic as it sounds, we crave power. We think that if we were the President of the U.S., Secretary of Defense, Director of the CIA, generals, judges, so on and so forth, we could change the world. We probably would. But I don't believe that it's a good idea to do it alone or at the cost of men's freedom. Men and women must work side by side. If we want to go far, we must go together. We can form more sympathetic but superior teams, possess extraordinary visions, and yield better results. We need each other till death do us part. Exterior Malibu Beach, wedding ceremony day. A small wedding is in progress. George stands at the chapel. A priest named Mark is there to wed them. 3 bridesmaids and 3 groomsmen stand nearby. One of the bridesmaids is Jennifer. We see about 30 guests. Chris sits in the back in the bride's side. He is wearing a sunglass. Megan gets out of a tent wearing a beautiful wedding gown and takes her stepfather's, Jeremiah, arm. She looks like a princess. Jeremiah begins to escort her to the groom. They all stand up. Megan looks at Chris. She gives him a soft, alluring smile. But Chris says nothing. His facial expression remains the same. However, he is in awe by her appearance. She looks stunning. The groom couldn't believe how beautiful she looks. He thinks that he is marrying an angel of God. Jeremiah hands his stepdaughter to the groom. Megan and George stand in front of the priest. Priest. Dear friends and family, we are gathered in here today to witness and celebrate the union of George Parker and Megan Jordan in marriage. Through their time together, they have come to realize that their personal dreams, hopes, and goals are more attainable and more meaningful through the combined effort and mutual support provided in love, commitment, and family, and so they have decided to live together as husband and wife. Chris seems a little bit heartbroken, but he is happy for her. Cut 2. The priest looks at the groom. Priest and George. Priest says first. George repeats, I, George Parker, take you, Megan Jordan, to be my wedded wife. George repeats, I do promise and covenant before God and these witnesses. George repeats, to be your loving and faithful husband. George repeats, in plenty and in want. George repeats, in joy and in sorrow. George repeats, in sickness and in health. George repeats, as long as we both shall live. George repeats. The priest turns his attention to Megan. Priest. Megan, would repeat your vows after me, please. It seems like she is not ready. Priest and Megan. Priest says first. Megan repeats. I, Megan Jordan, take you, George Parker, to be my wedded husband. Megan repeats. I do promise and covenant before God and these witnesses. Megan repeats. To be your loving and faithful wife. Megan repeats. In plenty and in want. Megan repeats. In joy and in sorrow. Megan repeats. In sickness and in health. Megan repeats. As long as we both shall live. Megan repeats. Priest. To best man and the bridesmaid, would you please come on? Matt stands by George. Jennifer stands by Megan. Priest. What token do you give George Parker as your love to your dearest friend? Matt hands the ring to the priest. The priest gives George the ring. Priest. Would you put this on her finger and repeat after me? George puts the ring on her finger. Priest and George. Repeating. This ring I give you, George repeats. In token and in pledge. George repeats. My constant faith and abiding love. George repeats. Priest. To Jennifer, may I have your token, please? She hands the ring to the priest. Priest. Would you put this on his finger and repeat after me? Megan puts the ring on his finger. Priest and Megan. Repeating. This ring I give you, Megan repeats. In token and in pledge. Megan repeats. My constant faith and abiding love. Megan repeats. George places the ring on Megan's finger. Megan places the ring on George's finger. Priest. Now by the authority committed unto me as a minister in the Church of Jesus Christ, and according to the laws of the state of California, it gives me great delight, George Parker and Megan Jordan, to pronounce you husband and wife, whom therefore God hath joined together, let no one put asunder. George and Megan kiss. The guests clap their hands, so does Chris. He claps his hand too. On the soundtrack, music plays melodiously. Exterior beach, wedding ceremony reception, later. The guests are mingling, enjoying refreshment and drinks. Megan and George dance slow while conversing, but we don't hear what they are saying due to the music on the soundtrack. Chris stands alone by himself, sipping champagne. He looks at Megan and George dancing and take a sip. Megan and George continue to dance. The music then ends. The DJ plays new music. Megan and George stand aside and converse without a sound. Megan then excuses George and walk up to Chris. The music plays in the background softly. Megan. What's up? Chris. Nothing much. Megan. How are you? Chris. I am fine. Megan. Why are you wearing sunglasses? Chris. I had an accident. Megan. What accident? Chris. It's a long story. Megan. What's a long story? Chris. I fell off a bike. Megan. I didn't know that you owned a bike. Chris. I do bike sometimes. Megan. You are not a good liar. Chris. Why did you say that? Megan. I heard a different story. Someone broke your camera while filming a documentary about prostitutes. Chris. It's politics. Megan. What's politics? Chris. Life in general. They all want you to suffer. They are only interested in money. They don't care where the money comes from and how it's made. They sell anything. They sell your soul. The minute you try to expose them, they beat you. Megan. Who are they? Chris, all of them. Megan, let me see your face. He removes his glass and shows her. He has a big bruise on his left eye. Megan, why didn't you report them to the police? Chris, I can't. It's dangerous. The girls are controlled by mobs. The mobs get protection from police. I had no choice but to walk away. It's not worth it. There is a pause. Megan, I'm pregnant. Chris, congratulations. Megan, the baby is yours. Chris, what do you mean it is mine? Megan, I am 4 months pregnant. Chris knows what she means. There is a pause. Chris, what if he finds out? Megan, he knows about it. I have already told him one week before the marriage. He said that I owe him one. The least that I could is marry him. He loves me. He would treat the child with respect and unconditional love, as if it were its own. In fact, he is the one who asked me to invite you. Chris, I understand. Megan, I love him. But I am not in love with him, and I don't care. I will divorce him right now at this moment if you say that you are ready to commit and be the father to your child. There is a pause. Chris, he seems nice person. I don't think if I can do that to him. Megan, why can't you do it? Chris, he might be a better father than me. I don't know how to raise a child. I am afraid that I am not cut out to be a father. Megan, do you love me? Chris, more than I can say. Megan, are you in love with me? Chris, there is not a day that goes by that I don't think of you. In my dreams, we are together, making love like there is no tomorrow. But my favorite thing to do is to kiss you till my lips go numb. Sometimes you bite me. I wake up, you are not there with me. I just couldn't go back to sleep. Megan, so let's run away. Let's get out of this place and kiss till our lips bleed and make love like there is no tomorrow. Chris, are you sure about that? It's your wedding day. The groom is a good man. You don't want to disappoint him. Megan, this is just a show. He will be fine. What doesn't kill you make you stronger. He knows that I love you more than anything in the universe. I missed you. Chris, I missed you too. But I can't steal someone's bride in his wedding day. Megan, it's a token of my love. To leave my husband in my wedding day and run away with the love of my life. I don't want to wait another day. Chris, okay, let's get out of here. We'll take my car. She puts her arms around him and kisses him in front of everybody. On the soundtrack, Halo by Beyoncé plays melodiously. They all look at them in shock. Chris, let's go. He takes her hand. They run down the beach toward the direction of the camera. Exterior parking lot. Day. Chris and Megan come to Chris's car. He opens the door for her. She gets in the passenger seat. He closes the door. He walks around the car and gets behind the wheel. Chris starts the car. They get on the street and drive away. On the soundtrack, Halo by Beyoncé continues to play melodiously. Interior Chris's convertible moving sunset. Chris and Megan are driving in the part of Los Angeles. Megan says something seductive. She then unbuckles the seatbelt, takes out her underwear, throws it out of the window, gets closer, and begins to kiss him. She touches his private part with her hand suggestively. Interior Chris's convertible, sunset. The car wobbles in the street, driving off lane. Chris gets the car on the right lane and continues to drive. Interior Chris's convertible, sunset. Chris unbuckles his seatbelt as Megan sits on his lap. She kisses him. Chris pulls over on the side of the road. He kisses her too. Megan and Chris kiss more intimately. She then unbuttons his shirt and opens his pants. Chris removes his pants completely and throws it in the back. Interior Chris's convertible, sunset. Chris and Megan begin to make love in the car. On the soundtrack, Halo by Beyoncé continue to plays with full volume. We see cars driving by them. Some don't know what is going on. They are paying attention to the road. Others looks at them in shock, but Megan doesn't care. She rides him seductively and kisses him deliciously. He kisses her intimately too. Close up, Megan and Chris. They kiss more passionately as they continue to make love. Then, out of nowhere comes a black SUV driving and pulls over in front of them. Two masked men get out of the car with machine guns and fire at Megan and Chris. Bullets tear Megan's back. Chris tries to protect her. He gets shoot too. Masked man 1 get closer and fire at them multiple times. The 2 masked men get back in the car. The SUV drives away. Megan is dead. Chris is still alive. They both are soaked in blood. Chris gets closer, kisses her on the lips, and takes his last breath. We pull out with a nice camera work and look at it with overhead shot. The end.